Traversing the Marvel Universe, he found himself as the Hydra spy Grant Ward, faced with two choices, S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra? Captain America, Long Live Hydra. Chapter 1. The Marvel Universe. Gazing intently at the reflection in the mirror, he increasingly felt that he was either losing his sanity or trapped in an unending dream, yet to awaken. How could he have transformed into a tall, strikingly handsome man with sunken eyes, standing at 6 feet 3 inches? What sorcery was this? He was merely an ordinary office worker, leading a mundane life from 9 to 5. How could everything change so drastically upon opening his eyes? To ascertain that he was not ensnared in a dream, he pinched his own cheek with a firm grip. Ouch! To his astonishment, everything was undeniably real. He had truly traversed worlds. After a considerable time, he finally accepted his new reality. Turning on the lights, he began to rummage through every corner of the room. In the realm of transmigration, particularly soul transference, it was imperative to ascertain one's identity. Unlike many predecessors who had traversed before him, he appeared to possess no memories of his former self, leaving him to investigate independently. Before long, he discovered an identification card on the table. Grant Ward? This name seems vaguely familiar. Oh, I can actually comprehend English with such ease. It was remarkable, although he had retained none of his previous lives' memories, he inexplicably understood all the words upon seeing the photograph on the identification card, without any hindrance. This was nothing short of a miracle for someone who had barely passed the English proficiency test in his past life, and only retained a smattering of basic phrases post-graduation. Continuing to search, he stumbled upon a plethora of identification documents before him. Kevin Lee, Ronstad. Although the names differ, aren't the photographs all of me? What was more alarming were the affiliations listed on these documents. The CIA, the FBI, and even the vice president of the Eastern Women's Association. What on earth was this? Were these forged documents? Surely not who would go to such lengths to create numerous counterfeit identifications of oneself, especially with such absurd titles? Could it be an agent? Influenced by countless foreign films and television dramas, he became increasingly convinced that the individual he had become was indeed an agent. Wait. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as he picked up the initial identification he had found, scrutinizing the emblem of the agency it represented, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Memories began to resurface. This was a character from a television series he had watched, a male agent named Grant Ward. Most crucially, this series was merely a small reflection within the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, an insignificant fragment of the whole. What was he to do? His first instinct was to return to his original country, to hide there and lead a life as ordinary as his previous self, marrying, raising children, and eventually growing old, until he could rest in peace. However, this is utterly impossible. Even if he were an agent of Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be highly unlikely for a mere government official to return to that nation. No one would permit a foreign official to reside permanently on their sovereign territory. Alas, I recall that shortly after Hydra was discovered by the one-eyed black director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Grant Ward would be fatally crushed by Agent Coulson's mechanical hand, subsequently possessed by a monster, only to meet his end once more. What shall I do? Contemplating his own future, he slumped into the leather chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, feeling as though life had lost all its luster. Perhaps, should I consider suicide? In doing so, might I return to my original world? Yet, while it is easy to speak of such actions, the act of carrying them out is fraught with difficulty. As an optimistic individual who aspires to marry and have children, to lead a blissful life, how could he possibly contemplate death? Since I have traversed realms, have I not acquired the fabled golden finger? Reflecting on the extraordinary items that previous transmigrators possessed to aid their growth, he shouted inwardly. System? Golden finger? Intelligent assistant, there was no response. I did not even possess a golden finger. He felt despondent, on the verge of tears. Wasn't it said that those who transmigrated would receive benefits? Thus, he lay on the couch for an extended period before finally rising, a resolute expression gracing his face. Damn it, is it just a transmigration? It's not as if I'm facing death. I refuse to believe that with my presence, Grant Ward will repeat his previous fate. Time is a magnificent force, and after languishing on the sofa for several hours, he gradually began to accept his current self. After all, life must go on, and one must have a wife and children. Moreover, since he had already traversed realms, how could he not live fully? What kind of man would he be? He buried his former name deep within his heart, officially adopting Grant Ward as his own, and began to ponder his next steps. First, regarding the timeline, it was still April of 2007. Not only had he not yet been killed by Coulson, but Tony Stark had yet to become Iron Man. He was merely a playboy and a brilliant scientist laboring in obscurity. Next, what was he engaged in? As an agent, he was undoubtedly either on a mission or en route to one that regrettably, due to the clandestine nature of his assignments, there were no documents or information available to inform him of his current activities. Ward was troubled, questioning why he had not inherited the memories of this body prior to his arrival. Were it not for having watched the entirety of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not even know who he was. In the absence of a clear path forward, Ward began to experiment, testing the capabilities of his new body as an elite agent of Hydra embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he possessed no superpowers, he was undoubtedly far superior to the average individual that, in the absence of extraordinary abilities, his only recourse was to delve deeper into his own potential, striving to optimize the capabilities of his physique to enhance his chances of survival in his forthcoming career as an agent. Naturally, the first exercise at his disposal was the push-up, an activity he could perform at any moment. He crouched down, placed his hands firmly on the ground, extended his legs backward, and commenced his workout. 1, 2, 3. After completing over 200 repetitions, Ward began to feel fatigue. Yet he persisted, continuing until he approached 500, at which point he conceded defeat due to exhaustion. However, he realized he had yet to reach the true limits of his body. Had he pressed on, Ward estimated he could have achieved around 800 an astonishing feat. The exhilaration within Ward was palpable, illuminating his countenance. It was worth noting that in his previous life, he could manage only 30 to 40 push-ups at most. In stark contrast, his current performance felt overwhelmingly superior. Ward continued to explore the capabilities of his body, experimenting with various firearms, knives, and an array of weaponry typical for an agent that he had discovered within the confines of the room. He found himself remarkably adept, as if he had wielded them countless times before. Evidently, his original memories had not dissipated. Instead, they resided within his brain as instinctual knowledge, ready to be summoned when needed. At that moment, the phone he had set aside suddenly lit up. Picking it up, Ward discovered notification for a special email. Upon opening it, he found it was from an individual named John Garrett. Ward recognized this name. It belonged to his former guardian, who, on the surface, was a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but in truth, he was a seasoned spy embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. on behalf of Hydra, codenamed the All-Seeing Eye. Chapter 2, The Bahrain Mission. Upon seeing the name John Garrett, a multitude of fragmented memories surged in Ward's mind, disjointed, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of familiarity and warmth. He understood the reason behind this sensation. In the original trajectory of Grant Ward's life, John Garrett played a pivotal role as a dependable figure within his family. Ward's past was steeped in tragedy. He was born into an ordinary family in France, the second of 3 sons. He had an elder brother and a younger sibling, along with a father who was prone to abuse and a mother who, while enabling the father's cruelty, favored the youngest son. The elder brother was able to redirect his resentment from their father's maltreatment and their mother's favoritism towards the 2 younger siblings, while the youngest enjoyed the protection of their mother. Only Ward, the awkward middle child, was left to endure his father's abuse and his mother's indifference, all while grappling with the perverse desires of his brother and the dilemma of whether to protect his younger sibling. Under such circumstances, Ward's psyche gradually shifted, ultimately culminating in an explosive reaction during a particularly brutal incident, leading him to set fire to their home and subsequently be placed in a juvenile detention center. It was during this tumultuous period that John Garrett entered his life. He extricated Ward from the juvenile detention center, imparting to him the skills and abilities that he yearned for most deeply. Although John Garrett was not a qualified educator, he became a beacon of hope in Ward's heart, emerging as his steadfast support and the person he trusted above all others. It was precisely due to this bond that Ward would later betray Coulson's team, resolutely aligning himself with Hydra, plunging a dagger into the hearts of each team member. Yet now, he was no longer the Ward of old. Despite harboring these peculiar feelings, he did not regard John Garrett as family. Instead, he remained vigilant. In his heart, only his family from a previous life constituted his true kin. Isolated in this world, he felt akin to a lost wolf, devoid of emotional ties to anyone or anything around him. Furthermore, while he had access to the instinctive memories stored within Ward, he remained an outsider, merely possessing those memories. His manner of acting and speaking remained distinctly his own. Having spent several years in close quarters with Grant Ward, and having developed a profound trust in one another, John Garrett was highly likely to detect his anomaly. When that moment arrived, he would undoubtedly face Garrett's wrathful vengeance. Thus, it was imperative to minimize encounters with John Garrett, ideally avoiding him altogether to ensure his own safety. Fortunately, upon opening a special email, he discovered that it was not John Garrett seeking him, nor was it a covert mission from Hydra. It was merely Garrett, as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., assigning him a routine agent task. However, upon reviewing the detailed task list, his brow furrowed in concern. For this assignment pertained to the Bali Island incident, a pivotal event that had significantly impacted Agent Melinda May's life. In this incident, Agent May and Agent Coulson were originally tasked with apprehending an inhuman woman, only for May to realize that the girl they had taken hostage was, in fact, the most formidable of all, compelling her to take the drastic step of killing the child, thereby earning her the much-despised moniker of the cavalry. And now, he was to be involved in this very mission? Ward's immediate instinct was to refuse, for while the female inhuman was not particularly fearsome, the little girl possessed an aura of terror that could instill despair and subjugate those around her. With her powers amplified, she could easily kill humans with a mere gesture, and if he were to participate, he risked becoming yet another victim. But could one truly decline a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission? In theory, yes. Yet refusal would inevitably lead to his summons back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for exhaustive questioning. And given his current circumstances, there was no way he could elude the scrutiny of those astute agents. Moreover, which S.H.I.E.L.D. missions could ever be deemed safe? As an agent, if he were too fearful to accept a task, it would be all but certain that he would be discovered. In contrast to the myriad of unknown tasks, he at least possessed a clear understanding of the nature of the mission on Bahrain Island and could devise strategies to circumvent perilous situations. After regaining his composure, Ward no longer harbored any resistance. Yet a lingering question remained in his mind. Originally, he had not been part of the Bahrain Island mission. Why had he now been assigned to it? Could it be that his arrival had altered the course of Grant Ward's destiny? Uncertain of the reason, he silently gathered his belongings and proceeded to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in Washington, D.C., specifically the Triskelion Building. Washington, officially known as Washington, D.C., serves as the capital of the United States, nestled in the northeastern region, adjacent to cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. The city is bisected by the Potomac River, with the Triskelion situated beside a bend in the Rivera Grande edifice, whose purpose is known to few. Ward's current location was a residence in the suburbs of Washington, one of the safe houses that an agent inevitably possesses. The mission was scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Ward felt no urgency. He deliberately arrived at the Triskelion headquarters a mere half-hour before the designated time to prepare for the task. This approach minimized his interactions with others, thereby reducing the risk of revealing his identity. Perhaps due to Grant Ward's previously aloof demeanor, no one engaged him in conversation throughout his journey. It was only after he donned his gear in accordance with mission requirements and entered the operations room that someone finally addressed him. Grant Ward came the voice of Agent Phil Coulson, whose thinning hair was evident. He approached Ward with a warm smile. Introducing himself, "I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the operational specialist for this mission. I've heard of you, Director Fuhrer's trusted aide." Ward replied tersely, his expression lacking enthusiasm. Yet internally, he felt a flicker of excitement, for he stood before a figure reminiscent of those in cinematic narrative. She had always admired Agent Coulson. However, due to Ward's solitary persona and lack of communication skills, he knew he had to suppress his emotions to avoid revealing his true feelings. Coulson, maintaining his smile, shook his head slightly without offering further explanation. Instead, he retrieved a folder from the side, opened it, and continued, "Upon receiving the assignment, I compiled a brief assessment of your capabilities. Combative notch. Reconnaissance top-notch, interpersonal skills rather lacking. However, Agent Ward, you remain an exemplary S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, and I warmly welcome you aboard. This is a team mission, and I hope you will cooperate effectively. I believe you will integrate well into the group." "If you insist," Ward shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Coulson observed Ward's aloof demeanor, but chose not to comment, as the file indicated that Grant Ward was indeed a person lacking in social skills and teamwork abilities. Soon, the entire team had gathered, including Melinda May. Ward felt a slight awkwardness upon seeing Agent May, for if the future remained unchanged, he and she would soon become, companions in a rather intimate sense. Chapter 3. Inhumans. Allow me to introduce a new face. Grant Ward, a Level 4 agent who will serve as the operations team leader for this mission. Once everyone was assembled, Coulson gestured towards Ward and the fully armed team, subsequently introducing May to him. Melinda May, a level 6 agent. Ward suppressed his discomfort and merely nodded, refraining from uttering a word. May cast a sidelong glance at him, also choosing silence. As a Chinese individual and an agent, she was particularly attuned to emotions, recognizing that Ward showed no inclination to engage with her. She opted not to extend her warmth. To his coldness, at this point, May's disposition was still quite extroverted and robust. It would not be until after the mission on Bahrain Island that her demeanor would change, leading her to transfer to a logistics role, thus preventing any potential resonance with Ward. Ward was quite content with this arrangement, as he wished to avoid any melodramatic entanglements in the future. Before long, it was time to depart, and all personnel boarded the SHIELD transport aircraft, setting their course for Bahrain Island. During the flight, Ward remained engaged, absorbing all knowledge of espionage and combat skills from his stored instinctual memories. With these memories at his disposal, he grasped the information with remarkable ease, akin to how effortlessly he had previously understood English. This might well be the greatest advantage he had gained from his transference. Bahrain Island serves as the principal habitation of the Kingdom of Bahrain, situated at the westernmost edge of Asia in the Persian Gulf, in proximity to Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar, and the UAE. Relatively speaking, the SHIELD transport aircraft was not particularly swift, and they arrived at Bahrain Island by 6 a.m. After a brief verification of procedures, the agents drove two specially modified Chevrolet SUVs from the transport to the operational site. The mission target was a Russian Inhuman named Black-Cloaks. Upon confirming her presence on Bahrain Island, SHIELD promptly dispatched a mission to engage with her. Inhumans, a unique group within the Marvel Universe, possess extraordinary abilities that S.H.I.E.L.D. Adhering to its commitment to safeguard the Earth, treats encounters with Inhumans with a specific protocol. First, assessing the possibility of recruitment, followed by registration, and in some cases, immediate detention or lethal force. This approach is consistent across all superpowered individuals, regardless of their classification as Inhumans. The Chevrolet eventually halted at a street corner on Bahrain Island, where Ward disembarked alongside Coulson and May. After exchanging identification with the local contact, they laid eyes on the target of their mission. The Inhuman, Black-Cloaks, dressed in a lady's jacket and adorned with a cerulean headscarf, she sat at an outdoor table sipping coffee, exuding an air of elegance that belied her history of violence. However, the local liaison wore a cautious expression as he remarked, "This area is exceedingly perilous. Black market dealers and thieves abound. It is not a place for tourists." It seems she's not here merely for coffee, rather. She's preparing to meet someone, Coulson speculated. The liaison continued, "Unless she accompanies you, our forces will have to take action." "We will handle it," Coulson affirmed, for that was precisely why they had come. They would not permit the locals to take the Inhuman away. With that, Coulson, along with agents Ward, May, and another operative, approached Black-Cloaks. Upon reaching a visible position on the street, the remaining agents spread out around her, effectively obstructing her escape routes. Ward took his position to Black-Cloaks' right, maintaining a distance of approximately 7 or 8 meters to ensure safety. At this moment, Coulson had reached Black-Cloaks and greeted her amiably. "Madam, may I sit?" Black-Cloaks looked up at Coulson, seemingly unconcerned by any threat, and gestured for him to take a seat. Coulson wasted no time in pleasantries. He stated directly, "I am Phil Coulson, here to assist you. My team specializes in aiding individuals with talents like yours. Why should I trust you?" Black-Cloaks replied in Russian, clearly comprehending English. Coulson persisted in English. "We hail from a powerful official organization capable of escorting you to a safe location, ensuring your security." Despite the persuasive nature of Coulson's words, Black-Cloaks merely smiled, offering no response at that moment. Ward's wandering gaze caught sight of a girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, skipping merrily down the street, playfully tapping the bodies of those around her, exuding mischief. Agent May noticed this scene as well, her expression softening into a warm smile. Yet, Ward felt an imminent threat, his body tensing as his hand instinctively hovered near his firearm. He understood that this seemingly innocent girl was the most formidable Inhuman, possessing an ability that instilled despair. The light taps she delivered to those individuals were not mere antics, they were manifestations of her power, exerting control over them. For a moment, Ward contemplated whether to eliminate the girl to avert future peril. However, after a brief hesitation, he dismissed that notion. Before her abilities were unveiled, the little girl was merely perceived as an ordinary human by others. To take her life would not only subject him to the scrutiny of Sikkim but also invoke the wrath of the girl's mother. who was currently engaged in conversation with the enigmatic female agent, Coulson. However, this was not the primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in his psychological struggle. Just a day prior, he had been an unremarkable human being, merely assisting his father in catching chickens during his childhood. Even though his psyche had fortified significantly following his journey, he could not fathom the act of ending the life of a young girl. After all, the innocence reflected in her smile was disarmingly pure. Ward remained motionless, yet the little girl boldly approached a group of seemingly formidable locals, reaching out to them with her small hands. Agent May's expression shifted subtly at this sight as she communicated through her earpiece with another agent, saying, "The local gang has arrived. O'Brien, please ensure they do not cause any trouble. They are armed, so proceed with caution." Agent O'Brien, upon hearing May's warning, advanced towards the gang members. Coulson, having caught wind of the situation through his earpiece, glanced over and turned to the female agent, suggesting, "It seems trouble may be brewing here. Perhaps we should relocate to a safer venue for our discussion." Yet, the female agent shook her head defiantly, her tone laced with provocation as she replied, "No, I prefer it here. I shall not leave." Coulson, realizing her connection to the local gang, adopted a firmer stance, declaring, "These individuals cannot assist you. Come with us, and you will find safety." "Is that so?" The provocation in her expression intensified as she rose, lifting the plastic table with ease and hurling it across the room to crash against the wall over 20 feet away. This abrupt display startled everyone present. The gang members promptly drew their firearms in an attempt to regain control. Ward and May swiftly brandished their pistols, creating a standoff with the gang. Sensing the escalating tension, one gang member seized the seemingly frightened little girl, using her as a hostage. Meanwhile, Agent O'Brien found himself in a precarious situation at the hands of the gang. Observing this, Coulson sought to de-escalate the situation, calling out, "Stay calm, release her and our agent, and you will not face any consequences." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as the gang members continued to retreat with the little girl, until the female agent joined their ranks, retreating into a building and closing the door, thus concluding the standoff. Chapter 4. An unexpected turn of events. It was only when the last of the gang members vanished from sight that Ward finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he had endeavored to suppress his emotions, aided by the inherent instincts of Grant Ward, the earlier standoff had left him undeniably tense. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, and feeling anxious in the face of firearms capable of effortlessly taking lives was entirely understandable. Agent May also sensed his unease. Her gaze softened significantly as she encouraged him, "Trust me, we will surely rescue that little girl." Clearly, May believed that his anxiety stemmed from concern for the girl's safety rather than his own. If a level 4 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. were to be unsettled by such a situation, what kind of agent would that make them? Ward also let out a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement without addressing May, instead focusing his attention on Coulson, awaiting the next directive for action. Coulson's expression was grim. The unfolding situation had exceeded his expectations, particularly with the unfortunate involvement of an innocent child. It was a dereliction of his duty. Without a doubt, Coulson was a good man. Upon realizing the peril faced by the little girl, he urgently stated, "Ward, assemble the action team, deploy thermal sensors, seal off all their exits, and prepare for combat. May, investigate the identities of those individuals and the location where they are hiding. Ascertain the situation." Upon hearing this, Ward and May sprang into action. With the formidable resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., they swiftly completed the setup and surveillance, returning to Coulson's side in a short span. Ward began to report, "The location is a warehouse connected to the street outside. Once they entered, our agents cut off all exits, and it can be confirmed that no one has emerged thus far." May quickly followed up, stating the individuals alongside the inhuman Black-Cloaks are confirmed to be local armed gangs. That warehouse serves as their stronghold. "Good," Coulson replied, retrieving his phone. "He'll contact Agent O'Brien, who has been taken hostage, to see if they are open to negotiations." As he dialed, the call was answered promptly. Coulson, filled with anxiety, inquired, "O'Brien, is that you? Are you all right? Don't worry about us. Just don't worry about us." The echo on the line revealed O'Brien's voice, yet it was laced with indifference and detachment, starkly contrasting his previous demeanor. Coulson sensed something amiss and attempted to probe further, but the call was abruptly terminated. This left Coulson with deep furrows of concern etched on his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Ward. "It seems the situation is deteriorating. You must swiftly prevent the other agents from acting and prepare to rescue O'Brien and the little girl." "I will," Ward nodded, leading the remaining agents, splitting into two teams to head toward the warehouse where the Inhuman was concealed. At this moment, his mind began to race, pondering how to extricate himself from the girl's control. In the original narrative, none of the agents had escaped the little girl's influence. They had relied on May's last-minute arrival to fight desperately for their salvation. If the story were to unfold as such, he might secure his own survival without revealing any vulnerabilities. However, Ward was not inclined to follow that path. He was reluctant to entrust his life to May, to gamble on whether she could summon the resolve to eliminate the little girl. His fate must rest in his own hands. Otherwise, should an unforeseen event occur, only death awaited him. As he approached the warehouse, he raised his hand to halt the agents trailing behind him, then communicated through his earpiece to the teams at the front and rear. Each of you should possess a tear gas and a smoke grenade. Upon breaching the door, I need you to immediately find an opening to throw them inside, disrupting the armed assailant's visibility and combat effectiveness. Even if there is no suitable spot, you must create a hole to toss them in. And remember to don thermal protective goggles and masks to avoid collateral damage. With that, he forcefully opened the small door of the warehouse, tossing his smoke and tear gas grenades inside, then stood his ground, rapidly issuing commands. Go, go, go. Quickly locate a breach to deploy the smoke and tear gas, or we may very well be overwhelmed. Move. With instinctual memory guiding him, Ward executed these actions without hindrance, moving with remarkable speed, leaving no time for the agents trailing him to voice their doubts. However, Coulson soon sensed something amiss, coldly questioning through the earpiece. Ward, this was not the original tactical plan. Do you intend to let the assailants kill O'Brien and that innocent girl? I am rescuing them. Ward was unfazed. He knew the little girl was the true mastermind and had no concerns about the armed assailants harming her. As for the other hostage, Agent O'Brien, he could only silently apologize. Damn it. Coulson swore, frustrated yet aware that time was of the essence. He shifted his focus to May. I will stop Ward and ensure the girl's safety. Having collaborated with Coulson for many years, May understood his intent. After swiftly gathering her gear, she made her way toward the warehouse. Listen, do not hesitate when encountering armed assailants. Shoot to kill. At this point, Ward had entered the warehouse alongside the other agents. He had deliberately paused while issuing commands to position himself at the rear, ensuring his own safety. Following his orders, the interior of the warehouse was now shrouded in smoke and tear gas, rendering visibility non-existent. Although this heavily impacted the fully armed agents, it affected the armed assailants even more severely. Ward could hear anguished cries emanating from within, a testament to the tear gas initial effects. Despite its name, the tear gas did more than provoke tears. It also irritated the respiratory passages, inducing violent coughing fits. Soon, the team encountered their first obstacle. The lead agent, equipped with thermal imaging goggles, spotted the individual ahead. Recalling Ward's orders, he wasted no time and fired, eliminating the threat without hesitation. Upon hearing the gunfire, Ward, who trailed behind the group, felt a surge of calmness wash over him. Although it was his first encounter with the sound of gunshots, the original Ward had endured countless such instances, instinctively allowing him to steady himself. The team pressed onward, soon encountering several armed individuals under control, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by the advantageously positioned agents. However, an unexpected event unfolded. A heat signature, approximately 1.30 meters to 40 centimeters tall, appeared before the agent's eyes. It was evident that this was the young girl who had previously been abducted. Save me. Please save me. The girl's voice resonated, brimming with anxiety and fear, tinged with sobs, indicative of her profound distress. Do not be afraid, we are here to rescue you. The leading agent, upon hearing her plea, immediately lowered his weapon and moved toward the girl. Yet, at that moment, Ward shouted from behind, "Stop! Do not approach her! Do not come near!" The agents, instinctively halting at the command, were perplexed by Ward's words, and one, visibly disgruntled, questioned, "Why can't I save her? She is just a little girl." Simultaneously, Coulson's voice erupted through the earpiece, demanding, "Grant Ward, what on earth are you doing?" Ward's expression wavered as he hesitated, about to disregard his cover to provide an explanation, when suddenly a figure emerged, enveloping the girl in a protective embrace, and sprinting towards them. Upon observing the heat signature, Ward quickly recognized that the individual was none other than Agent Melinda May. Traversing the Marvel Universe, he finds himself incarnated as Grant Ward, a Hydra spy, confronting two choices. Ezekiel Dior. Hydra? Captain America. Long live Hydra. Chapter 1. the Marvel Universe. As he scrutinized the reflection in the mirror, he increasingly pondered whether he had succumbed to madness or was ensnared in an elaborate dream, yet to awaken. How could he have transformed into a strikingly handsome figure, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with sunken eyes? What sorcery was this? He was merely an ordinary office worker, enduring the daily grind from 8 to 6, leading a mundane existence. How could everything change upon merely opening his eyes? To ascertain that he was not ensnared in a dream, he pinched his own cheek with considerable force. Hiss. Incredibly, this reality was undeniably true. He had indeed crossed over. After a prolonged period of grappling with his new circumstances, he flicked on the light and began to rummage through the various corners of the room. In the realm of transmigration, particularly soul transference, the paramount task is to discern one's identity. Unlike many predecessors who had traversed before him, he appeared to possess none of his former self's memories, compelling him to investigate independently. Before long, he uncovered an identification card on the desk. Grant Ward? This name seems vaguely familiar. Oh, I can comprehend English with such ease. Astonishingly, despite lacking any recollection of his past life, he found himself effortlessly understanding every word upon first glance at the ID photo, encountering no barriers. This was nothing short of miraculous for someone who had barely scraped through the English proficiency exam in his previous life, only to graduate with a rudimentary grasp of the language. Continuing his search, a plethora of identification cards materialized before him. Kevin Lee, Ron Stoddard. Although the names differ, are not the photographs all of me? To his dismay, the affiliations of these documents were even more alarming. CIA, FBI, and even the vice president of the Eastern Women's Association. What on earth was this? Counterfeit documents? Impossible. Who would go to the lengths of creating so many fake IDs, especially one so absurd? Could it be an agent? Influenced by countless foreign films and television series, he became increasingly convinced that the person he had become was indeed an agent. Wait that a sudden realization struck him as he grasped the initial ID he had discovered, glancing at the emblem of the affiliated department. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Memories began to resurface. He recalled a television series he had watched featuring a male agent named Grant Ward. Most crucially, this series was merely a minute reflection within the vast Marvel universe, an inconsequential fragment of a grander tapestry. What should he do? His first instinct was to return to his original homeland, to hide there and live an ordinary life akin to his former self, marry, raise children, grow old, and ultimately find peace in the earth. However, this is utterly implausible. Do not presume that he is merely a Hydra agent embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even a standard government official would find it exceedingly difficult to return to that nation, for no one would permit an official from foreign land to reside on their sovereign territory. Alas, I recall that shortly after Hydra was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s one-eye director, Grant Ward was brutally slain by Agent Coulson, crushed by a mechanical hand, subsequently possessed by a monstrous entity, only to meet his demise once more. What shall I do? Contemplating his own future, he slumped in the leather chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, feeling as though life had dimmed to a mere shadow. Perhaps, should he consider self-destruction? In doing so, might he return to his original world? Yet, while such thoughts are easily voiced, the act itself proves far more challenging. As an optimistic individual who aspires to marry, raise children, and lead a blissful life, how could he possibly contemplate ending his own existence? But wait. Having traversed dimensions, did he not acquire the legendary Golden Finger? Reflecting on the extraordinary tools that aided his predecessors in their journeys, he could not help but mentally shout, "System? Golden Finger? Intelligent assistant?" Silence met his inquiries. To think he possessed not even the famed Golden Finger. Despair washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Was it not promised that those who traverse dimensions would receive some form of boon? Thus, he remained sprawled on the sofa for an extended period before finally rising, determination etched upon his face. Damn it, so what if I've crossed over? It's not as if I'm facing death. I refuse to believe that with my presence, Grant Ward will suffer the same fate as before. Time is a formidable force. After languishing on the sofa for several hours, he began to gradually accept his current self. After all, life must go on, and a family is essential. Moreover, having crossed over, how could he not live life to the fullest? What kind of man would he be otherwise? He tucked away the name from his past life deep within his heart, officially adopting Grant Ward as his own, and began to ponder his next course of action. First and foremost is the timing. It is still April of 2007. Not only was he yet to be killed by Coulson, But Tony Stark had not yet donned the mantle of Iron Man, remaining merely a charming playboy and a reclusive scientific genius. Next, what is his current endeavor? As an agent, he was undoubtedly either on a mission or en route to one that regrettably. However, due to the clandestine nature of his tasks, no documents or information were available to enlighten him on his present activities. Ward felt a profound frustration. Why had he not inherited the memories of this body? Were it not for having watched the entirety of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not even know his own identity. In the absence of clarity regarding his next steps, Ward began to experiment with his own body. As an elite agent of Hydra embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., he may lack superhuman abilities, yet he undoubtedly possesses strength far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. In the absence of extraordinary powers, he must deepen his understanding of his own capabilities and strive to optimize his physical form, thus enhancing his chances of survival in the perilous world of espionage that lies ahead. Firstly, he engages in push-ups, a simple exercise he can perform at any moment that he crouches down, places his hands firmly on the floor, extends his legs backward, and commences his workout. 1, 2, 3. He perseveres through over 200 repetitions before beginning to feel fatigued, yet he does not cease, continuing until he approaches 500, at which point he reluctantly concedes due to exhaustion. However, this merely scratches the surface of his physical limits. If he were to push himself further, Ward estimates he could achieve around 800 repetitions. Such prowess is astonishing. The exhilaration within him radiates unmistakably through his countenance. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the most he could manage was a mere 30 or 40 push-ups at a time, rendering his former self woefully inadequate in comparison to his current capabilities. Ward continues to experiment with his physical prowess, discovering an array of firearms and daggers, tools of the trade for any skilled agent within the confines of the room. He finds them remarkably intuitive, as though he has wielded them countless times before. It appears that Ward's memories have not vanished, rather, they remain stored in his mind, transformed into instinctual knowledge, readily accessible when needed. At that moment, the phone he had set aside suddenly illuminated, and upon picking it up, Ward noticed a notification for a special email. Upon opening it, he found a message from an individual named John Garrett. Ward recognizes this name. It belongs to his former guardian, a man who outwardly serves as a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet is, in truth, a seasoned spy for Hydra embedded within the organization, codenamed Eye of the Thousand Miles. Chapter 2. The Bahrain Mission. Upon encountering the name John Garrett, a torrent of fragmented memories surged in Ward's mind, incomplete yet imbued with a peculiar sense of familiarity and warmth. He comprehends the reason behind this sensation, that in the original trajectory of Grant Ward's life, John Garrett played a pivotal role, that he was a dependable figure, a family member to rely on. The original Ward was a profoundly tragic character, born into an ordinary family in France, the second of 3 siblings, burdened with an abusive father and a mother who indulged in her husband's cruelty while favoring the youngest son. The elder brother redirected the resentment from their father's abuse and their mother's favoritism towards the 2 younger siblings, while the youngest enjoyed the shield of maternal protection. Only Ward, the awkward middle child, was compelled to endure the father's maltreatment, the mother's indifference, and grapple with the twisted desires of his brother, all while struggling with the decision to protect his younger sibling. In such an environment, Ward's psyche gradually transformed, culminating in a violent outburst during an incident of abuse, where he set fire to their home and found himself in a juvenile detention center. It was during this tumultuous period that John Garrett entered his life. He rescued Ward from the juvenile detention center and imparted unto him skills and abilities that Ward yearned for most deeply. Although John Garrett was not a qualified educator, he became a beacon of hope in Ward's heart, transforming into his pillar of support and most trusted confidant. It was precisely for this reason that, later on, Ward would betray Coulson's team, becoming an unwavering dagger for Hydra, piercing the hearts of each member of the team with ruthless intent. However, he was no longer the same Ward despite harboring these peculiar sentiments. He did not regard John Garrett as family. Instead, he grew increasingly vigilant. In his mind, only his family from his previous life could be deemed as a solitary figure in this world. He felt akin to a lost wolf, devoid of any emotional ties to the people or things around him. Moreover, while he could access the instinctual memories that Ward had stored, he still was not Ward. He was merely an outsider who had acquired these memories. His mannerisms and speech remained distinctly his own. Having spent several years in close proximity to Grant Ward and having built a strong mutual trust, John Garrett was highly likely to uncover his oddities. When that moment arrived, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of John Garrett's merciless vengeance. Thus, it was imperative to minimize encounters with John Garrett, ideally avoiding him altogether to ensure his own safety. Fortunately, upon opening a special email, he discovered that it was neither John Garrett seeking him nor a clandestine Hydra mission. Rather, it was Garrett, as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., simply assigning him a routine agent task. However, upon reviewing the detailed task list, he furrowed his brow in concern. For this assignment was none other than the incident on Bahrain Island, which had profoundly impacted Agent Melinda May's life. In this incident, Agent May and Agent Coulson were originally tasked with subduing an inhuman woman, only for Agent May to discover that the girl they had taken hostage was the most terrifying of all Inhumans. Reluctantly, she was forced to kill the young girl, earning her the loathed title of the Cavalry. And now, he was to partake in this very mission? Ward's initial instinct was to refuse, for while the female Inhuman may not have been fearsome, the girl was truly terrifying, capable of instilling despair and exerting control over others. After enhancing her abilities, she could effortlessly slay those around her. If he were to participate, he might easily find himself ensnared in her grasp. Yet, could one decline a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission? In truth, it was possible. However, a refusal would certainly lead to a summons back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for thorough questioning, and given his current circumstances, there was no way he could evade the probing of those astute agents. Furthermore, which S.H.I.E.L.D. mission could ever be deemed safe? As an agent, if one dared not accept assignments, it would be suspicious in itself. Compared to the myriad of unknown assignments, at least he possessed knowledge of the mission concerning Bahrain Island, granting him the ability to devise ways to evade perilous situations. Once he regained his composure, Ward felt no further resistance, yet a question lingered in his mind. Originally, he had not been slated for the Bahrain Island mission. Why had it now fallen into his lap? Had his arrival altered the path of Grant Ward's destiny? Unsure of the reasons behind this turn of events, he quietly gathered his belongings and made his way to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in Washington, D.C., within the Triskelion Building. Washington, formerly known as the District of Columbia, serves as the capital of the United States, nestled in the northeastern part of the country, adjacent to cities such as New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. The city is bisected by the Potomac River, with the Triskelion situated near a bend in the river, a grand edifice few are aware of its true purpose. Ward resided in a suburban house, one of the secure safe houses that an agent would invariably possess. The mission was set to commence at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Ward did not rush. He intentionally arrived at the Triskelion headquarters a mere half hour before the designated time, allowing himself to prepare for the task. This strategy was intended to minimize contact with others, thereby preventing any potential exposure. Perhaps due to Grant Ward's previously aloof demeanor, no one had engaged him in conversation throughout his journey. It was only after he donned his gear, as per the mission requirements, and entered the operations room that someone finally spoke to him. Grant Ward. The speaker was Agent Phil Coulson, slightly balding, who approached Ward with a congenial smile. "I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and the operational expert for this mission. I have heard of you, Director Furus' right-hand man," Ward replied, his expression devoid of enthusiasm. Internally, however, he felt a flicker of excitement. After all, he stood before a character from the very films he had once admired, particularly fond of Agent Coulson. Yet, given Ward's solitary persona and lack of aptitude for communication and teamwork, he felt compelled to temper his emotions to avoid revealing his enthusiasm. Coulson, maintaining his smile, shook his head slightly without further explanation, instead retrieving a folder from the side and continuing, upon receiving the assignment, "I compiled a brief assessment of you. Combat skills, top-notch reconnaissance, first-rate interpersonal skills, well, rather lacking. Nonetheless, Agent Ward, you remain an exceptional S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, and I warmly welcome your presence. However, this is a team mission, and I hope you will collaborate effectively. I believe you will integrate well into the group, if you insist." Ward shrugged, feigning indifference. Seeing Grant Ward's introverted demeanor, Coulson chose not to comment, as the file indicated that Ward was indeed such a person, lacking in social skills and teamwork abilities. Soon, the entire operation team assembled, including Melinda May. Ward felt a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing Agent May, as he was acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen changes in the future, they would soon find themselves becoming intimate companions, shall we say. Chapter 3. Inhumans. Let me introduce our new face to everyone, Grant Ward, a Level 4 agent, who will serve as the operations leader for this mission. Once everyone had gathered, Coulson pointed to Ward and the fully armed operation team, introducing them, and then presented Agent May to him. Melinda May, a level 6 agent. Ward suppressed his embarrassment, merely nodding without uttering a word. Agent May cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. As a Chinese national and an agent, May was particularly attuned to emotions. Noticing Ward's apparent disinterest in getting to know her, she decided not to extend any warmth. At that moment, May's demeanor was still quite extroverted and assertive, a trait that would shift only after the mission on Bahrain Island, when she would voluntarily transfer to logistics, thereby diminishing any potential connection with Ward. Ward was quite pleased with this arrangement, as he had no desire for further interaction with Agent May, worried that it might lead to some clique drama with an unsatisfactory resolution. Before long, the departure time arrived, and everyone boarded the SHIELD transport plane, setting off for Bahrain Island. During the journey, Ward busied himself by absorbing every piece of knowledge and combat skill from the stored instinctive memories of a seasoned agent. With these instinctive memories at his disposal, he found that he could grasp concepts almost instantaneously, akin to how easily he had previously understood English. This might very well be the greatest advantage he had gained from his unexpected transition into this world. Bahrain Island, the principal habitation of the Kingdom of Bahrain, lies at the westernmost edge of Asia in the Persian Gulf, in proximity to several nations, including Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. In relative terms, SHIELD's transport plane was not particularly swift, arriving at Bahrain Island at the early hour of 6 a.m. After a brief verification of procedures, the agents drove two specially equipped Chevrolet SUVs from the transport plane to the site. The mission's objective was a Russian Inhuman named Black-Cloaks. Upon confirming her presence on Bahrain Island, SHIELD promptly dispatched a team to initiate contact. The Inhumans, a unique group within the Marvel Universe, possess extraordinary abilities. SHLD upholds its mission to protect the Earth, and thus has protocols for handling encounters with Inhumans, primarily assessing the potential for recruitment, followed by registration, and, if necessary, detainment or even immediate termination. Of course, this is SHIELD's approach towards any individual with superhuman abilities, regardless of whether they are classified as Inhumans. The Chevrolet finally halted at a street corner on Bahrain Island, where Ward disembarked alongside Coulson and May. After exchanging identification with the local contact, they laid eyes upon their target for this mission. The Inhuman, Black-Cloaks, dressed in a women's jacket and adorned with a blue headscarf. She sat at an outdoor table on the street, sipping coffee with an air of elegance that belied her history of taking human lives. However, the local contact displayed a cautious demeanor as he remarked, "This area is exceedingly perilous. One can easily encounter black market dealers and thieves here. It is not a place for tourists. It seems she is not merely here for coffee, she is likely preparing to meet someone," Coulson speculated. The contact continued, "Unless she accompanies you, our forces will have to take action." "We will handle it," Coulson affirmed with a nod. They were indeed there for that purpose and would not permit the locals to take the Inhuman away. With that, Coulson, along with Agents Ward and May, as well as another operative, began to approach the Inhuman. As they reached a visible position on the street, the remaining agents dispersed around her, effectively blocking any potential escape routes. Ward positioned himself to the right of the Inhuman, maintaining a distance of about 7 to 8 meters to ensure safety. At that moment, Coulson had arrived directly in front of the Inhuman and greeted her warmly. "Madam, may I sit?" The Inhuman looked up at Coulson, seemingly perceiving little threat, and gestured for him to take a seat. Without further ado, Coulson sat down and, bypassing small talk, directly stated, "I am Phil Coulson, here to assist you. My team specializes in aiding individuals with your unique talents. Why should I trust you?" The Inhuman replied in Russian, clearly understanding English. Coulson maintained his use of English. "We represent a formidable official organization capable of escorting you to a secure location, ensuring your safety." Although Coulson's words were compelling, the Inhuman merely smiled, offering no response. At that moment, Ward's keen eyes caught sight of a girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, bouncing towards them from down the street. She playfully tapped the bodies of those around her, exuding mischief. Agent May also noticed this scene, her face lighting up with a warm smile. Yet Ward felt a surge of alarm, his body tensing as his hand instinctively moved towards his firearm. He recognized that this little girl was the true threat, possessing the ability to instill despair in others. The seemingly innocent taps she delivered were, in fact, a manifestation of her powers, controlling those individuals. Ward even contemplated whether to eliminate the girl to prevent future complications. However, after a moment of hesitation, he dismissed the thought. Before her abilities were discovered, the young girl was merely perceived as an ordinary human being. To take her life would not only subject him to the scrutiny of the investigation, but also invoke the wrath of the girl's mother, who is currently engaged in conversation with the enigmatic female figure known as the Inhuman, alongside Coulson. However, this was not the primary concern. The crux of the matter lay within his psyche. Just a day prior, he had been an unremarkable human, having only assisted his father in catching chickens during their slaughter in his youth. Despite the fortitude he had garnered from his experiences, he could not bring himself to terminate the life of a human girl. After all, the innocence reflected in her smile was disarming. Ward remained still, yet the girl boldly approached a group of local individuals who appeared rather intimidating. Making contact with them, Agent May observed this scene with a change in expression, communicating through her earpiece to another agent. The local gang has arrived. O'Brien, please ensure they do not cause any trouble. They are armed, so proceed with caution. Agent O'Brien, upon hearing May's warning, advanced toward the gang members. Coulson, having picked up the transmission, glanced back and said to the Inhuman, "It seems we might encounter some difficulties. Perhaps we should relocate to a safer place for our discussion." The Inhuman, however, shook her head and replied defiantly, "No, I prefer it here. I shall not move." Coulson, understanding her possible connections to the local gang, adopted a firmer stance. "These individuals cannot assist you. Come with us, and you will find safety. Is that so?" The defiance in the Inhuman's expression intensified as she rose, lifting the plastic table with both hands and hurling it over 20 meters into a corner of the room. This action startled everyone present, prompting the gang members to draw their firearms in an attempt to seize control of the situation. Ward and May quickly brandished their own weapons, creating a standoff with the gang members. Recognizing the escalating tension, one gang member seized the seemingly vulnerable girl, using her as a hostage. Moreover, Agent O'Brien found himself in a precarious position at the mercy of the gang. Observing this, Coulson, eager to de-escalate the situation, called out, "Stay calm, release her and our agent, and you will not face any consequences." Yet his words fell on deaf ears as the gang members continued to retreat with the girl, eventually leading her and themselves into a building, shutting the door behind them, thus concluding the standoff. Chapter 4. An unexpected turn of events. It was only when the gang members vanished from sight that Ward finally exhaled in relief. Although he had been striving to suppress his emotions, bolstered by the inherent instincts of Grant Ward, the prior standoff had left him feeling profoundly tense. After all, he had merely been an ordinary individual before, and it was entirely natural for him to feel anxious when confronted with firearms capable of easily taking a life. Agent May also noticed his distress. Her gaze softened considerably as she encouraged him. "Trust me, we will undoubtedly rescue that little girl." It was apparent that May believed his anxiety stemmed from concern for the girl's safety rather than his own. If a level 4 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. were to become flustered in such a situation, what kind of agent would they be? Ward sighed in relief, nodding in agreement without speaking to May, instead directing his attention to Coulson, awaiting further instructions. Coulson's expression was grave. The situation had unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated, particularly the involvement of an innocent little girl in evident oversight on his part. Coulson was undoubtedly a good man. Upon realizing the peril faced by the girl, he urgently stated, "Ward, assemble the action team, set up thermal detectors, and seal off all their exits in preparation for combat. May, investigate the identities of those individuals and the location where they have taken refuge to ascertain the situation." Ward and May immediately set to work. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable resources, they swiftly executed the arrangements and returned to Coulson's side. Ward began to report, "The location is a warehouse connected to the street outside. Once they entered, our agents cut off all exits, and we can confirm that no one has emerged thus far." May quickly followed up, stating, "The individuals with the Inhuman Belikov are confirmed to be local armed gangs. The warehouse serves as their stronghold." "Excellent," Coulson replied, retrieving his phone. "I will reach out to Agent O'Brien, who is being held hostage, to see if they're open to negotiation." As he dialed, the call was quickly connected. Coulson anxiously inquired, "O'Brien, is that you? Are you all right? Don't worry about us. Just leave us be." The voice on the line was unmistakably O'Brien's, yet it resonated with cold indifference, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Coulson sensed something was amiss and attempted to ask further questions, but the call was abruptly terminated. This caused several lines of worry to etch themselves across Coulson's brow. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Ward, "It appears the situation is deteriorating. Urgently prevent the other agents from proceeding. We must prepare to rescue O'Brien and the little girl. That I will do so, Ward affirmed, nodding. He then led the remaining agents, splitting into two groups, to head towards the warehouse where the Inhumans were hiding. At that moment, his mind began to race, contemplating how to extricate the little girl from her captors. In the original storyline, all of his agents had succumbed to her control, relying solely on May's last-minute arrival to fight desperately for their salvation. If this narrative were to play out, perhaps he could survive unscathed, avoiding any exposure of his weaknesses. However, Ward had no intention of following that script. He did not wish to entrust his life to May, nor to the uncertainty of whether she could summon the resolve to eliminate the innocent girl. His existence must remain firmly within his own grasp. Otherwise, should an unforeseen event arise, only death awaited him. As he approached the warehouse, he raised a hand to halt the agents trailing behind him. Then, through his earpiece, he communicated with the teams positioned both ahead and behind. Each of you should possess a tear gas grenade and a smoke grenade. Once we breach the door, I need you to swiftly identify an opening to toss them inside, thereby disrupting the armed assailant's visibility and combat effectiveness. Even if no suitable throwing point exists, you must create an entry to launch them in. And remember to don thermal protective goggles and masks to prevent friendly fire. With that, he forcefully opened the small door of the warehouse, hurling his smoke and tear gas grenades inside, while standing firm and issuing rapid commands. Go, go, go. Quickly find an opening to deploy the smoke and tear gas, otherwise we risk being concentrated upon. Move. With instinctive memory guiding him, Ward executed these actions seamlessly and with great speed, scarcely allowing the agents trailing him time to question his decisions. However, Coulson soon sensed something amiss and coldly queried through his earpiece. Ward, this was not the original tactical plan. Are you truly willing to let the armed assailants kill O'Brien and that innocent girl? I am here to save them. Ward was unfazed, fully aware that the girl was the mastermind behind the chaos and harboring no concern that the assailants would harm her. As for the other hostage, Agent O'Brien, he could only silently apologize. Damn it, Coulson cursed, recognizing the urgency but knowing there was no time to intervene. He shifted his focus to May. I will go stop Ward to ensure the girl's safety. Having collaborated with Coulson for many years, May understood his intent. After swiftly gathering her equipment, she dashed towards the warehouse. Listen, should you encounter armed assailants, do not hesitate to eliminate them on sight. At this point, Ward had already entered the warehouse alongside the other agents. He had deliberately paused during his prior commands to position himself at the rear, ensuring his own safety. Following his orders, the interior of the warehouse was enveloped in smoke and tear gas, rendering visibility non-existent. While this severely affected the fully armed agents, the impact on the assailants was even more pronounced. Ward could occasionally hear anguished cries emanating from within, a direct consequence of the tear gas initial effects. Though termed tear gas, its function extended beyond merely provoking tears. It also irritated the nasal passages, inducing violent coughing fits. Before long, the team encountered their first obstacle. The leading agent, upon spotting the individual through thermal imaging goggles, recalled Ward's directive and, without hesitation, fired to eliminate the threat. Upon hearing the gunfire, Ward, who trailed behind the group, felt an unexpected sense of calm. Although it was his first encounter with the sound of gunshots, the original Ward had endured countless similar situations, instinctively allowing him to steady himself. The team continued their advance, encountering several armed militants under control, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by the overwhelming agents. However, an unforeseen event soon unfolded. An infrared image, approximately 1 meter 30 to 40 centimeters in height, materialized before the agent's eyes. It was unmistakably the young girl who had been previously taken hostage. Help me. Please save me. The girl's voice, laced with anxiety and terror, resonated with a quiver, revealing her profound distress. Do not be afraid, we have come to rescue you. The leading agent, upon hearing her plea, immediately lowered his weapon and approached the girl while speaking to that moment. However, Ward shouted vehemently from the back, "Stop. Do not approach her. Stay away." The agents instinctively halted at his command, but were perplexed by Ward's words, one of them expressing their discontent. Why can't I save her? She is just a little girl. Simultaneously, Coulson's voice erupted through the earpiece, demanding, "Grant Ward, what on earth are you doing?" Ward's expression reflected inner turmoil, hesitating briefly. He contemplated revealing the truth despite the risk of exposure. But suddenly, a figure appeared, swiftly embracing the girl and sprinting towards them. Recognizing the shape depicted by the thermal imaging, Ward quickly identified the individual as none other than Agent Melinda May. Chapter 5. The Devil's Murmur. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the smoke. A series of shots fired by Ward to deter Melinda May from advancing. Upon emptying his weapon, he bellowed, "All personnel, retreat. Do not allow Agent May to approach us." With that, he swiftly began his escape along the path he had come. The gunfire drew everyone's attention. The agents, bewildered by the sudden chaos, were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. May, startled by the gunshots, halted in her tracks, observing Ward and his team retreating. Just as she intended to question him, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she instinctively raised her handgun, firing at her own team. Fortunately, despite their disorientation, the agents adhered to Ward's command and began to withdraw. As a result, May's shots found their mark on only one agent's arm, sparing them from greater casualties. This only deepened the confusion among the agents. They could not fathom why Agent May was firing upon them. Thankfully, their mental resilience prevailed, and despite their bewilderment, they continued to retreat. At that moment, Ward, the first to flee, reached the warehouse entrance. Just as he prepared to dash outside, he felt a tremendous impact strike his left shoulder, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, sending him sprawling several meters away onto the ground. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as the searing pain radiated from his shoulder, but he quickly gritted his teeth and rolled to the side. This instinctual movement was crucial. In combat, failing to evade immediately after being downed could result in relentless pursuit. Indeed, through his thermal imaging goggles, Ward saw an individual wielding an unknown object, poised to strike the very spot where he had just fallen. The obscuring smoke rendered the assailant's weapon indistinguishable, but the deafening crash as it struck the ground warned him that had he not escaped in time, he may have faced a grim fate. Judging by the height and physique, Ward discerned that this was the mother of the little girl, the woman with enhanced strength. Despite feeling like an ordinary man, the persistent agony in his shoulder compelled him to acknowledge the necessity of growing stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, as his submachine gun was sent flying from his grasp, Ward drew his sidearm with his right hand and fired at the woman revealed in his thermal sight. The shot struck true, the .45 caliber bullet piercing her heart, causing her to collapse without a sound. With a sigh of relief, Ward steadied himself with his right hand on the ground, preparing to rise and continue his escape from the warehouse. Just then, a shadow appeared again in his goggles. As he raised his weapon to fire once more, the figure's voice halted him. "I am Coulson. Do not shoot." "I am Ward," he replied, lowering his firearm and revealing his identity. Upon recognizing him, Coulson immediately crouched beside him and inquired, "Are you all right?" "My left shoulder is slightly fractured, but I'm still alive," Ward replied with a grim smile, extending his right hand. "Hurry, get me out of this warehouse. It's filled with smoke and tear gas, entirely unsuitable for confronting May." Aware of the urgency, Coulson placed Ward's right hand on his shoulder, assisting him towards the exit, while asking, "What happened to May? What on earth transpired?" As Ward fired his weapon, Coulson had already begun to piece together the unfolding truth, thus donning his glasses and mask before rushing to the warehouse, although the specifics remained unclear. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Ward hastily concocted a half-truth. "That little girl bore a resemblance to the female mutant. I sensed something amiss and remained cautious. But I never anticipated the girl would indeed pose a threat. Why didn't you disclose such crucial information sooner?" Coulson nearly exploded with frustration, supporting Ward as they emerged onto the street. He removed his glasses, intent on further questioning, yet upon seeing the blood saturating Ward's left side and arm, he could not bring himself to continue. "I will call for medical assistance immediately." Coulson retrieved his phone to make a call, but Ward grasped his arm. "Forget about me. Agent May is under the girl's control. Rescuing her must be our top priority. Are you certain you're fine?" Coulson understood the gravity of the situation, but remained concerned as he gazed at Ward's blood-soaked shoulder. "I can manage," Ward reassured him. Despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he was confident that his life was not in immediate peril. Rather, May was in grave danger. If the girl realized her mother had been slain, her enhanced abilities could enable her to kill silently from a distance, placing him in genuine peril. Coulson, without hesitation, assisted Ward to the side of a specialized S.H.I.E.L.D. Chevrolet, then dashed back towards the warehouse. "Coulson, whatever you do not let that girl touch you. If possible, eliminate her." The events they had just endured had fortified Ward's resolve immensely. Although the innocent smile of the girl lingered in his mind, it no longer wavered his determination. To ensure his survival, he had to eliminate that girl. As Coulson entered the warehouse, Ward did not remain idle. Suppressing his pain, He approached the Chevrolet's trunk, pressed a button to open a compartment, and began instinctively assembling the items within. When Coulson re-entered the warehouse, the smoke had mostly dissipated, allowing him to discern figures more clearly. Upon entering, he encountered the lifeless body of the female mutant sprawled on the ground, blood still pooling beneath her, her eyes wide open. Coulson felt a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain how to assess Ward's actions, yet he realized that without Ward, the situation could have been far worse. Gunfire continued to echo throughout the warehouse, and Coulson cautiously advanced towards the source of the sounds, step by step. On the road, he occasionally caught sight of the corpses of armed militants and agents, accompanied by cries echoing through his earpiece. Requesting backup, Agent May and several others have gone rogue. They're firing at us. Repeat, Agent May and several others have gone rogue. At that moment, Coulson harbored no lingering doubts about Ward. After turning another corner, he glimpsed the battlefield from a side angle. In the largest warehouse, two teams of agents were exchanging gunfire, with May positioned beside one of the factions, standing next to the abducted young girl. Recalling Ward's words, Coulson instinctively raised his pistol towards the girl, yet found himself unable to pull the trigger. Could it truly be that this young girl had exerted control over May and those agents? Even if May was under the girl's influence, was he really prepared to take her life? She was merely a teenager, after all. Coulson grappled with inner turmoil, never imagining he would contemplate harming a girl of merely 12 or 13 years. As he wrestled with his conscience, the girl noticed him, a grotesque smile creeping across her innocent face as she approached. Despair, I need your despair. Her innocent voice morphed into a sinister whisper, and as she drew nearer, Coulson felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him, causing his handgun to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, outside, Ward, who had been monitoring the heat signatures on his tablet, murmured softly, "I'm sorry." He then squeezed the trigger of his sniper rifle, which had been loaded with a specialized armor-piercing round. Bang! Chapter 6. Take your life into your own hands. 3 days later, in a hospital established by S.H.I.E.L.D., Ward underwent his third full-body examination. Subsequent investigations revealed that the object struck by the woman was a vintage standing lamp, its base and column crafted from iron. The blow to Ward's left shoulder came from the lamp's large, circular iron base. During the initial examination, the doctor noted that several fissures had formed in his left scapula. Had the impact been any harder, it could have shattered completely, necessitating mechanical fixation and leading to permanent impairment. Even without reaching such dire consequences, he had undergone major surgery and would require a month to 6 weeks of convalescence to regain basic health. Following the third examination, he was wheeled back to his private room. Upon entering, he encountered a balding man who greeted him with a warm smile, revealing his affable nature upon seeing Ward return under the care of a nurse. Once Ward settled into bed and the nurse departed, the man spoke with a tone of gratitude. "Thank you, Ward. Had it not been for you, I would likely be dead." "There's no need for thanks, Agent Coulson. It was my duty," Ward replied, his demeanor cool and detached, not an act, but a reflection of the understanding he had gained from recent events regarding the nature of agents, emotionally restrained, transforming into lethal machines when required. "I have some delightful news to share with you." Coulson has begun to acclimate to Ward's aloof demeanor, remaining unfazed, and continues to smile as he announces, "Due to your exceptional performance during the Bahrain incident, you have now been elevated to the rank of Level 5 agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., granting you access to classified information. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D. has established a stringent ranking system ranging from Level 1 to Level 10. This hierarchy does not necessarily denote prowess. Rather, it serves to delineate the levels of information access and the degree of security clearance and trust within the organization. For instance, the One-Eyed Director, a prominent figure in S.H.I.E.L.D., holds the highest rank of Level 10, possessing the utmost authority to scrutinize any individual's records and to deactivate most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational servers at will. Previously, Ward's rank was Level 4, commonly referred to as the General Trust level, allowing access to a vast majority of public information. The Level 5 designation marks a formal entry into the domain of senior agents, also known as the Ordinary Confidential Trust level, permitting access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records classified as Ordinary Confidential. Despite becoming a Level 5 agent, Ward does not feel particularly exhilarated, as he possesses a nuanced understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranking system from a different perspective and does not regard this elevation as a significant achievement. Moreover, Ranks below level 7 are relatively inconsequential. Only those at level 7 and above can access truly classified information. Noticing Ward's lack of enthusiasm, Coulson refrains from elaborating on the responsibilities of a level 5 agent, instead placing a folder on the small table beside the hospital bed and stating, "This is my operational report regarding the Bahrain mission, which includes an inquiry form that you must complete during your hospital stay. Additionally, you will need to write a personal report about yourself. There's no rush. You can submit it to the headquarters review department after your discharge. Thank you, Agent Coulson." Ward acknowledges that the delayed submission of the review report is a concession granted by Coulson, and in keeping with his usual demeanor, he reluctantly expresses his gratitude. "It is my duty," Coulson replies, and the atmosphere grows quiet. After a moment, he lightly taps his thigh and declares, "I must take my leave now, Agent Ward." Ward nods slightly, and Coulson reciprocates with a nod before turning toward the door. Just as Coulson is about to open the door, Ward suddenly inquires, "By the way, Coulson, how is Agent May doing?" Realizing that his concern may be perceived as overly personal, which contradicts his persona, Ward quickly adds, "I noticed that Agent May appeared quite unwell when we returned from Bahrain. She didn't say a word, so I wanted to check on her." Coulson purses his lips, his own mood somber, and responds, "She is currently preparing to apply for a transfer to logistics. The incident with the young girl controlling her to eliminate agents has profoundly affected her, and it will likely take a long time for her to recover." Indeed, Ward had ceased to speak, diverging from the original narrative. Due to his proactive pursuit of change, this mission of SHIELD had resulted in casualties, with 4 individuals losing their lives, 2 of whom were struck multiple times by May, succumbing to their injuries from excessive blood loss, while many more were left wounded. Nevertheless, Ward harbored no regrets. From the moment he resolved to survive in this world, he understood that his life must be firmly grasped in his own hands. After Coulson's departure, Ward refrained from engaging in the reports, instead contemplating how to acquire greater power. The matter concerning the female mutant served as a stark reminder that, despite being a skilled agent with commendable physical prowess and combat abilities, he remained exceedingly vulnerable in this world, where a single misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of a superpowered being, not to mention the impending threat of the fateful snap. Therefore, to ensure a more secure existence, he must obtain formidable superpowers, even vying for the Infinity Stones to thwart Thanos from acquiring them all. After all, he had never been one favored by fortune. The notion of a 50-50 chance was not one that would ever fall in his favor. "I require a laptop to comprehend all that is transpiring beyond these walls." Ward pressed the call button in his hospital room, articulating his request to the hospital staff. Had it been an ordinary medical facility, his demands would likely have been disregarded. However, this was a SHIELD-sanctioned hospital, directly linked to the organization, housing numerous agents of level 4, 5, and beyond. Thus, upon presenting his request, it was promptly relayed to the system and received a swift response. Agent Ward's request was granted. Before long, Ward received the coveted laptop. Undeterred by the potential surveillance software it may contain, he immediately powered it on to peruse the news. In truth, the information he sought was not particularly unique. He sought updates on Tony Stark's recent endeavors, announcements of cutting-edge innovations from various tech companies, and any peculiar occurrences that had surfaced in corners of the earth. Such matters were plentiful in the news, serving as delightful distractions for most, providing them with a glimpse of the world while entertaining them. Ward, too, resembled a person confined to a hospital room, boredom compelling him to scroll through the news feeds without a care for their content. This rendered his request for a laptop rather unremarkable, escaping detection as anything suspicious. Ward was acutely aware that he was situated within the most formidable intelligence organization on the planet. Any misstep could expose his differences and plunge him into peril. What he sought were those elements that might grant him superhuman abilities. For instance, there exists the mystical Kamartaj, where one can master the art of sorcery, the formidable Darkhold, which grants immense superhuman powers, and the extraordinary gene-altering serums that induce physical transformations. Chapter 7. Avenues to acquire superpowers on the 15th day of Ward's hospitalization. His room was graced by a most extraordinary visitor, his former guardian, John Garrett. Confronted by this individual, who shared a unique bond with the original Ward, he exhibited a demeanor of utmost caution, striving to convey through his gaze a sense of helplessness, silently expressing to Garrett that he, too, had not wished to sustain such grievous injuries, yet circumstances had dictated otherwise. Garrett appeared to grasp the unspoken sentiment in Ward's eyes. He approached and gently placed his hand upon Ward's right hand, stating, "It is my fault. Even knowing you were ill-suited for teamwork, I still recommended you for the mission on Bahrain Island, leading to your severe injuries. There was no hint of animosity towards Ward in Garrett's tone. Rather, it was imbued with self-reproach, as though he bore the blame for the misfortune that had befallen Ward. Despite his awareness of Garrett's affiliation with Hydra, Ward could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude. This was the first individual to genuinely concern himself with his well-being since his arrival in this world. Although Coulson had treated him kindly, it was merely a gesture of gratitude for having saved him during the Bahrain mission. In contrast, Garrett's concern felt sincere, as if he were truly invested in Ward's recovery, or perhaps in the recovery of the person he once was. Thus, despite the flicker of emotion, Ward maintained his cautious demeanor, replying, "It is my own inadequacy that led to my injuries. You have done your utmost, especially considering the formidable inhumans we faced, have you not?" Upon finishing his statement, Garrett fixed his gaze upon Ward's eyes, to which Ward responded with unwavering resolve. After a moment, Garrett smiled, saying, "You have matured considerably. I recall when I first brought you out from juvenile detention and abandoned you in the wilderness. You were so frightened. When I visited you 6 months later, I was astounded by your growth. Now, you have ascended to a level 5 agent, and I am filled with pride. If not for you, I would likely be languishing in that prison or perhaps have perished in some alleyway, my body cast into the depths of the sea." Ward felt a gradual release of tension within him. Thankfully, the earlier exchange had not aroused any suspicion in Garrett. Thanks to instinctual memories, his responses to Garrett grew increasingly relaxed, ultimately allowing him to converse with Garrett effortlessly, devoid of fear of exposure. Being in A.S.H.I.E.L.D. hospital, Garrett refrained from broaching any topics concerning Hydra, instead engaging in lengthy discussions befitting his role as a supervising officer. During this time, Ward also accessed memories regarding Garrett, recalling how he had been taken from juvenile detention and trained in the wilderness for several years before entering the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Now, having been an agent for 3 years, yet still only 24 years of age, Ward sensed Garrett's satisfaction with his accomplishments. After spending a full hour in the hospital, Garrett bid him farewell and departed. Ward finally relaxed and redirected his focus towards his objectives. Over the past 10 days, he had immersed himself in a plethora of news articles, forums, and even adventure novels. His efforts proved fruitful as he uncovered a significant portion of the information he sought. For instance, Kamartaj was depicted in various whispers as a sanctuary for the severely injured, where numerous individuals had healed their wounds and regained their vitality. However, Ward was not inclined to pursue Kamartaj, even though it appeared to be a remarkable place where anyone could learn magic and acquire extraordinary abilities. But could he go there? No, primarily due to his identity as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Every move he made was under the scrutiny of the organization, leaving him with no opportunity to seek out Kamartaj. Furthermore, he harbored a deep-seated fear that the Ancient One would see through his true identity. Although his exposure to the Marvel Universe was limited to films and television series, he was well aware of the Ancient One's formidable power. As one of the most potent sorcerers in the Marvel realm, capable of extracting a person's very soul, a visit to Kamartaj would undoubtedly reveal him to her instantaneously. At that point, his fate would no longer lie in his own hands. In addition, he had also gleaned some information regarding the Darkhold, a mystical artifact featured in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 4. This object possessed immense magical power, enabling anyone to fulfill their deepest desires through the assistance outlined within its pages. In Season 4, a scientist harnessed the Darkhold to gain the ability to create any material, showcasing its tremendous potential. From various fragmented pieces of information, Ward had noted the names of the scientists seeking the Darkhold, committing them to memory as one of his established targets. Despite the considerable negative repercussions associated with the Darkhold, such as addiction and the relentless pursuit by the vengeful Ghost Rider, it remained a powerful tool that he could not afford to overlook. Yet, at present, Ward's focus was not on the Darkhold. Firstly, because the artifact had not yet been found, his hasty attempts to locate those scientists would only raise alarms and attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., complicating his plans. Secondly, he had identified an even more promising target. If there existed a superpower within the Marvel Universe that was both easily attainable and relatively safe, it would undoubtedly be that of the Fantastic Four. The origin of their powers was not particularly complex. One fateful day, a cosmic wave approached Earth, prompting Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, to embark on a journey to study the phenomenon alongside his team and the investor, Dr. Victor Von Doom, aboard a space station. Subsequently, a delightful event transpired. The cosmic currents traversed directly into the space station, passing through the bodies of 5 individuals, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. Among them, Mr. Fantastic possesses the remarkable power to elongate his body at will, while Dr. Doom transforms his form into a unique metal and commands electricity. Additionally, there is the Invisible Woman, capable of rendering herself invisible and releasing energy, the Thing, whose body metamorphoses into stone, exponentially enhancing his strength, and Human Torch, who controls flames and can ignite himself to soar through the skies. Upon acquiring their powers, apart from Dr. Doom and the Thing, whose bodies underwent significant alterations, the other 3 appeared outwardly unchanged, suffering no substantial side effects. Truly an impeccable selection, if one were to forego the pursuit of such a flawless opportunity. With a 100% success rate and minimal repercussions, Ward might as well consider hanging himself with a noodle. In the news, Ward learned that Mr. Fantastic is currently seeking investors for this project and is likely to soon find Dr. Doom to commence their research. Ward's contemplation centers on how to discreetly join forces with the Fantastic Four to acquire superpowers without drawing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 8. Travel Plans. The foremost challenge to address is how to exit the S.H.I.E.L.D. hospital. While this may seem straightforward, as Ward could easily fabricate a reason to leave early, the crux lies in how to depart unnoticed and safely. Although Coulson and John Garrett have not extensively discussed the recent Bahrain incident with him, it is evident that his peculiar behavior has attracted scrutiny. After all, his claim of noticing an issue with the appearance of a little girl and a female mutant was rather far-fetched. While not entirely implausible, any slight abnormality within S.H.I.E.L.D. invariably arouses suspicion. Ward is acutely aware that since returning from Bahrain, he has been under constant surveillance, which complicates his quest for information. He must sift through a mountain of irrelevant data to uncover that elusive 1% of valuable clues, all while avoiding detection. After considerable reflection, Ward concluded that enlisting assistance would be a prudent course of action. His initial thought turned to John Garrett, who had recently departed. As a Level 7 agent with access to highly classified information, Garrett's surveillance authority would likely be limited to Level 7, suggesting he could help conceal Ward's true whereabouts. However, this would inevitably place Ward under Garrett's scrutiny, risking exposure of his true identity, leading to the swift abandonment of this option. Next, he considered Coulson, but that notion flickered and vanished, as it was evident that seeking Coulson's aid would be utterly implausible. Such a choice would only arise from a moment of insanity. With internal avenues exhausted, Ward quickly contemplated external resources. For instance, Tony Stark, who had previously hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system, would find it trivial to assist in masking Ward's actual location. Yet, did Ward have any acquaintance with Tony Stark? The answer was a resounding no. Even if he resorted to certain measures, it was unlikely that the other party would offer him any assistance. Ward managed a wry smile, as he yearned to abandon all concerns and simply flee to the Fantastic Four, seeking refuge until the day he could emerge with powers to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. at last. By then, he would be one of the superpowered, unafraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. or John Garrett and Hydra. He could face them all head-on, silencing any dissenters. However, such a scenario was far from realistic. Even if he were to obtain superpowers without a hitch, did that guarantee invincibility? Absolutely not. The majority of superpowered individuals remain vulnerable, susceptible to ordinary bullets, artillery, and poison. Unless, of course, one possessed the caliber of Thanos or Professor X, who could manipulate the human mind, or at least had the ability to teleport. If he could not match them in strength, could he not at least escape? Yet, that was merely a figment of Ward's imagination. What if he failed to acquire formidable powers? In that case, if S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra discovered him, would he not be doomed? Death might elude him, but the likelihood of capture for experimentation was a staggering 98%. Thus, until he could genuinely seize control of his fate, caution was imperative. In the days that followed, Ward continued to gather information from his notebook, concealing his whereabouts. On the 17th day of his confinement, a comprehensive plan began to form in his mind, encompassing the most challenging aspect: how to obscure his movements. He owed a debt of gratitude to the incessant news media. Over the past 2 days, he had stumbled upon an intriguing report. A hacker organization known as the Rising Tide was making waves in the digital realm, mirroring the future's rising tide and pursuing the same noble objective: to unveil the truths concealed within human society. Upon learning of the rising tide, Ward instinctively envisioned himself joining Coulson's team as a hacker from that very organization, embroiled in a tumultuous relationship with the formidable Quake, Skye. Aside from her inhuman identity, Skye's most remarkable talent as a newly minted field agent was her unparalleled hacking prowess, capable of infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Ward, lacking any aptitude in that domain, resolved to seek her assistance. There was no need for a direct breach of S.H.I.E.L.D. at present. Its intelligence systems might not yet be fortified to the extent of Iron Man's post-invasion upgrades. Nonetheless, breaching it would not be a simple task for Skye either. Furthermore, even if she succeeded, detection would be swift. What Ward desired was merely for Skye to fabricate his travel information. Beyond their specialized surveillance satellite systems, S.H.I.E.L.D. relied heavily on national information networks for most of their monitoring. For instance, if Ward were to fly, S.H.I.E.L.D. would first need to access the airline's data and surveillance systems to track him down. If this information were to be fabricated, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would be obscured in one eye, necessitating the use of the other for surveillance. At this juncture, Ward could employ some subterfuge, potentially evading scrutiny. Although he felt this approach was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito and was riddled with flaws, it was the only strategy he could conceive. After all, he was not a prodigious genius, and he resolved to take things one step at a time. On the evening of the 17th day of confinement, Ward, citing his boredom in the hospital and his near recovery, submitted a request for discharge. This was no fabrication. Indeed, he had found the past 17 days exceedingly tedious, especially while perusing a plethora of bizarre and inconsequential news articles that nearly drove him to the brink of madness. These articles were rife with ethical dilemmas, detailing tales such as a scientist's wife eloping with a dentist and the revelation that a prominent tech magnate was homosexual, among countless others. In short, it was utterly mundane. As for his injuries, it must be said that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hospital exhibited remarkable proficiency in post-operative care, with a recovery timeline of 1 to 1.5 months being entirely accurate. Over the past 17 days, his injuries had improved by no more than 50%, and based on his experience, he surmised it would take at least another 2 weeks to achieve a basic level of recovery. Perhaps the monitoring personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. also found his hospital stay rather dull and promptly acquiesced to his request for discharge. The following morning, with the assistance of medical staff, Ward gathered his modest belongings and the review form, which he scarcely glanced at, and proceeded to his safe house in the suburbs of Washington. Although he would only spend a single day in this sanctuary, upon his return, he was enveloped by a sense of familiarity that was both comforting and relaxing. Consequently, he reclined onto the bed and drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly from morning until evening. Upon waking refreshed, he prepared a modest dinner and, after idly sitting at his computer for half an hour, began to draft a travel itinerary. Having been encumbered by boredom for over a fortnight, he yearned for adventure. His first destination, naturally, was New York City, not far from Washington. Utilizing one of his many civilian identities, he purchased a ticket for a flight to New York at dawn the following day, along with admission tickets to various attractions, and even included 2 universities and a high school in his plans. The New York excursion was slated for 3 days, followed by tickets to San Francisco and Los Angeles, each for 2 days, with additional cities and even international destinations incorporated into his itinerary. In total, the plan spanned 25 days, concluding back in Washington. With his luggage in tow, he unreservedly made his way to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, ready to embark on his journey to New York. Chapter 9. The note: the diminutive, rotund figure of Kenish was a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., affiliated with the intelligence department. As usual, his task today remained the same: to monitor the screens in front of him. The target was an operative named Grant Ward, who had just been promoted to a level 5 clearance, 1 rank beneath him. Koenig found this rather contemptible, shoving a handful of chips into his mouth. However, as he finished, his expression gradually shifted from disdain to a hint of envy and jealousy. Indeed, Grant Ward possessed an enviable physique and striking good looks. In comparison, Koenig, despite being infinitely more adorable, felt somewhat lacking. Yes, just slightly lacking. As midnight approached, a document appeared on the monitor, a travel itinerary crafted on Grant Ward's personal laptop. A travel plan spanning a total of 25 days? His injuries should have barely healed to half by now. What was he intending to do? Koenig's interest peaked. After a tedious 10 days, was Grant Ward finally preparing to take action? Indeed, he had been surveilling Ward for over 10 days, ever since the latter entered the hospital, and his watch had never ceased. This surveillance operation was classified as a Level 6 top-secret mission. The higher-ups believed that although Agent Ward had performed admirably during the Bahrain incident, there were certain irregularities in his conduct throughout the affair. When the little girl was kidnapped and the task force was ready to strike, he seemed to possess prior knowledge. He also recognized that the girl was an enhanced individual, but failed to divulge this intelligence, instead choosing to eliminate two enhanced beings directly. Consequently, the review department suspected that Grant Ward might have connections, perhaps even vendettas, with the enhanced individuals, prompting the report and subsequent surveillance assignment. In truth, the review department could have directly summoned Grant Ward to an interrogation room. But due to his severe injuries and the advocacy of Level 7 operatives Phil Coulson and John Garrett, the situation transformed from an interrogation to mere observation. As he continued to read the emerging text, Koenig grabbed another handful of chips, his envy deepening as he gazed at the travel itinerary on the monitor. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he had been perpetually occupied, with no holidays to speak of. In stark contrast, despite his grievous wounds, Grant Ward seemed to enjoy nearly a month of leisure. How utterly delightful. Let me see what you intend to do, Koenig thought, engrossed, as he mindlessly consumed chips until the early hours of the morning. Once the document was closed, a figure of Ward appeared in one of the surveillance cameras, only to vanish swiftly. Let me search for other cameras. Koenig maneuvered the keyboard, pulling up all surveillance feeds surrounding Grant Ward's safe house. However, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. None of the feeds captured Ward's presence. Have I been discovered? Koenig pondered in surprise, then chuckled foolishly as he initiated a special command. Upon the execution of the command, a satellite in outer space adjusted its perspective slightly, commencing a thorough search of the Washington outskirts. Confident in his abilities, Koenig felt assured. After all, it was S.H.I.E.L. DS surveillance satellite, one of the most advanced, capable of locating anyone within its range. Yet, after an extensive search, the satellite astonishingly failed to capture any trace of Ward. Had he truly vanished? Damn it, if the surveillance mission faltered, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. My precious chips. Panic set in for Koenig, his demeanor frenzied, until he finally composed himself to prepare a surveillance report, intending to report Ward's inexplicable disappearance. Just then, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. On the monitor, he discerned Ward's unmistakable figure, halting his frantic actions. What was going on? Ward stepped out of his home once more, dragging a suitcase. Mildly vexed that he had forgotten to bring his laptop on his initial venture outside. Without that device, how could he inform S.H.I.E.L. DS surveillance personnel of his potentially altered travel plans or the travel diary he intended to compose? Surely, he could not purchase another laptop to attract S.H.I.E.L. DS scrutiny. Such an act would seem overly conspicuous. Unbeknownst to him, his oversight nearly led his watchers to believe he had mysteriously vanished, prompting them to prepare a disappearance report. Should that report be submitted, Ward would likely soon find himself on the wanted list, causing his plans to crumble before they even commenced, all due to a seemingly trivial oversight. In the following hours, Ward mimicked the demeanor of an ordinary tourist, hailing a cab with his suitcase in tow, arriving at the airport an hour early to await his flight to New York. The journey from Washington to New York was brief, and upon arrival, he hailed another cab to his reserved hotel, depositing his luggage. At this point, dawn was breaking, the clock reading 4:40 a.m. After setting down his belongings, Ward exited the hotel to embark on his journey. He first hailed a taxi to the Empire State Building to witness the sunrise, then visited the Metropolitan Museum of Art, strolled through Central Park, enjoyed lunch in Chinatown, admired the Statue of Liberty in the afternoon, and concluded his day at Times Square, soaking in the vibrant life of New York. The second day mirrored the first, as he meandered through various attractions, nearly exhausting all of New York's tourist sites. By the third day, with few places left to explore, he slipped into a university, masquerading as a student, attending 2 classes that left him utterly perplexed. He also visited several orphanages in New York, leaving behind modest donations. Throughout these 3 days, every action he took bore no disguise, leaving his image captured on nearly half of the city's surveillance cameras, akin to a tireless little bee. Time swept swiftly to the early hours of the third night, and with all his luggage and some souvenirs in hand, he set off for Los Angeles. Much like his 3 days in New York, countless cameras in Los Angeles recorded his presence. In fact, during a charitable blood donation event, he selflessly donated 200 milliliters of blood, disregarding his own physical ailments. The blood was soon transferred from the donation center to another location, where it was compared with another sample, yielding identical results. Upon witnessing this outcome, Kinish, who had not slept for days in a monitoring room of S.H.I.E.L.D., was on the brink of madness. What was this? There were no anomalies whatsoever. It was more ordinary than the average person, rendering his surveillance utterly futile. However, as an agent, he had to fulfill his duties. That very evening, Ward was resting at a hotel in Los Angeles, diligently penning his travel diary. At the same moment, a female aide from the blood donation center returned home after completing her tasks. As she prepared to unlock her door, she discovered a note in her hand. Upon extracting the note, the aide immediately became alert, glancing around to ensure she was not being followed before entering her room. Once she securely locked the door, she unfolded the note, her expression transforming into one of excitement and complexity. Sky, you are working for a hacker organization known as Tide, aiming to unveil the truth of the world. Yet, your true purpose in joining Tide is to find your biological parents and discover their identities. Coincidentally, I know who your father is. If you wish to learn his identity, I require your hacking skills for a simple task. You merely need to retrieve a black bag hidden beneath the 4th garbage can lid on Hawk Avenue 3rd Lane, infiltrate the Department of Transportation system, and forge the itineraries of everyone on the list as per the instructions inside the black bag. Upon successful completion, you shall receive information about your father 3 days later. Remember, do not attempt to find me. If I discover you are investigating me, you will never receive any news about them. Chapter 10. Sky without hesitation. Sky donned a loose-fitting black outfit and ventured out. The sudden appearance of the note in her pocket startled her, but once the initial shock subsided, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Sky was an orphan. She had spent time in an orphanage and had been fostered by several kind families. Yet she was unable to remain with any of them for long due to various circumstances. This torment of moving from one unfamiliar place to another left an indelible mark on her. She often pondered where her biological parents were and why they did not accompany her during her upbringing. This thought circled incessantly in Sky's mind. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, she departed from her last foster home and stepped into the world in search of her biological parents. The world was vast and teeming with people, yet her efforts bore no fruit. Even after she began learning hacking skills and joined Tide, enabling her to breach numerous confidential institutions, no information about her parents surfaced. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. Nonetheless, Sky never relinquished her quest. She continued her pursuit of her biological parents without pause, until the appearance of that note today, which illuminated a glimmer of hope for her. She was determined to assist the other party in fulfilling the tasks outlined in the note, all in pursuit of clues regarding her biological parents. Even if the individual behind the note was potentially orchestrating some nefarious scheme, she would not waver. This was the sole matter of significance to Sky. She must find her birth parents and confront them about why they had abandoned her before she could even recall any memories. What sort of parents could possess such callousness? Sky stepped out of her room and walked onto the street, where the dim yellow glow of the street lamps cast a long shadow of her figure. Her physique was quite commendable, neither frail nor overly voluptuous. Her flaxen hair and the warm brown complexion inherited from her mixed heritage rendered her appearance remarkably healthy. Particularly striking were her large, dark eyes, flecked with hints of amber, which imparted an air of mystery. The location mentioned in the note, Hawk Avenue, was neither too far nor too close to her rented apartment. Soon enough, Sky arrived at the 3rd alley of Hawk Avenue and retrieved a dark plastic bag hidden beneath the lid of the 4th trash bin. Though her heart raced with excitement upon obtaining the bag, she refrained from opening it immediately, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one noticed her unusual behavior. She tucked the bag into her coat and began her journey back. To obscure her tracks, Sky deliberately took a longer route before finally returning to her apartment. Despite the absence of any unforeseen incidents along the way, she could not shake the feeling of being watched, as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing her every move. Instinctively anxious, Sky felt a wave of relief wash over her as she entered her room, leaning against the door and exhaling deeply. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. She swiftly unwrapped the black bag to reveal its contents. Inside lay an assortment of papers, each inscribed with numerous details. Most were profiles of individuals, including a technology executive named Sean, a graduate named Clay, a Chinese individual named Li Gaoming, and even a fugitive wanted for robbery. Beneath each profile was a list of their intended actions, the cities they were to visit, the attractions they aimed to see, and the items they intended to purchase, an overwhelming amount of information. Finally, there was a single instruction sheet, which conveyed a straightforward message. She was to input all of this data into their respective information systems without any omissions or traces, thereby completing the task. Sky counted the individuals. There were 9 in total, each destined for different locations and attractions, with no overlaps whatsoever. She felt a surge of despair. This was akin to a death sentence. Although her hacking skills were commendable, infiltrating so many information systems to modify the data would not be a trivial endeavor. What was this individual's true objective? Initially, Sky had harbored concerns that the person behind the note would compel her to engage in malevolent deeds, which left her feeling unsettled. Yet, upon learning the specifics of the tasks at hand, her anxiety began to dissipate. The black bag contained numerous requests, most of which were trivial in nature. Even assisting a robber's escape bore little significance. Nonetheless, this was indeed inappropriate, prompting Sky to resolve that once the matter was accomplished, she would promptly inform the authorities about the robber's whereabouts to prevent his successful flight. Moreover, Sky harbored an inkling that the individual behind the note had led her to fabricate travel information that was ultimately inconsequential. Their true objective seemed merely to serve as a smokescreen, obscuring her path to the one among the 9 who stood to gain. However, Sky was not inclined to delve deeper. The counterpart had warned her that should she attempt to uncover the identity of the person behind the note, they would ensure she would never learn of her parents' fate. In pursuit of her parents' leads, Sky deemed it prudent not to transgress this boundary. After all, the ability to stealthily slip a note into her pocket indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. It was wise to remain compliant. Yet, if the person behind the note dared to deceive her, she would not allow them to escape unscathed. Collecting her thoughts and emotions, Sky retrieved her laptop and set to work. A prodigy indeed. She had only recently honed her hacking skills, yet was already capable of infiltrating a majority of confidential servers. Even within the CIA, she had established a Trojan program aimed at locating her parents, which remained undetected. Although embedding the 9 individuals into various road administration systems was a cumbersome task, she meticulously crafted the Trojan, fine-tuning the timing for task execution and the specifics of transit locations. Engrossed in her work, Sky lost track of time by the time she recorded the last individual. The sun outside had become exceedingly hot. Glancing at the bottom right corner of her laptop, Sky was taken aback. It was already 2 p.m.? How was it that she felt scarcely an hour had elapsed? Furthermore, why hadn't the blood donation center contacted her? Upon a second glance at the laptop's corner, she realized that today was indeed her day off, a fact she had forgotten amidst her earlier busyness. Surveying the Trojan she had configured and the mountain of papers strewn across her desk, Sky felt a sense of satisfaction mixed with anticipation. She thought, perhaps this time, she would finally uncover information about her parents. Subsequently, she hurriedly tidied her workspace, concealing the papers beneath her mattress, and succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness, collapsing onto her bed in a deep slumber. Chapter 11. Paper and Sugar. On this day, Ward followed the itinerary as planned, traversing various locations in Los Angeles. However, in the evening, when he arrived at Long Beach Airport to collect his ticket to San Francisco, he discovered that the flight originally scheduled to depart at 8 p.m. had been delayed to 8:15 p.m., causing him to board 15 minutes late. Observing this outcome, Ward smiled faintly to himself, aware that half of his plan had already come to fruition. Next, it was merely a matter of waiting for Sky to receive the prompt. Once she accomplished the next step, she would finally be able to genuinely concern herself with how to approach the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the boarding gate for the 8:15 p.m. flight soon opened. Ward, as before, confidently entered the boarding area, preparing to journey to San Francisco. Until Sky completed her next prompt, he would adhere to the original travel plan. This was not only to ensure the safety of the altered travel information Sky had provided, but also to continue to confuse the surveillance personnel behind S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, evading the very monitoring system of S.H.I.E.L.D. relied on his own diligent appearances in the surveillance cameras over the past days, a seemingly trivial endeavor akin to that of a busy bee. As Ward boarded the flight to San Francisco, Sky, still in slumber, found herself immersed in a dream. In this dream, she was discovered by the police while aiding a robber's escape and subsequently imprisoned. The court publicly tried the robber, branding her a criminal, and the outcry against her was palpable. At that moment, her biological parents appeared, their faces filled with disappointment at the sight of their now-labeled daughter. Sky desperately attempted to explain, but no one believed her. Even her own parents began to turn away. Terrified, she finally awoke and, upon realizing she was still in her room, breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that the harrowing scene had merely been a dream. Yet, this dream instigated a profound shift in Sky's mindset. She pondered whether it was right or wrong to be manipulated by a mysterious figure into aiding a criminal's escape. Though she yearned to find her biological parents, she was unwilling to resort to criminality to achieve this goal. Even as she learned hacking skills, she never intended to profit from them. They were merely tools to facilitate her search and unveil hidden truths to the world. This was her original intention, and it was this shared philosophy that had drawn her to the Tide organization, which claimed to restore truth to the world. But were her parents, who had abandoned her in childhood and whose faces she could not even discern in her dream, truly worth seeking? After much contemplation, Sky resolved to turn over the information regarding the robber provided by the mysterious figure to the police. She threw off the covers, retrieved the mysterious notes, and located the one concerning the robber. Using a Trojan, she created an anonymous account and submitted all the information to the police department. Upon pressing the final execution button, Sky inhaled deeply, realizing that she might never find her biological parents after all. Her emotions were complex, yet the feelings of guilt had dissipated, replaced by a resolute sense of heroic duty. Though she could not locate her biological parents, she had emerged as a hidden hero beneath the shadows. Even if she could not reveal her identity, she was still a hero, a superhero akin to Captain Steve Rogers. But at that moment, a pop-up suddenly appeared on her Trojan. Her submission had failed. What is happening? Can even the information system of an ordinary police station withstand me? Sky was astonished. After all, she was a hacker queen who had developed a listening Trojan. How could she possibly be thwarted by the police department's firewall? Just as she was preparing to showcase her prowess and challenge this formidable police force, the department's response revealed the reason. At that moment, Sky felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The criminal she had anonymously reported simply did not exist. How could this be? Sky retrieved the document regarding the supposed robber and began searching the government's statistical system for the individual, only to discover that no matching entity existed. The closest match was a deputy director at a tax bureau in New York, a government official. Would someone of that stature ever engage in robbery? She had been played. Sky finally understood that this so-called criminal was merely a ruse. The mysterious individual had not sought her assistance to aid a robber's escape, but had ulterior motives. With the realization that no robber existed, Sky felt no guilt about aiding a criminal. Instead, her curiosity about the mysterious person's true intentions grew immensely. What could this individual possibly want? She pondered whether to investigate the real identities of the other 8 people listed previously under the mysterious person's threat. She had merely entered these names into various systems without verifying their authenticity. However, with her newfound determination, her resolve to locate her parents wavered. She was eager to confront the enigmatic figure behind the notes. Sky felt a thrill. Discovering her biological parents seemed far less intriguing than uncovering this mystery. Moreover, finding this mysterious person might lead her to her parents as well. With a firm resolve, she decided to act immediately and begin her search for the information of the other 8 individuals. At that moment, however, one particular sheet of paper caught Sky's attention. It seemed thicker than the others from yesterday. Had the paper expanded? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not the paper that had thickened, but rather that one sheet had transformed into 2. As she separated the 2 sheets, she felt a slight stickiness and detected a sweet aroma. Finally, she tasted it. It was candy. Utilizing the adhesive candy to bond the 2 sheets together explained the thickness. Indeed, all the papers were unusually thick. Gathering all the sheets, Sky discovered that they could be torn apart, and each concealed sheet bore extensive writings. Upon connecting these words, her expression turned to one of frustration. Because that enigmatic figure had already anticipated her investigation, they had once again issued a warning within these papers. I cannot ascertain when you will come across these documents. It may be that you discover something amiss upon receiving them, or perhaps it will be after you assist me, at which point the adhesive will dissolve and the papers will separate autonomously. Regardless of the timing, upon encountering these papers, you will have advanced to the next stage. There is a significant likelihood that you are now scrutinizing me, but remember, Sky, I possess knowledge about your parents. I am also aware that their abandonment of you was not entirely voluntary. If you wish to reunite with them, heed the forthcoming instructions diligently. Once your efforts yield results, I shall promptly disclose their information to you. Your next destination is New York, specifically the 3rd garbage bin to the right of 175 Bleak Street in Manhattan, where you shall uncover what you need to do. Chapter 12. A watchful eye. Are we truly clashing with garbage bins? Sky remarked, unable to refrain from voicing her thoughts as she lifted the lid of the bin and beheld yet another identical black bag nestled within. She never anticipated that she would find herself rummaging through trash not once, but twice. Once beneath the lid and once beneath the bin itself. Calming her nerves, Sky swiftly replaced the bin's lid and stowed the filthy black bag into her backpack, departing with an air of nonchalance. As she walked away, she took a moment to survey the surroundings of the bin, her admiration for the mysterious figure growing ever deeper. The choice of the garbage bin was no mere coincidence. It had been deliberately placed in a location with minimal foot traffic and scant surveillance. This was true in both New York and Los Angeles. Moreover, judging by the appearance of the black bag in New York, it appeared to have been pre-buried in Los Angeles, awaiting her retrieval. Such meticulous calculations were impressive. Yet even the most astute can reveal their vulnerabilities. Sky cast a triumphant smile at the two surveillance cameras positioned at either end of the street. Although the bin itself lacked a camera, the areas before and behind it were monitored. All she needed to do was infiltrate the traffic system to access the recorded footage, significantly increasing her chances of locating the enigmatic figure. There was no rush. Sky preferred to avoid confrontation with the mysterious figure until she had procured the information about her biological parents. What swayed her decision was a particular phrase among the papers, the assertion that her parents' abandonment was, in truth, beyond their control. This revelation altered her perception of them, igniting a renewed fervor to find them and comprehend the reasons for her abandonment. Consequently, Sky resigned from her position at the Blood Donation Center in Los Angeles, bringing along her most treasured possession, her laptop, as she journeyed to New York, resolute in her pursuit. Upon returning to her hotel, Sky eagerly tore open the black bag, anxious to uncover the next steps she needed to take. However, as she unveiled its contents, she was left utterly astounded. Within lies a multitude of photographs, showcasing the visages and full-body images of various individuals adorned in different attire. Accompanying these is a map of the United States, supplemented by a manual detailing the specific locations where these individuals are to be observed, the number of appearances required, and the precise timings, all meticulously recorded. Such an extensive undertaking. Is it truly feasible for a mere human to accomplish? Moreover, the complete alteration of facial and bodily data raises the question, what is the true intention of the person behind this operation? Sky felt as though her breath was nearly stifled. Once again, the identity and purpose of the enigmatic figure captivated her even more than the pursuit of her biological parents. It was as if she were on the brink of upending the world. A surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through Sky as she resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she would first seek out her biological parents before uncovering the identity of the mysterious individual, yearning to understand their motives. On the second day of Sky's arrival in New York, in a hotel in Seattle, Ward altered his usual early morning travel habits. Instead, he donned a hooded sweatshirt paired with disheveled jeans, obscured his eyes with sunglasses, and adorned himself with several chains. He meticulously timed his exit through the hotel's rear entrance, which lacked surveillance, and stepped onto the street. Although his unconventional attire drew a few curious glances, they were few in number, for he blended in with the throngs of youth who reveled in a carefree, hip-hop aesthetic, individuals that were often dismissed as eccentric. This was precisely why Ward chose such a guise. In contemporary America, individuals of this ilk were numerous, favoring large sunglasses and hats, making them ideal for disguise. As he traversed the streets, Ward adhered to the plans he had inscribed within a black bag, yet he consistently arrived at his destinations ahead of schedule, carefully concealing himself in areas with minimal surveillance, keenly observing his surroundings. He awaited the potential appearance of SHIELD agents. While he believed his strategy to be sound, he understood that all plans harbor vulnerabilities, especially one as intricate as evading both cameras and monitoring satellites. In his scheme, the most pivotal factor was neither himself nor Sky, but rather the individual surveilling him from the shadows. Every action Ward undertook was merely a ruse to distract this observer. He deliberately crafted a travel itinerary on his computer, fully aware that it would be monitored, intentionally allowing it to leak. His frequent appearances in surveillance footage were a calculated effort to ensure that those watching would see him consistently present, never absent. In this way, the individual monitoring him would refrain from deploying SHIELD surveillance satellites to track him. While familiarizing himself with his agent privileges, Ward had also gleaned insights into SHIELD surveillance satellites. Although his limited authority provided scan information, he was aware that utilizing these satellites was a cumbersome process, requiring a formal application. Even for those monitoring, the application process, while simplified, remained intricate. However, no matter how streamlined, surveillance satellites could not be perpetually employed to observe a single target, especially one as formidable as a level 5 agent. Thus, Ward gambled, betting that the numbness he had experienced over the past several days would lead the surveillance personnel to forego monitoring him with satellites. As the clock struck 9:07, his gaze fell upon two cameras at a nearby landmark, and Ward realized it was time for him to make his appearance. Simultaneously, Skye intercepted the surveillance footage, inputting a pre-prepared character model, adjusting the angle and compatibility, and ultimately replacing a live individual in the footage with her desired persona. She then halted the capture, allowing the footage to display the passage of the substituted figure. This technique was exceedingly complex, as the surveillance was real-time. Executing the extraction required exceptional skill and speed. Consequently, altering the live feed was nearly impossible, and the objective could only be achieved within the recently saved video file. Even Skye held her breath, apprehensive of a misstep. Fortunately, her proficiency prevailed, and she successfully completed the substitution. Beep. 10 seconds later, this segment of surveillance footage was automatically detected by SHIELD's intelligence system and appeared before Agent Koenig, who was monitoring Ward. Upon hearing the alert, Koenig glanced at the figure of Ward in the footage, quickly losing interest. As he shoved a handful of chips into his mouth and redirected his focus to the tablet in his hands. Prison breaks were far more entertaining. Meanwhile, Ward noted that time had elapsed and departed from the landmark, setting his course for the next destination. Consistent with his predetermined timeline, he watched the surveillance, silently reciting to himself that it was time to move. Thus, throughout the day, Ward remained vigilant, confirming the situation and observing for any potential agents. It was not until nightfall, having passed the last hotel camera and not reappearing, that Ward finally felt assured his plan had succeeded. Calculating the time, he had rested in his safe house for 1 day, spent 3 days in New York, 2 days in Los Angeles, 2 days in San Francisco, and now 1 day in Seattle, totaling a complete 9 days. At this juncture, only 16 days remained in his 25-day travel plan. Within this limited time frame, Ward needed to traverse from the northwestern corner of Seattle to the easternmost point of New York without drawing attention, rendezvous with the Fantastic Four or Doctor Doom, and devise a means to reach space, ultimately harnessing superpowers from cosmic currents. Chapter 13. Highways and Geniuses. The distance between Seattle and New York is approximately 850 miles, 600 kilometers. By air, the journey requires merely 6 to 7 hours. However, a road trip would take roughly 42 hours, excluding any rest periods. The optimal choice, of course, would be to fly to New York, saving both time and energy. Yet, Ward could not afford such luxury. According to his itinerary, he was expected to remain in Seattle for 2 days before proceeding to the next city. Although Ward possessed numerous other identities as an agent, these were all managed by SHIELD, and any movement would undoubtedly trigger surveillance, rendering them unusable. Assuming another identity, he could not evade the surveillance and scanning systems at the airport. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have instructed Skye to rent a vehicle in Seattle under a different guise, allowing him to drive back to New York. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Ward had already anticipated this move, but chose not to allow Skye to undertake it. The rationale was straightforward. He wished to remain undiscovered by her, or at least not to be found out too swiftly. To this end, Ward had meticulously crafted 9 identities to confound Skye. Apart from his own and that of one robber, the remaining 7 were authentic. The origins of these identities were rather simple. 2 were derived from his university in New York, while the other 5 were selected from individuals he had observed during his travels, carefully chosen, he believed, to be those who seldom ventured far from home. He had discreetly captured their images, documented their itineraries, and concealed this information within 2 black bags for Skye to uncover. Ward was acutely aware that, despite his elaborate ruse, his true self would inevitably be discovered by Skye. Yet, he remained unconcerned. As long as Skye did not locate him before her plan reached fruition, her father and her mother, the leader of the Inhumans, would surely sap her energy, rendering her incapable of concerning herself with him. It was a tale steeped in the complexities of a race, far more captivating than the troubles of a mere operative. With a touch of self-deprecation, Ward mused as he walked, glancing at the vehicles parked along the roadside, ultimately deciding that driving directly to New York was the most prudent course of action. This was the safest method. Another option he considered was hiding within the cargo of a plane, masquerading as freight to reach New York. However, this approach bore numerous drawbacks. It was prone to exposure, and being concealed among goods left him with little control. The thought of suffocating in a cargo hold was particularly mortifying. He could only imagine the expressions on SHIELD's faces upon discovering their agent had met such a humiliating end. Contemplating this possibility quickened his pace unconsciously. He opted against renting a vehicle, finding the process overly cumbersome and impractical for his needs upon arrival in New York. In contrast, purchasing a used car from the second-hand market emerged as the most viable option. Although the possibility of mechanical failure existed, such occurrences were relatively rare in America. Furthermore, having undergone a year of automotive repair training in his previous life, he felt confident that with a little testing of the vehicle and the right repair tools, he could mitigate such risks. Arriving at the used car market just before closing, around 8 in the evening, Ward hurried inside. After expressing his requirements to the owner, he was quickly presented with several vehicle options. There were SUVs, convertibles, compact RVs, and even an unattractive vintage sedan. After test driving a few, he purchased a compact RV for $4,000, equipped with his repair tools, and set off down the highway. On the journey, there were no encounters reminiscent of American road films, such as charming beauties, robbers, or car accidents. Even the used camper van experienced no issues, allowing for a smooth arrival in New York. However, the trip took 14 hours longer than Ward had anticipated, totaling 56 hours, just a little over 2 days. Despite his robust physique and ample energy, traversing the 850 miles across the United States proved to be quite lengthy. For safety's sake, he took 2 breaks along the way to recharge. The advantage of this was that upon reaching New York, Ward did not feel excessively fatigued and did not require immediate rest. After discreetly concealing the camper in an inconspicuous spot, he made his way to the building that housed the Fantastic Four. Initially, upon seeing Reed Richards' name in the news associated with the Fantastic Four, Ward found himself questioning the nature of the world he had traversed into. He was uncertain whether this realm belonged to the Marvel Cinematic Universe or was part of the Marvel Comics universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe does not feature the Fantastic Four. Yet here they were. Mutants, absent from the cinematic universe, existed as well, along with the Inhumans, all possessing extraordinary abilities and documented by S.H.I.E.L.D. This situation was entirely beyond Ward's familiar realm. As time passed, however, he ceased to dwell on such matters, for regardless of the universe, danger loomed everywhere, and his sole concern was how to survive. The building where the Fantastic Four resided was known as the Baxter Building, an unremarkable structure amidst the towering skyline of Manhattan, lacking both dazzling height and widespread fame. Its only claim to notoriety was that several years ago, Reed Richards, heralded as America's foremost genius, along with his team, made their home there, occasionally attracting minor media attention. Reed did not own the entire building. He merely rented the top 6 floors for his laboratory. As for why Reed Richards was once dubbed the greatest genius, the answer was that he no longer held that title. Ward had encountered reports detailing the reasons behind this decline. Indeed, Mr. Fantastic was extraordinarily intelligent, having been labeled a prodigy from a young age. Graduating from prestigious institutions such as Caltech, Harvard, and Columbia, holding multiple doctorate degrees in engineering, mathematics, and physics, and boasting numerous inventions during his academic career, a true supergenius. However, when Mr. Fantastic sought to establish his own company, he seemed to step into a mire of misfortune. His new inventions were either ineffective or entirely unusable, resulting in squandered funds. Gradually, his savings dwindled, and his reputation was eclipsed by rivals such as the villainous Dr. Doom and the wayward genius Tony Stark, leading to a decline in prominence. Yet, Ward was aware that soon, Mr. Fantastic would regain attention by harnessing the cosmic currents he discovered while gazing at the stars, ultimately becoming a superhero once more. For him, this presented an opportunity to acquire extraordinary abilities and strengthen himself. During this period, Ward had been closely monitoring related news. Aware that Dr. Doom had commenced providing funding and equipment to Mr. Fantastic, propelling the research on cosmic energy currents to the forefront. Without further hesitation, Ward stealthily entered the building, intent on acquiring detailed information regarding the Fantastic Four's cosmic energy project. Chapter 14, Stealthy Observation. Being an undocumented individual, Ward opted against taking the elevator, choosing instead to ascend the stairs level by level. In accordance with fire safety regulations, the stairwell doors were fitted with self-closing fire doors, which could be easily opened. However, the stairwell was also under surveillance, with a camera positioned to cover the entire corner. Anyone passing through would undoubtedly be recorded. Although this surveillance was internal and not linked to any governmental agency, Ward was keen to avoid being captured on film. After some contemplation, he resolved to resort to force to resolve the issue. He located the security room and noticed the guard sleeping inside. Striding boldly towards him, he found the camera's wiring and promptly disconnected it. The action caused little commotion, effectively disabling the surveillance. Ward shrugged. Having anticipated that he would need to concoct a reason to distract the guard before taking action, he was surprised by how effortlessly it had been accomplished. Perhaps this was a reward for the hardships he had previously endured. With his inhibitions now cast aside, Ward began his ascent. The 30-plus-story building would be a daunting climb for an ordinary person, but as a trained agent with exceptional physical conditioning, he only labored a bit more than usual, merely breathing heavily. Upon reaching the 31st floor, he found it deserted and continued upwards until he reached the 35th floor, where he noticed lights still illuminated and voices resonating, confirming his initial assumption. The news he had gleaned was indeed accurate. Mr. Fantastic and his team had yet to embark on their journey into space, granting him the opportunity to act. Next was the second step, to obtain a detailed blueprint of the cosmic energy project, including specifics such as departure times and procedural steps. The 35th and 36th floors had been merged due to the installation of numerous devices, eliminating the elevator but leaving the stairwell intact. Ascending to the 36th floor, Ward discovered a small room filled with an array of switches and circuit breakers, presumably designated to power the experimental equipment, providing a clear view of all activities below. Quietly, he slipped into the small room, found a suitable position, and discreetly peered out to observe. His posture and demeanor closely resembled those expressions he had once shared in a previous life. Meanwhile, below, Reed was immersed in a multitude of equipment and data, diligently calculating various metrics, exuding an air of busyness. Beside Reed stood a bald Caucasian man, who, in contrast to Reed's industriousness, appeared relaxed as he sliced oranges on the table, subsequently juicing them with a machine. After several oranges had been transformed into juice, he poured the freshly made orange juice into a cup, added a touch of sugar, and placed one of the cups in front of Reed, saying with a hint of disdain for the wealthy, "Drink some orange juice, Reed. After all, it's all Doom's money, so don't feel guilty about wasting it." Reed did not even glance at the juice, engrossed in his calculations, and replied earnestly, "Please be quiet, Ben. I am calculating the acceleration of cosmic currents. They are arriving much faster than before, and I need to obtain more accurate data to prepare for their approach." The bald, burly man named Ben shrugged, lifted the orange juice intended for Reed, and downed it in one gulp, expressing his mild frustration. "Reed, Doom's share for us is far too little, just 25%. He merely provides the funding and equipment. The technology and research are all our doing. This is quite unfair." Reed paused, then replied somewhat helplessly, "But this is our last opportunity. Only Doom can assist us at this juncture. If it weren't for him, we would barely be able to pay the electricity bill for Baxter Tower." Ben was momentarily silenced. The truth was undeniable. He had always seen Reed's inventions and research show promise, yet they ultimately failed for reasons unknown, leading them to the brink of being unable to pay their bills, with their once thriving team now reduced to just himself and Reed. As the results emerged, Reed, with a sense of urgency, stated, "The acceleration of the cosmic currents has nearly doubled their speed. They will reach Earth's orbit in 9 days and 18 hours. We must contact Susan and prepare for the space agency." Ben finally showed some interest, but then, recalling something, he protested, "I wonder who Susan will appoint as the captain of the spacecraft. Am I really that inadequate?" "No, of course not. It's just that you have a more crucial task." Reed quickly reassured him, already aware of who the captain would be, but hesitant to reveal it to Ben, fearing he might storm off in anger at the thought of taking orders from a mere youth. Reed could only imagine how infuriating it would be for a man of Ben's stature to listen to someone so much younger. "By the way, Ben," Reed recalled, "Doom's company has sent us 2 sets of clothing made from synthetic fibers that adapt to human needs. Remember to wear them. We will don these outfits for our journey into space." "The blue bodysuit?" Ben initially paused, then exclaimed in distress, "Oh my God, spare me. Wearing that suit feels akin to dancing in a tutu. It's utterly humiliating, and I refuse to wear it." Reed rolled his eyes. "A tutu? What a ridiculous metaphor. You must wear it, Ben. It's a requirement of the mission. Moreover, it goes underneath, and you can wear other clothing over it. Think of it as thermal underwear. It won't detract from your imposing figure." Calming the tumultuous emotions within, Reed returned to his room, eagerly donning the form-fitting attire that Ben held in such disdain. The blue costume of the Fantastic Four. In the small chamber on the 2nd floor, Ward's eyes sparkled with recognition as he recalled this remarkable garment. Nearly every superhero possesses their signature suit, such as Captain America's patriotic uniform, Spider-Man's web-slinger outfit, or the Hulk's indestructible shorts. The iconic attire of the Fantastic Four consists of the synthetic fiber suits they donned upon acquiring their powers. These suits, having been enhanced by cosmic waves alongside the heroes, possess the remarkable ability to adapt and transform in tandem with their wearers' abilities. For instance, when Johnny Storm transforms into the Human Torch, his suit does not ignite. And Mr. Fantastic's attire stretches in accordance with his elongated form, proving to be exceedingly convenient. However, the individual who benefits most from this suit is, in fact, the Invisible Woman. While she can become invisible, her clothing does not share this ability, leading to a rather awkward predicament. Although she may vanish from sight, her garments remain visible for all to see. Ward recalled that when the Invisible Woman first acquired her abilities, she was unaware of this nuance. While invisible, her clothing remained. And in a moment of panic, she lost her concentration, exposing herself to the eyes of onlookers. It was only after she donned the fiber suit that this embarrassing situation was finally resolved. If Ward aspired to gain powers akin to those of the Fantastic Four, acquiring such a fiber suit was imperative. Otherwise, should he find himself in a situation where his abilities caused his attire to disintegrate, the humiliation would be unbearable. Chapter 15. The diligent Agent Ward. While Mr. Fantastic and the Thing were preoccupied with their preparations, Ward stealthily exited the laboratory. Noticing that the surveillance had yet to resume, he descended the stairs with ease and ventured outside, setting his sights on Dr. Doom's corporation. Dr. Doom, known as Victor Von Doom, had his company named in his honor, Doom Enterprises. Even the towering edifice bore his name, Doom Tower, complete with a colossal statue of him standing at the entrance. It was abundantly clear that he was a man of considerable vanity. Standing on the street before Doom Tower, Ward did not rush inside, instead observing from a distance. This structure far surpassed the Baxter Building, both in height and scale, particularly regarding its surveillance capabilities. Several cameras were strategically positioned at the entrance, leaving virtually no blind spots. Ward knew he could not replicate his previous tactic of simply disconnecting the surveillance at the Baxter Building to gain entry, for he would be swiftly detected, leading to a restoration of monitoring that would impede his actions. He needed to devise an alternative method to ascend. Noticing the overhead wires, an idea sparked within him. Yet before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the precise location of the fiber suit. Otherwise, arriving at a towering edifice of 40 or 50 stories without any knowledge, it is likely that he would spend an entire day searching for the fiber garments in vain. Ward activated his newly purchased mobile device and began to seek the latest news pertaining to the Doom Group, hoping to discover a potential avenue. News is indeed a remarkable tool. Ward swiftly uncovered reports that the Doom Group was in pursuit of agents for their fiber garments across various metropolises, which sparked an idea within him. He located a ubiquitous newsstand on the street, purchased a new SIM card, and dialed the number of the Doom Group, feigning the role of an interested agent. Upon connecting, Ward articulated his intent, and soon the call was transferred to the product manager. With a tone brimming with curiosity, he took the initiative, incessantly probing into the functions, pricing, features, and research aspects of the fiber garments. The product manager diligently provided information, and under Ward's skilled persuasion, divulged the location of the company's research department and the laboratory where the fiber garments were developed. Such details were not particularly confidential. The Doom Group was more than willing to share information as long as it facilitated the completion of orders. The conversation flowed pleasantly, culminating in an agreement for Ward to meet with the product manager the following day at the Doom Group's headquarters to discuss the agency plan for the fiber garments in detail. After concluding the call, however, the product manager remained oblivious to the fact that Ward, who had just engaged in such amiable discourse, promptly removed the newly acquired SIM card, snapped it in half, and discarded it into the drain without hesitation. After disposing of the SIM card, Ward proceeded to the more secluded entrance of the Doom Building's underground parking lot, strategically placing a trash bin in the middle of the road before standing silently beside it in wait. Shortly thereafter, a large truck approached, forced to halt due to the obstruction of the trash bin. The driver, cursing, exited to move the bin aside before returning to continue into the building. Meanwhile, concealed beneath the truck, Ward reflected on the utility of the trash bin. It had effectively allowed him to evade the entrance surveillance and gain access to the underground parking garage. Once the truck came to a stop, Ward refrained from emerging immediately, instead observing the placement of surveillance cameras within the garage. Noticing numerous blind spots, he finally crawled out from beneath the vehicle and commenced his search for the building's power management room. Indeed, Ward's plan was to disrupt the power supply of the Doom Building, rendering the surveillance systems inoperative before launching his operation. This task was not overly challenging, as the electrical panels are typically located on the ground floor or a few levels below. Ward quickly discovered the power management room, finding the door secured with a keypad. He remained unperturbed. Bypassing the keypad was a fundamental skill for an agent. After his arrival, Ward recalled the relevant knowledge he had acquired, allowing him to instinctively commit all pertinent information to memory. He did not hastily input the password. Instead, He meticulously examined the subtle signs of wear on the keys before beginning to enter the code. Typically, the first and last keys pressed bear the most wear due to the force applied, while the wear on the other keys varies based on their positions, providing a useful basis for judgment. With this reasoning, Ward successfully guessed the 4-digit password on his third attempt, unlocking the door and locating the electrical box, where he flipped the main switch. With a decisive click, all electrical equipment in the building ceased to function. Subsequently, Ward retrieved a generous handful of soil he had collected outside, pouring it directly onto the main switch before departing with a sense of assurance. This tactic was devised to deter the personnel from Doom Group from easily restoring power after discovering the switch had been flipped. They would have to clean up the soil before re-establishing electricity, thus buying him ample time to execute his plan. This was not a lesson from the basic training of a spy, but rather an ingenious trick conceived by Ward himself. Simple, effective, easily sourced, and requiring minimal technical skill. It seemed he truly was suited to be a spy, innovating upon the foundational knowledge of espionage. Ward found this lifestyle exhilarating and thrilling, yet he realized that excessive indulgence would not serve him well. He aspired to marry a beautiful wife and could not perpetually live such a dangerous existence. Of course, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts, as he needed to free himself from the clutches of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. first. Ward quickly seized the opportunity to find a janitor's uniform in a cleaning room, donning a hat and mask to disguise himself before ascending further. Before long, he stumbled upon a recently completed research item carelessly stored in a wardrobe, a fiber suit, likely neglected due to its lack of financial promise. It was not locked away or closely guarded. Nonetheless, it was a commendable product, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. However, following Victor Doom's return from space, his company had encountered difficulties, stalling the development of the fiber suit. Opening the wardrobe revealed a collection of tight-fitting garments, although they were intended to be worn beneath outerwear. Ward felt a pang of embarrassment. With time still on his side, he reluctantly searched nearby for more. Entering a research room devoid of personnel, Ward boldly stepped inside and immediately made a new discovery. Several sets of synthetic fiber shirts, blouses, athletic wear, and even an unfinished suit lay casually on the table, igniting a sense of greed within him. He yearned to take them all, but regrettably, he was alone and could not carry so much. In the end, he settled for one of each, including the initial tight-fitting garment. This choice was made out of caution, fearing that the materials of the garments he intended to take might differ from that of the tight suit, so he retained one as a safeguard. After stowing the clothing in his backpack, it became noticeably bulging. At this moment, Ward found himself somewhat envious of the storage rings depicted in the immortal novels of his previous life, which could hold countless items and were undeniably convenient. Unlike his current situation, where departing with a backpack would instantly raise suspicion. Fortunately, having disguised himself as a janitor and concealed his backpack within a garbage bag, he managed to leave the Doom building without drawing undue attention. Chapter 16. The final step. After acquiring the fiber suit, Ward's plan to obtain superpowers hinged solely on the last step, to venture into space alongside the Fantastic Four. He set his sights on their spacecraft, intending to hide within until he could secure his powers. While this task may seem straightforward, it posed significant challenges. Unlike the previous two buildings, the target this time was the space agency, an establishment not easily infiltrated, demanding meticulous planning and heightened caution. Moreover, Ward was troubled by a critical concern: oxygen. Previously, he had opted for a car journey to avoid the risk of asphyxiation in a plane's cargo hold, which extended his travel time to New York by over 2 days. However, heading into space left him with no alternative but to stealthily board the Fantastic Four's spacecraft. The oxygen aboard was not available by mere chance. It relied on liquid oxygen, with systems activated during human presence and deactivated otherwise. If Ward remained hidden while the Fantastic Four traveled from their ship to the space station, and the oxygen supply was subsequently cut off, his fate would be sealed. Though he recalled that cosmic currents would soon follow their departure, the duration of not long was uncertain. Ward, despite being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, was still merely an ordinary human. Without oxygen, he would perish. Frustrated, he scratched his head and pondered solutions. Over the past several days, his thoughts had been overwhelming, leaving his mind somewhat taxed, to the point where he felt he was losing more hair than usual. Yet, he had no choice but to think critically to ensure his plan remained unimpeded. Before long, he devised a strategy he had previously contemplated: to carry a 10-liter oxygen tank. In the event of oxygen deprivation, this tank could provide him with 9 to 10 hours of breathable air, potentially life-saving. If that proved insufficient, he could bring 3 tanks, ensuring over a day's supply. Earlier, when he had considered smuggling himself as cargo onto a plane to reach New York, he had contemplated bringing an oxygen tank. However, the airport's surveillance and scanning systems were formidable, making exposure highly likely, which is why he ultimately abandoned the idea. As before, Ward felt that even if he could enter the spacecraft with an oxygen tank, it was still quite unreliable. He recalled how, after being baptized by cosmic currents, the Fantastic Four would all lose consciousness, and he had no idea how long it took before they were rescued and returned to Earth. If the delay were prolonged, the oxygen he brought might very well prove insufficient. Contemplating this, Ward became increasingly convinced that the idea of carrying an oxygen tank was impractical. Consequently, he began to brainstorm several alternatives. For instance, he contemplated incapacitating the Fantastic Four upon boarding the spacecraft, taking control until the cosmic currents passed, thus gaining superpowers. However, this approach posed a significant problem. It would trigger the alarm system, alarming the space agency and the government. While Ward could devise ways to evade capture on Earth, in a space station or a spacecraft, he would be left defenseless, hands on his head, at their mercy. Other alternatives he considered either risked government intervention or involved numerous uncontrollable variables, all of which Ward dismissed. Ultimately, he settled on a rather unconventional solution. He would learn how to pilot the spacecraft. Of course, even though Ward was an agent of SHIELD, the skill of piloting a spacecraft was beyond his grasp, as such a course was not offered at the SHIELD Training Academy. Nevertheless, Ward believed his plan was feasible, for he did not truly need to master spacecraft navigation. He merely needed to learn how to activate the oxygen system. That way, he could at least ensure his survival. With a plan in mind, Ward arrived at the space base to which the Fantastic Four would be heading, lingering at the entrance for 2 days, observing numerous details. Firstly, the space base was not a secret facility. It was not entirely enclosed, as the personnel required sustenance, leading to the arrival of vehicles delivering fruits, vegetables, and meat products, approximately once a day. Additionally, the Doom Corporation occasionally sent supplies to the space base, which included equipment, engineers, as well as potted plants and laboratory mice intended for research aboard the space station. Using these clues, Ward devised a plan and commenced his operation in the early hours of the 3rd day. He first approached the home of a Doom Corporation employee who was scheduled to deliver experimental subjects to the space base, finding a spare uniform hidden in the employee's wardrobe. Quietly trailing him, Ward followed as the employee drove a transport vehicle to the Doom Corporation. Employing the same method as before, Ward forced the vehicle to a stop, then concealed himself in the cargo area, entering the space base. Once inside, he stealthily donned the stolen uniform, picked up a potted plant large enough to conceal his face, and intentionally bumped into the employee, snatching the temporary credentials he had received upon entering. After swiping through the entrance barrier, he ventured into the innermost sanctum of the space base, the launch pad. The surveillance here is rather sparse. Instead, there are an abundance of security personnel stationed at intervals, displaying commendable dedication. Fortunately, Ward is adorned in the attire of Doom Group employees and cleverly concealed behind a potted plant, thus evading the attention of the guards. Shortly after entering, Ward discovers a spacecraft, several dozen meters in length, surrounded by numerous engineers conducting inspections. He stealthily approaches the vicinity of the vessel, eavesdropping on the engineers' conversations, and learns that this very spacecraft is destined for the space station, confirming it to be the same vessel that the Fantastic Four had boarded. The subsequent actions became significantly more manageable. Ward located a nearby smoke detector, ignited a piece of paper, and placed it beneath the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, the piercing alarm resonated throughout the aerospace facility, prompting many individuals to instinctively flee. Meanwhile, Ward calmly tidied the scene, discarding the temporary identification he had pilfered from the Doom employee, and effortlessly made his way into the spacecraft. Upon entering, Ward found himself devoid of time to admire the vessel. He first sought out a concealed location within the ship, ensuring the area was secure. Subsequently, he located the liquid oxygen canisters and proceeded to turn on all the valves. Time was of the essence. If Ward wished to learn how to activate the spacecraft's air circulation system, he first needed to sabotage it. When the inspection engineers eventually discovered the oxygen issue and replaced it with new canisters, they would re-examine the oxygen circulation system, providing Ward an opportunity to observe and learn the activation process. Once he had identified a discrete position that would not attract attention, Ward began his patient wait. The smoke alarm at the aerospace base was swiftly determined to be a malfunction, causing the hurried engineers to return and resume their tasks. Soon after, The empty oxygen canisters aboard the spacecraft were discovered, leading to puzzled glances among the engineers as they failed to identify the cause. They replaced the oxygen canisters and resumed their inspections. Ward remained quietly observant aboard the spacecraft, mastering not only the operation of the oxygen circulation system, but also gaining a rudimentary understanding of the self-cleaning system and the escape tower utilized for emergencies. Before long, the inspection concluded, and the number of engineers dwindled, leaving only Ward behind. What followed was a waiting game. As time passed, the Fantastic Four arrived at the spacecraft. Ward, having meticulously planned this endeavor for so long, had fortified his heart with unwavering strength and ample patience. 2 days later, the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom, all clad in identical uniforms, boarded the spacecraft and initiated its ascent. As Ward felt the centrifugal force of departure from the ground, excitement surged within him, his mind racing with fantasies of what extraordinary powers he might acquire. Chapter 17. Lost in space and gaining abilities. Approximately 4 hours later, Ward sensed the spacecraft gradually stabilizing, akin to being on solid ground, and realized he must have reached the space station beyond Earth. Previously, Ward had acquired a modicum of knowledge about this station, constructed collaboratively by the Doom Group, several other companies, and NASA. Interestingly, it was not named after Doom, but rather referred to as the Cosmic Space Station, a name that possessed a refreshing charm. The Cosmic Space Station was situated approximately 630 kilometers from Earth, a distance greater by 230 kilometers than the earlier established International Space Station, which orbited at 400 kilometers. In the context of Ward's previous existence on Earth, this would represent a significant technological advancement, as space stations typically hovered around 400 kilometers, with none surpassing 600 kilometers. However, in this Marvel universe, such feats were relatively commonplace. Ward estimated that the technological prowess of this realm surpassed that of Earth by over a decade, not accounting for the peculiar inventions of its scientists. When considering those eccentric creations, the technological landscape of the Marvel universe might indeed be advanced by 40 to 50 years, or even a century. Among the remarkable technologies were Iron Man's armor and Ant-Man's shrinking suit, particularly the shrinking suit, which would have been deemed impossible in the technological framework of Ward's former Earth. Such a feat could not have been accomplished even in a century. At times, Ward found these technologies surreal, alongside the existence of superpowers and magic, which seemed almost unreal. Yet, contemplating his own journey from another world, he began to accept these wonders as part of his new reality. Once the Fantastic Four had transported various experimental items from the spacecraft and deactivated most of its systems, leaving only the stabilization and pressure systems operational, Ward finally began to move. He refrained from activating the oxygen system immediately, as oxygen had only recently been shut off, and ample reserves remained, allowing him to take his time. With no one around, Ward grew bolder and seated himself in the pilot's chair, gazing out at the scenery beyond. At a distance of 630 kilometers from Earth, the view was not too distant, perfectly framing the half-moon shape of the planet, a prime vantage point for admiring the landscape. As he beheld the azure orb, he became entranced, lost in reverie. Memories of his past life resurfaced, reflecting on the ordinary existence devoid of miracles and passion. Within those mundane days were warmth, quarrels, the bitterness of unfulfilled aspirations, and the helpless acceptance of reality. Subsequently, the thrilling escapades of the past month, filled with the perils of a covert agent's life, emerged before him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Which life, he pondered, was truly authentic? The cosmos presented a splendid backdrop, a space marked by solitude, tranquility, and boundless expanse, ideal for contemplation. Soon, Ward found a vision of steadfast resolve. As he beheld the moment when the woman, an otherworldly being, fell under gunfire through the lens of his thermal imaging goggles, Ward realized, in this near-death instant, that he must fervently fight for the right to life and secure his future. Time passed slowly, and gradually, Ward sensed his breathing growing labored. He understood it was due to insufficient oxygen. Just as he intended to activate the oxygen system, he noticed something resembling a fiery cloud racing towards the space station from outside. It was the cosmic energy stream that had bestowed superpowers upon the Fantastic Four. Aware of the imminent arrival of the cosmic stream, Ward disregarded the passage of time and the situation concerning the Fantastic Four. Instead, he swiftly activated the oxygen circulation system, retreated to his previous hiding spot, and endeavored to ensure that he and the spacecraft would return to Earth undetected upon losing consciousness. Several pieces of the fiber suit he had painstakingly obtained were worn on his person, while others that he could not were clutched in his arms, hoping that these garments would exhibit remarkable effects in the cosmic stream. In the instant he lay down, Ward suddenly felt as if countless sharp needles had pierced through his body. After an excruciating wave of pain, he inevitably succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the space station, a vast mass of crimson energy swiftly swept past the spacecraft, continuing onward without pause, vanishing into the cosmos as if it had never existed. When Ward awoke again, he found himself still within the confines of the spacecraft. Realizing that he had not been discovered filled him with relief, for this meant he remained concealed. In his waking moments, he had prepared himself for the possibility of being found and fleeing for his life. However, remaining undiscovered was undoubtedly preferable. After all, the Marvel Universe was fraught with peril. Exercising caution would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Upon regaining consciousness, Ward yearned to meticulously examine his body to discern what superpower he might have acquired. Fortunately, reason prevailed, reminding him of the potential exposure risks aboard the spacecraft. He quickly composed himself and began to survey his surroundings. First, he noted that the spacecraft's oxygen system was still operational, functioning without interruption. Cautiously, he made his way to the cockpit and gazed out of the spacecraft's window. What he beheld left him speechless. Outside the window was a cerulean planet amidst an endless expanse of black void. Ward could assert with absolute certainty that it was Earth. To his astonishment, he was still in space. How could this be? Had time not passed as long as he believed? And was the rescue team from the space agency still en route? He immediately checked the spacecraft's display, only to discover that 3 days had elapsed since he had arrived in space. 3 days had passed, and it was inconceivable that the rescue team had not yet arrived. Had something unforeseen occurred? As he wandered within the spacecraft, Ward pondered the reasons behind this anomaly. Yet, lacking comprehensive information, he could not ascertain the cause of the situation. 10 minutes had elapsed when Ward, undeterred by the risk of exposure, resolved to investigate the space station before further deliberation. Approaching the junction between the spacecraft and the station, he activated the door using the procedure he had previously observed, stepping inside to search for the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. The space was rather limited. Apart from a few inaccessible areas, Ward thoroughly scoured the entire station, yet found not a single trace of any member of the Fantastic Four or Dr. Doom. To his dismay, he realized he was utterly alone within the entire confines of the space station and the spacecraft. What could have transpired? The situation was almost beyond his comprehension, sending his mind into a whirlwind of confusion. However, instinctively, he forced himself to regain his composure and began to ponder the possible reasons behind this occurrence. A myriad of possibilities flitted through his mind, leading Ward to conclude that the most plausible explanation was that the rescue team from the space agency had evacuated the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom without taking the unmanned spacecraft, leaving him stranded. If this were indeed the case, the situation might not be dire. The agency would undoubtedly return the spacecraft to Earth eventually. Yet, a nagging concern loomed over him: the timeline for the agency's retrieval of the vessel. By his calculations, a full 20 days had elapsed since the commencement of his 25-day mission, leaving him with less than 5 days remaining. Should the agency arrive in 5 days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, SHIELD would inevitably uncover his disguise, rendering all his efforts futile. What was he to do? Unbeknownst to Ward, as he racked his brain for a solution, his body began to gradually fade until he eventually vanished completely from sight. Chapter 18. Metamorphosis. It was only when Ward looked down and saw no trace of his own body that he realized the peculiarity of his situation. Had he truly vanished? Was this the result of the Invisible Woman's power? Prepared for such an eventuality, Ward felt none of the dread or anxiety that accompanied the Fantastic Four's acquisition of their abilities. Rather, he was intrigued by the experience, eager to ascertain the nature of this newfound power. If it were indeed invisibility, although it mirrored the Invisible Woman's ability, it was still advantageous. With such a power, he could ensure his safety. However, as he attempted to walk, Ward quickly discovered something amiss. He felt no sensation in his feet, and when he reached to touch his body, he found his hands had also vanished. This was decidedly unsettling. What had he transformed into? Rather than panic, he remained composed, contemplating and using the clues at his disposal to speculate on various possibilities. At the very least, he could still see, indicating that his eyes, or the function thereof, remained intact. Furthermore, he was capable of thought, proving his brain was still present. It appeared that, for reasons unknown, his bodily organs, even his eyes and brain, had morphed into a different form, resulting in his disappearance, rather than acquiring an ability akin to that of the Invisible Woman. Soon, a bold conjecture emerged in Ward's mind, though he was not yet certain of its validity. He required evidence to substantiate his hypothesis. An idea struck him. since this was his ability, he could revert his form back to its original state. Thus, during the transformation, he would ascertain the nature of his power. Ward began to concentrate on his body, instructing it through his mind to return. This task seemed manageable, and gradually, he could feel his physical form, sensing his hands and feet once more, dispelling the previous sensation of helplessness that accompanied the absence of limbs. However, he was too captivated by the spectacle before him to dwell on these feelings. His hands began to materialize gradually, not reappearing in the manner of the invisible woman, but rather transitioning from non-existence to existence. Bones, flesh, fat, skin, hair, and nails emerged as if he were witnessing a scene from a science fiction film, where advanced technology slowly constructs a human being. It was truly marvelous. Only when his entire body had returned, including the fibers of his clothing, did Ward finally snap out of his astonishment, uttering a gasp of wonder. At that moment, he began to comprehend the essence of his ability. He could transform his body into a gaseous state, existing within this realm. His earlier disappearance was the result of his body becoming invisible and colorless air, thus rendering him seemingly vanished. To validate his hypothesis, Ward once again focused on his body, mentally instructing it to assume another form. Soon, the transformation occurred. His body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, carried away by the wind, and then vanished entirely. It resembled the scene from a Marvel film he had once watched, where half of the individuals gradually faded away after a snap of the fingers. Yet, Ward could still distinctly feel his existence. He retained his mind and eyes, and this time, he could even sense the presence of his limbs. Ward endeavored to feel his feet, attempting to move them forward. To his astonishment, he actually witnessed himself drifting ahead, not by walking, but rather floating like a soul. It appeared that the absence of hands and feet was not a consequence of his transformation into air, but rather a reflection of his nascent mastery over this metamorphosis. Too swift to fully comprehend his gaseous self, Ward was exhilarated. He truly possessed superhuman abilities, a remarkable power to transmute his body into air. He envisioned his gaseous form as akin to achieving immortality, nearly impervious to death. However, upon reflection, this was not invincibility. Although air is indeed invisible and intangible, it is not invulnerable. For instance, fire could incinerate it, and explosives could obliterate it, directly consuming the air. Ward even feared the possibility of being inhaled by another, leading to his demise. The thought was, in truth, rather terrifying. Although capable of transforming into air, it was not an impressive feat. One must be cautious not to be inhaled into the lungs, subsequently becoming exhaled carbon dioxide. This notion disheartened Ward. Was he destined to be merely air, unable to assume other forms? For instance, could he not transform into carbon dioxide? It seemed there was a contradiction, as air already contained carbon dioxide. If that were the case, why fear being inhaled? Ward found himself perplexed, as this concept was rather intricate. Previously an ordinary individual, not a physicist, he possessed some knowledge of physics, but could hardly claim expertise, though he had become an agent in this life. Endowed with instincts that allowed him to acquire Ward's original skills and knowledge upon contact, it was evident that the original Ward was not particularly well-versed in physics. Otherwise, he would have swiftly mastered the information gleaned from news articles during his moments of boredom. However, this sparked an epiphany in Ward. Since his ability allowed him to transform into the air composed of oxygen, carbon dioxide, water vapor, could he not also take on other forms? Perhaps water infused with oxygen? Clouds formed from water vapor? Or even steel, trees, or stone? Contemplating these possibilities, Ward hurried to conduct experiments. His initial desire was to transform into steel. If he could indeed achieve this, he would gain the ability to withstand bullets directly. As before, Ward instructed his body, "Go ahead. You can become steel and acquire formidable defense." Yet, despite his diligent efforts, he was unable to successfully morph. Ward was undeterred. He reasoned that his continued air state might be the hindrance. If he reverted to human form and attempted again, success was surely within reach. The surrounding air began to coalesce, gradually transforming into various substances upon his body, which defied scientific explanation. Of course, superpowers were inherently unscientific. There was a notion that superhuman abilities represented scientific principles yet to be understood, thus appearing marvelous to the uninitiated. Ward was no scientist and held no interest in the underlying reasons for such powers. He merely sought to harness this ability to enhance his strength and increase his chances of survival. Having reverted to human form, Ward endeavored once more to transform his body into steel, and this time, he truly succeeded. However, it was not as simple or effective as he had envisioned. After much toil, only his arms and fists underwent the transformation, rather than his entire being. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic. Partial success was still success. The reason his entire body did not morph into steel likely mirrored the earlier inability to sense his limbs while in an air state. He simply needed more familiarity. A person does not gain weight overnight. With perseverance, he would surely grow stronger. Chapter 19. The Spirit of Ward in the ensuing moments. Ward dedicated himself to honing his abilities, feeling no urgency to return to Earth. Through practice, he had cultivated the skill to traverse the air at will, even floating gracefully above the ground with ease. Possessing such remarkable abilities, he could effortlessly detach himself from the spacecraft, drifting back to Earth from the cosmos without any assistance. Admittedly, given his flight speed, which was scarcely faster than that of a bicycle, the journey would be rather protracted. Moreover, after a prolonged duration in an ethereal state, Ward often felt fatigued, particularly when traversing or floating in the air, leading to discomfort and dizziness. It appeared that even in his gaseous form, he required energy to sustain himself. This was merely one of his capabilities. It did not imply that he could indefinitely exist as a mere wisp of air. As for his ambition to transform into steel, progress was agonizingly slow, particularly concerning his torso, which he found utterly unyielding at present. Ward surmised that this was due to the critical organs housed within his body. While his arms and legs were inconsequential, the transformation of vital organs such as the heart, stomach, kidneys, and liver into steel posed a conundrum for sustaining his life. Nevertheless, Ward remained optimistic about his eventual success, for if he could convert his entire being, including his brain and eyes, into air, surely transforming his body into steel could not be more challenging than that. He pondered the ease with which he could become air, wondering if it stemmed from his recent subconscious fixation on oxygen. Perhaps, when the cosmic currents bestowed upon him his abilities, they inadvertently emphasized air as his primary power. Regrettably, he had not considered the possibility of transforming into vibranium like Captain America's shield. Had he done so, he could have converted his entire form into vibranium. With a resigned sigh, Ward, in his airy state, inadvertently refreshed the atmosphere around him. Before long, 3 days elapsed. While contemplating whether to recklessly manipulate the spacecraft in an attempt to pilot it back to Earth, he finally spotted a vessel emerging in his line of sight. This ship had arrived at another designated point of the Doom Group's space station, where the rescue team, clad in various protective gear, entered the station to conduct scans. After ensuring that no threats were present, they dispatched 2 pilots to the craft previously utilized by the Fantastic Four, initiating their return journey. At that moment, Ward was aboard the spacecraft, maintaining a conspicuous presence in the central area, yet he went entirely unnoticed. Even the meticulous Aerospace Agency, wary of all interactions with outer space, would not perceive a mere mass of air. For hours later, Ward successfully descended back to Earth. He found himself at the same space base, which had fortified its defenses following a previous false alarm. Security personnel had doubled, and surveillance cameras had proliferated. Additionally, upon the spacecraft's return, numerous monitoring staff meticulously inspected both the interior and exterior of the vessel. Had he been unable to transform into air, he would undoubtedly have been discovered. Clinging to a thread of luck, Ward gradually drifted out from the confines of the space base, emerging into the vast wilderness beyond. His speed of floating still could not rival that of a bicycle. It was merely a tad quicker than ordinary running. However, there was a notable advantage. Floating required significantly less effort. He could maintain this state for 5 or 6 hours without difficulty. Conversely, a human would be utterly exhausted after running for such an extended period, a feat only the likes of Captain America could endure. Due to his speed, Ward did not float continuously. Instead, he arrived at the bus station and boarded a bus headed for downtown New York City. How delightful it was to not have to pay. Ward felt he had fulfilled a dream from his previous life, to travel without expense, allowing him to journey around the world. Ideally, he would have a beautiful wife by his side, creating a private paradise for just the 2 of them. How blissful that would be. This was unaccomplished in his past existence, yet perhaps this time it could come to fruition. With such uplifting aspirations, Ward comfortably returned to downtown New York on the free bus. During the journey, the bus was filled with numerous passengers, yet Ward, having diligently controlled his presence, remained unabsorbed into anyone's lungs. Upon returning to New York, Ward commenced his search for Skye. He was a man of his word. Since Skye had aided him, he would honor his promise by revealing the clues regarding her parents. Finding someone can be quite challenging. Previously, he had located Skye solely because he had seen a news article featuring her in a caregiver's uniform at a blood donation center. Now, however, that Skye was in New York. Her whereabouts were unknown, complicating his search. Nevertheless, Ward devised a clever plan. He went directly to the office in New York and, After observing the use of a password, he discreetly disconnected the network cable from the surveillance camera while the monitor operator was away on a restroom break. Utilizing the operator's computer, he accessed the surveillance system and began searching for information about Sky. Although Ward presently existed as mere air, he was not just an ordinary breeze. By vigorously waving his air hands, the air would solidify enough to grant him the strength to at least press keys on a keyboard. While disconnecting the surveillance line posed a greater challenge, it was not beyond his capabilities. Ward contemplated that if this power were to intensify, granting him the ability to grasp a dagger and silently pierce a body without detection, it would serve as the perfect means for assassination. Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings. He had no intention of resorting to such actions unless absolutely necessary. After all, this was his secret and trump card, and in a state of relative weakness. It would be wise to conceal this ability. Moreover, he was uncertain whether his essence as air was indistinguishable from ordinary air, should there be any differences. The likelihood of being detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists following a silent assassination would be considerable. For instance, Fitz and Simmons, the highly intelligent couple from Coulson's team, had developed numerous scientific devices, and creating a mechanism to detect variations in air would likely not pose a significant challenge for them. Even Fitz and Simmons possessed such remarkable abilities, not to mention the eccentric scientists who engage in bizarre experiments. Thus, Ward felt it prudent to maintain a sense of reverence. After acquiring Sky's address, he deleted his search history and returned to his rented camper, where he meticulously noted the clues before heading to the hotel where Sky resided. Tossing the note through her window. At that very moment, Sky was suddenly greeted by a gust of wind entering through the window. Instinctively, she turned to investigate and discovered the note that had been blown in, landing at her feet. Instantly invigorated from her previous lethargy, Sky dashed over to retrieve the note and rushed to the window to look outside, only to find no one there. Leaving her puzzled as she returned to read the note. "Thank you, Sky. You have executed the task brilliantly, aiding me in concealing my whereabouts. You may have breached our agreement by uncovering my identity, yet fret not. I shall still provide you with the promised clues. However, should you pursue me further after receiving this information, the consequences could be dire. Next, here is the information about your parents. Your father, Carl Johnson, is a physician who ventured to Hunan, China, approximately 20 years ago, where he met your mother, Jiaying. Shortly thereafter, they welcomed you into the world. This concludes the clues. Oh, and I discovered you through the search system. Despite having deleted the search history, there remains a significant chance they might still find you. Therefore, you must flee immediately." Upon finishing the note, still in a state of shock and elation, Sky was suddenly overwhelmed by a pungent smoke. Turning back, she was horrified to see that all the notes given to her by the mysterious figure were ablaze. Instinctively, she attempted to extinguish the flames, but halted mid-action, cold sweat trickling down her back. It was not particularly challenging to send the note through the window with a few clever maneuvers, but to silently incinerate every piece of paper she had received. Was that within the capabilities of an ordinary person? Who, or what, was the enigmatic figure behind the notes? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Sky felt a surge of fear as her desire to uncover the identity of the mysterious individual was once again thwarted. Chapter 20. The first task upon his return after incinerating the substantial amount of materials he had previously provided to Sky, Ward commenced his journey to Boston. This marked the final city on his itinerary. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would return to Washington the following day and rejoin S.H.I.E.L.D. Although continuing with his original travel plans now seemed futile, Ward adhered to his itinerary nonetheless. However, unlike his journey that began in New York, this time Ward allowed himself to truly relish the experience, devoid of any burdensome thoughts. Subsequently, he enjoyed the sun, the beach, and the company of alluring women. After a day of relaxation, Ward returned as planned to the safe house located in the outskirts of Washington, equipped with the laptop and mobile phone provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon his return, Ward resumed his cautious demeanor. The first task he undertook was to open the documents previously entrusted to him by Coulson and fill them out meticulously. In truth, he had spent the previous day contemplating his future. What path should he pursue? Should he continue as a spy? With the ability to become invisible, he could effortlessly navigate this world. Yet mere survival was insufficient. To truly thrive, he must confront both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Thus, from the very inception of this dilemma, Ward found clarity. Perhaps influenced by his past experiences, yet predominantly driven by his own yearning, he longed for a new and extraordinarily vibrant life. A day later, in the early morning, Ward arrived at the Triskelion headquarters of S.H. bearing the report, which he submitted to the review department. Subsequently, he was escorted to the interrogation room to undergo a routine agent assessment. This process was standard for all agents, occurring upon becoming an agent, when issues arose, or even after the conclusion of a mundane mission. Given the significant changes Ward exhibited during the Bahrain mission, it was only natural for him to face scrutiny. Upon entering the interrogation room, Ward was surprised to find that the interrogator was someone he recognized, a woman with striking red hair. However, she was not the famed Black Widow, Natasha, but rather Victoria Hand, an agent of level 8 clearance, a rank superior to both Coulson and Garrett. In his memories, this seasoned Hydra operative met a tragic end at his hands when he came to rescue Garrett after her true identity was unveiled. Observing Ward's demeanor, Victoria adjusted her glasses and inquired, "You seem somewhat apprehensive about encountering me, Agent Ward?" Given the tumultuous events that had transpired, he certainly was not eager to face interrogation, especially at the hands of such an alluring woman. He had no desire to deceive her. Regaining his composure, Ward waved his hand and replied with a smile. Victoria Hand appeared to be in her 40s. Though Ward did not find her conventionally attractive, he nevertheless uttered words that contradicted his true feelings, even violating his established principles of conduct. The former Ward would have likely dismissed Victoria's questioning with disdain, adhering strictly to the interrogation process. Yet now, he was determined to act outside of his previous norms. He sought to reclaim his identity, aware that while this might expose him to risks, it would be far more abnormal if he returned from nearly a month of travel unchanged. "You have changed significantly, Agent Ward." Hand smiled faintly. Choosing not to delve further into the topic, she picked up the folder on the table and perused a few pages, commenting as she flipped through, "This contains your submitted action report and personal account, detailing numerous aspects of the Bahrain incident. I have also reviewed the reports from Agents Coulson and May, which are replete with intricate details." As she spoke, she carelessly tossed the report aside and, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, "However, no matter how much I learn, I have yet to visit the scene. Therefore, I shan't inquire about the specifics. Instead, Ward, do you believe your actions in killing the 2 female Inhumans, including a 12-year-old, were justified?" The question momentarily stumped Ward. Was his behavior justified? Without contemplation, he arrived at his conclusion. Certainly not, as killing is inherently wrong. Yet, circumstances left him no alternative. Furthermore, were the actions of the female Inhumans and the young girl justified? Undoubtedly not. Ward began to ponder, and amidst his reflections, he had to concede that this female agent possessed considerable acumen. A straightforward question had cast doubt upon his own convictions. After much contemplation, Ward arrived at a personal revelation. Were not all occurrences in the world, including his very existence, fraught with error? Finally, a smile graced Ward's face as he replied, "It is indeed not justified. Yet I had no choice. Otherwise, I, Agent Coulson, Agent May, and the other 9 surviving agents would have perished." Upon hearing his response, Victoria Hand nodded slightly, remarking, "You have indeed changed, Agent Ward, and that is a positive development." Rising, she extended her right hand. "Well then, Agent Ward, the review is concluded. You may officially rejoin the team, and I trust you will prove to be an exemplary agent." "Thank you," Ward replied, standing to shake her hand gently. Exiting the review room, he made his way to his small office at the Trident headquarters, as indicated in the documents. As a field agent, possessing an office was somewhat rare, for he spent most of his time on assignments. The headquarters office might remain unused for an entire year. Indeed, this was the case. For though it was meticulously cleaned, the sparse decorations and brand new equipment suggested little to no prior use. Upon entering, Ward took a seat and opened his computer, idly browsing. He awaited his next assignment. Having been injured, he had rested for a month and a half. While understandable, such a hiatus was considered a dereliction of duty within Hydra. Therefore, he anticipated being inundated with a plethora of assignments. Ward felt a surge of excitement, for he had invested significant effort to acquire his superhuman abilities, and now he could finally engage openly with these events. Ward could hardly believe that after having taken the lives of 2 Inhumans, he would still be relegated to mundane tasks. In the resource-maximizing Hydra, he anticipated being placed in a more significant role. This was underscored by Victoria Hand's assertion that he would make an excellent agent. Ward did not consider himself absolved of suspicion simply due to the clearance he had undergone. Rather, he felt it was merely a reflection of his greater value that had secured his position. Shortly thereafter, both his phone and computer received notifications from a special email system. with the task's origin directly denoted as S-H-I-E-L-D, rather than a senior agent. Ward opened the email and meticulously reviewed the task details. The objective was a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock, who held considerable renown in the New York legal community. However, S-H-I-E-L-D had detected that this blind attorney was likely the superhero Daredevil, frequently seen at night. Ward's assignment was to engage with Matt Murdock and gather all pertinent intelligence, which was to be submitted punctually to S-H-I-E-L-D. Upon reading this, Ward was at a loss for whether to laugh or feel exasperated. The irony lay in his unexpected involvement in the covert mission orchestrated by the African-American director to gather information on superpowered individuals and assemble the Avengers. Yet, he found himself in a role that required extensive interaction with others, a stark contrast to his persona as a taciturn, unconventional combat specialist. It was indeed astonishing to be assigned such a task after only a slight alteration in his demeanor. Chapter 21. Hell's Kitchen. That evening, a tall young man entered an area colloquially known as Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, New York. Contradictory to his imposing stature, the young man wore small, gold-rimmed glasses and carried a travel bag that caused him to stoop slightly, his head bowed, resembling a timid student more concerned with books than bravery. Unbeknownst to him, the area he had ventured into was fraught with peril. He swayed left and right as if searching for something. Officially, Hell's Kitchen is known as the Clinton District. Yet locals have never acknowledged this designation. Legend has it that Hell's Kitchen is one of the most nefarious regions in the world, where a falling glass could shatter upon 10 individuals, with 8 being gangsters, thieves, robbers, or drug dealers, 1 a prostitute, and the final one an ordinary person of any race. Illegal activities transpire incessantly within Hell's Kitchen, yet the New York Police Department has only ever made a cursory appearance, never exerting control over the area, allowing it to fester unchecked. Nearby residents regard this territory with trepidation, seldom daring to tread here. Some attempted to dissuade the student from entering, but upon seeing him step onto the dilapidated streets, they quickly averted their gaze and hurriedly departed. The youthful student appeared oblivious to the peculiarities of the individuals behind him, delving deeper into the dimly lit street. Soon, someone took notice of this intruding youth, and an amusing spectacle unfolded. Beneath the muted glow of a yellowed street lamp, a tattooed black man, bare-chested and leaning against the lamppost while smoking, abruptly nudged his companion, gesturing for him to look aside. "Hey, brother, look over there. There's a fine catch. Is there truly a plump target?" His similarly attired companion questioned skeptically as he glanced towards the street corner, only to exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, a genuine prize. How long has it been since someone like that graced Hell's Kitchen?" Having resided in Hell's Kitchen for so long, their ability to assess individuals became astutely refined. They could determine, through attire, demeanor, and appearance, whether a person was worth their trouble and how much they might possess. With Hell's Kitchen's notorious reputation burgeoning, few ventured into this treacherous locale in recent years. Thus, when a figure resembling a mere student entered their midst, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. The tattooed man immediately intended to intercept the student, but his companion, harboring a hint of trepidation, restrained him. "You know, that Daredevil fellow seems to be targeting people like us. I've heard that even the Russian mob has suffered under his hand. Could this be a trap set to lure us in? Do you genuinely believe Daredevil is real?" The tattooed man, slightly irked by the restraint, retorted dismissively. "This is merely a tale spun by the police to frighten us. Those cowards who wouldn't dare step foot in Hell's Kitchen can only concoct such stories." With indignation, he added, "Don't hold me back. If you're not interested in this prize, I'll take it for myself." He then shrugged off his companion's grip and strode toward the street corner. Initially wary, his companion, witnessing the tattooed man's unhesitating advance, muttered curses under his breath for the selfishness displayed, yet he followed suit. "I knew you couldn't resist this tempting prize." The tattooed man scoffed, but did not genuinely wish to dismiss his companion's presence. Together, they confronted the student, and he retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, skillfully flipping it in his hand, while simultaneously declaring, "Hey, kid, consider yourself fortunate. We don't kill. However, you must pay a ransom, hand over all your valuables, and we shall let you go. What do you say?" The scholarly-looking youth, upon witnessing the 2 men and their folding knife, instinctively placed his hands on his backpack, fearfully inquiring, "Who are you? What do you want? All in the bag, is it?" The tattooed man disregarded the questions, smiling as he glanced at his accomplice, signaling him to retrieve the youth's backpack. Seeing the black man approaching with a knife, the young man became increasingly alarmed, retreating 2 steps as he shouted in panic, "You can't rob me. I have no money. I only came to find my Uncle Quake. He is from here. You can ask about him." The two black men paused, taken aback, and began searching Hell's Kitchen for anyone named Quake. Upon discovering that no one of note bore that name, one of the men with a buzz cut chuckled. "Are you referring to Quakester? That old fellow from the Blueberry Bar? He doesn't even have a son, yet he has a nephew? How intriguing. However, you're too late. He offended the Japanese Yakuza 2 months ago and was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Truth be told, we rather liked old Quake. He always provided us with some benefits. His death is indeed unfortunate." Upon hearing this, the young man collapsed emotionally, exclaiming, "How could this be? My uncle cannot be dead. I came to find him after my mother passed away. What am I to do now?" "Shut up." The man with the buzz cut, noticing the youth's incessant chatter, pressed the folding knife against the young man's ribs, threatening, "Listen here, old Quake's nephew. Out of respect for him, we won't kill you. Just hand over anything valuable you have. If you refuse or attempt to hide something, it won't be so simple when we take it ourselves." At this point, the young man had completely abandoned any notion of resistance. Raising his hands in surrender, "I will comply. Just don't kill me." Satisfied, the buzz-cut man nodded and instructed his companion to stand behind the young man. He then sheathed his knife, performing tricks with it and grinning, "See? This is much better. All friendly-like." The young man, trembling with fear, proceeded to remove items from his backpack, presenting them one by one. "This is my shirt. You can take it. But this, my diploma and lawyer's license. I need these for work. This is my razor and phone. You can have those too." Though the young man was not slow in his actions, he was certainly not quick, deliberately explaining which items he wished to retain. The buzz-cut man grew impatient, growling, "Hurry up. Don't play games." "All right, I'm hurrying," the young man continued, but his gaze flickered toward the roof of a nearby low building, where he saw a figure whose features were obscured. His face lit up with excitement, and he stopped retrieving his belongings, drawing the attention of the two men, who also turned to look but saw nothing. "Are you mocking me? Do you wish for death?" The buzz-cut man, displeased, turned back, ready to stab the young man with his knife when he noticed the youth clutching the items he had just taken out, suddenly bolting away. "Chase him." The audacity to flee. The buzz-cut man shouted in anger, and together with his partner, they pursued him. Two individuals had endured a prolonged existence in Hell's Kitchen, their physical prowess undoubtedly formidable. Before long, they cornered a young man, trapping him in a dead-end alley. "Try to escape now, you wretched fool. Had I known it would come to this, I would have dispatched you sooner." The man with the close-cropped hair, panting heavily, cursed vehemently, and relinquished any restraint, gripping a folding knife tightly as he lunged towards the youth's abdomen with a vicious stab. The man had anticipated that a few strikes would instill a sense of dread in his opponent, yet he failed to notice that the once timid youth, now ensnared in the alley, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, a hint of regret danced across his placid visage. With a slight turn of his body, he evaded the knife aimed at his belly, swiftly raising his hand in a backward motion to deliver a crushing blow to the man's head. A sharp crack echoed as blood erupted from the man's skull, yet to his astonishment, he remained conscious. The youth struck again with unrelenting force. To the man, all that registered was a gray, square object spinning before him, before he succumbed to oblivion on the ground. His companion, witnessing this scene, was initially taken aback, yet his usual ferocity propelled him to thrust his own knife at the youth. Unsurprisingly, he too received 2 crushing blows to the head, falling into unconsciousness. Having completed this encounter, the youth casually discarded the now bloodied brick he had wielded, brushing off the dust from his hands. He glanced towards the rooftop nearby, where a familiar figure lingered. With a resigned smile, he inquired, "Daredevil, when did you ascertain that these unfortunate souls posed no threat to me?" Chapter 22, Daredevil Matt. "Quicksilver's sister's family has long perished. He explicitly told me so. Hence you cannot possibly be Quicksilver's nephew." Daredevil's tone was far from amicable, showing no inclination to descend from his perch as he interrogated from above, "Who are you, and why are you seeking me in such a manner?" The revelation that Daredevil was acquainted with Quicksilver, and so intimately, was a disconcerting twist for Ward. The intelligence provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. was evidently flawed. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized his cover had been exposed by Daredevil. Fortunately, Ward quickly regained his composure and activated his plan, waving at Daredevil as one would greet a friend. "Could you come down and speak with me? I would rather not strain my neck looking up at you. It becomes rather tiresome." Daredevil furrowed his brow slightly, but nonetheless leaped down from the roof, landing gracefully on the ground. "What is your objective?" he inquired. At that moment, Ward was able to discern Daredevil's attire more clearly. He wore a black bandana that obscured everything above his nose, revealing only his mouth. Clad entirely in black, he wielded a baton, Had he been brandishing a dagger and adjusted the bandana lower, he could have easily been mistaken for the thieves described in Tales of Yore. He maintained a distance of 5 to 6 meters from Daredevil, extending a reassuring gesture as he spoke. Do not misunderstand, Daredevil. The reason I employed this method to draw you out was merely to unite our efforts in eradicating the gangs of Hell's Kitchen. Ward elaborated further. Though I am not the son of Quicksilver, he aided me in the past. Upon hearing of his demise, I hastened to New York, seeking vengeance. However, my own strength is insufficient, which is why I thought of you, the vigilante Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. As Ward spoke, Daredevil meticulously analyzed the veracity of his words through the rhythm of his heartbeat and the cadence of his voice. After losing his sight as a child due to an unknown substance, Daredevil's senses became exceptionally acute. Even in darkness, he could discern the faintest sounds, such as the rustling of a falling leaf, allowing him to gauge his surroundings and detect deceit through the fluctuations of a heartbeat. Typically, when a person lies, their heartbeat quickens involuntarily, and their speech accelerates when uttering falsehoods. Daredevil could hear that the heartbeat of the man before him remained steady, and his voice exhibited little variation, suggesting he was not lying. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the possibility that Ward might be adept at controlling his heartbeat and speech rate. Thus, Daredevil exercised caution and replied, I have no interest in teaming up to eliminate the gangs. I will avenge Quicksilver's death, but for your own safety. You should leave Hell's Kitchen immediately. This is for your own good. With that, Daredevil turned away, signaling the end of their conversation. Wait, I have not finished speaking, Ward exclaimed, hastily pursuing him, only to find that Daredevil had vanished from sight, which elevated his regard for the vigilante. While he had a reasonable understanding of the Marvel Universe, he was not well versed in every aspect. His previous impression of Daredevil had been that, though blind, he possessed remarkable sensory abilities and commendable combat skills. However, witnessing Daredevil leap from a height of over 4 meters and disappear so swiftly from his view revealed a strength far beyond mere competence. It was formidable. First day mission report. Successful contact with Daredevil. However, there was limited dialogue. Abilities, heightened senses, and exceptional combat skills. Impression of Daredevil, a vigilante accustomed to the shadows, living by his own rules. Ward took out his phone, meticulously composing a message to convey his observations, which he then sent to the mission system. Following this, he departed from Hell's Kitchen and found temporary lodging in an apartment-style hotel in the outskirts. The mission was not yet concluded. Although half of the plan had already failed before it truly began, Ward still held onto his vision of an integrated strategy. The following morning, Ward, armed with his legal credentials, ventured into Hell's Kitchen, intent on securing a position as an attorney. Under the warm glow of daylight, Hell's Kitchen momentarily appeared to embody the semblance of a typical New York neighborhood, albeit significantly more impoverished than its counterparts. The buildings were predominantly low-rise, and the streets bore witness to a conspicuous scarcity of pedestrians. In this district, legal firms were few, most catering to the criminal underworld. Ward bypassed these establishments, making his way directly to the office co-owned by the renowned vigilante lawyer Matt Murdock and his associate Foggy Nelson. Timing his entrance impeccably, he found both men present. Approaching them with enthusiasm, he declared, You must be the illustrious duo of justice, Mr. Matt and Mr. Foggy. I am Brian George, a fellow lawyer who shares your passion for justice, and I seek to join your ranks. Here is my legal certificate. As he presented his credentials, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Foggy Nelson, slightly overweight and with his hair slicked back, was initially puzzled by this sudden intrusion, but found the words of the newcomer rather pleasing. Justice lawyer, eh? I like the sound of that. Matt Murdock, on the other hand, had a different reaction. Though concealed behind sunglasses, he recognized the scent of the enigmatic individual he had encountered the previous night. How had this person tracked him down? Matt was taken aback. It had been nighttime in the dimly lit Hell's Kitchen, and they had been separated by several meters, with only a brief vocal exchange. Clearly, this individual was far from ordinary, and his claim of being a justice-seeking lawyer was suspect. While Matt pondered this in silence, Foggy felt a stir of interest. Their firm was still in its infancy with just the two of them, and adding another member would be advantageous. However, despite being the primary investor in the firm, Foggy recognized that the final decision rested with Matt, as the firm was primarily established for his benefit. Yet, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Our firm indeed requires more personnel, Matt. What do you think? I believe it is a poor idea, Matt promptly retorted. Foggy, you know our purpose in establishing this firm. We cannot afford to involve anyone without a clear background, especially not someone as dubious as this individual. Dubious? Ward interjected, his displeasure evident. Mr. Murdock, I have long revered your reputation as the brilliant blind lawyer, but you cannot slander me without cause. With that, he produced his identification and slammed it onto the table. This is my credential. If you doubt its authenticity, feel free to verify it with the police. If there is even a shred of falsehood, I will take my leave immediately. Foggy felt somewhat awkward and then cast a resentful glance at Matt, reproaching him for his disapproval of Brian. However, after analyzing Brian's voice and heartbeat, Matt concluded that he was indeed not lying. Could it be that he was unaware he was the very daredevil that Matt had encountered the previous day and had sought out Matt, a lawyer, solely to confront the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen? Chapter 23. A display of acting talent. Matt was uncertain whether his suspicions were accurate, but one thing was clear. Regardless of who this individual named Brian George was, he represented a considerable trouble, a reckless challenger to the gangsters of Hell's Kitchen. This realization only intensified Matt's reluctance to acquiesce to Ward's request. He had always believed that it was his responsibility to improve the environment of Hell's Kitchen. Having donned the mask of Daredevil previously had resulted in the demise of several individuals due to his actions, and he wished to avoid causing further harm. As Matt fumbled on the table, he intentionally avoided touching Ward's credentials until Foggy placed the documents in his hands. He then earnestly addressed Foggy, saying, "While hiring more personnel is feasible, Foggy, do we have sufficient funds in our law firm?" Foggy was at a loss for words. Indeed, without money, how could they hire anyone? Just as Foggy was about to apologize to Ward, Ward interjected, "It's all right. I merely require a position to commence work. I can forego the salary." He then muttered, with an air of disdain, loud enough for others to hear, "I never imagined that the duo of justice lawyers in New York couldn't even afford to hire a single person. Is that why they have remained just the two of them? Who said we are out of money?" Foggy could no longer contain himself, having grown up. He detested being accused of financial insufficiency. No, he was determined to hire this individual. "All right, Brian, I have made my decision. You may stay. Do not worry about your salary. I will compensate you according to the standards of a lawyer." This time, Foggy did not seek Matt's opinion and decisively finalized the matter. Matt opened his mouth, unsure how to prevent Foggy, and ultimately resignedly stated, "You may join us, but you must undergo our interview process. If you do not qualify, you will still have to leave." "Not a problem," Ward replied, unfazed. Subsequently, Matt and Foggy conducted an employment assessment for Ward, primarily led by Matt, who posed various questions regarding legal expertise. Had Ward not previously studied law, and subsequently recalled this knowledge instinctively upon receiving the task, he would have undoubtedly revealed some flaws. However, Ward did falter on a few complex legal questions during the process, but this was to be expected. Few lawyers can remember every legal detail. Typically, lawyers maintain records of legal knowledge on their computers or in notebooks, retrieving them as necessary, which is entirely normal. Ultimately, Ward officially became a member of Matt and Foggy's law firm, initially serving as the assistant to the two lawyers. Matt harbored significant doubts about his role, while Foggy was elated at the prospect of having a legal assistant, feeling that his status had risen considerably. Their law firm, however, had only recently opened and had taken on a few cases, all aimed at assisting the impoverished residents of Hell's Kitchen, which left them with little financial gain. The office was situated in a rather undesirable location. Despite the noble title of justice lawyers, their business had not increased. In fact, it had inexplicably dwindled, with a noticeable lack of clients recently, leaving them idle. Recognizing the need for cases to justify hiring new staff, Foggy decided to purchase a pack of cigarettes to offer to the police officers who frequently assisted them, hoping to gain valuable intel for potential business opportunities. After completing a round with Foggy, Ward returned to find Matt still present. Seizing the moment, he could no longer contain himself and approached the two men cautiously. "Matt, Foggy, I actually sought you out for a reason. You are the justice lawyers of Hell's Kitchen, and I need your help in gathering information about the Japanese Yakuza operating in this area. It is of utmost importance to me." Ward's expression was one of hope, but Foggy was taken aback by the mention of the Yakuza. They were justice lawyers, not super lawyers. Dealing with such criminal elements was perhaps better left to the vigilante Daredevil. Matt remained silent, still adhering to his previous belief that he could handle the situation alone without involving others, lest they be harmed. Seeing the two men silent, Ward's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he challenged them. "I thought you were champions of justice, but it seems you are merely cowards. Are you afraid to confront a gang? Will you shy away from any future cases related to them?" Foggy bowed his head slightly, and Matt remained quiet, intensifying Ward's disappointment. With a dramatic flair, he scoffed, "Fine, if you won't help, I will take matters into my own hands. The Yakuza killed a respected elder of mine, and I will not let them go unpunished." With that, Ward angrily began to pack his belongings. Witnessing Ward's fury, Foggy felt a pang of conflict within him. Should he truly allow this intriguing individual to face the gang alone? Foggy's heart raced, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Ward was right. Should they really retreat in the face of a gang? He was Foggy Nelson, the justice lawyer of New York, and he would not permit such cowardice to prevail. Matt. Foggy turned to his best friend. What did you say when we started this? We aim to make Hell's Kitchen a better place. Now our new employee is in trouble. And you want to back down? Matt, too, felt conflicted. Not assisting Ward weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet aiding him raised questions about Ward's true identity and the veracity of his claims. After observing for some time, Matt concluded that Ward was indeed unaware of his identity as Daredevil. Should he refuse, it was likely that his true identity would come under suspicion. Therefore, during the day, he would assist Ward in his capacity as a lawyer, while at night, he would shadow Ward as Daredevil. This strategy would not only strike a blow against the gangsters, but also protect Ward and unveil the truth about this individual. Ultimately, Matt nodded in agreement, prompting Foggy to become animated and rush out to intercept Ward, exclaiming, "Wait, Brian, we've decided to help you. As the righteous lawyers of New York, we cannot allow the fight against the gangs to proceed without us." Really? Ward asked, astonished. Upon seeing Foggy nod, he turned to Matt, who remained silent, and excitedly patted Foggy on the shoulder, saying, "I knew I could count on you." "Of course," Foggy replied, lifting his chin with an air of righteousness. However, within moments, he winced and began to rub his shoulder, grumbling, "Brian, your strength is quite formidable. Please refrain from such vigorous pats in the future, lest I fear my shoulder may be broken." Ward, looking somewhat sheepish, apologized. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." This time, his regret was genuine. He felt remorse for having exploited Foggy, who was an innocent bystander, twice in his quest to approach Daredevil for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission. Reflecting on this, he recognized that it was one of the reasons many held disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, he rationalized that he was performing a good deed. Once he got close to Daredevil, he wouldn't need to concern himself with the gangsters. He could simply observe and document Daredevil's actions. Yet, the mission required him to impersonate the late Quicksilver's uncle, a fact that troubled Ward. It seemed tragic that such a mild-mannered individual met his demise simply for accidentally soiling a gangster's trousers and subsequently drowned by them. Coinciding with the mission's requirements, Ward also sought to hone his combat skills against these gangsters, leading him to the proactive idea of combating them. This approach not only benefited him, but also served as a form of retribution for the innocents who had perished, thus constituting a good deed. Furthermore, while Ward found the profession of an agent appealing, he did not wish to become a mere puppet of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hence, he endeavored to infuse his own flair into the mission, rendering it more thrilling. In Chapter 24, titled The Three Major Gangs, Ward presented the autopsy report regarding Quicksilver provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., which included evidence such as the time and location of death. He informed Matt and Foggy that he had secretly gathered this information, intending to utilize it to prosecute the Japanese Yakuza. The Yakuza maintained a facade of legitimate entertainment businesses, such as bars, in Hell's Kitchen, yet covertly engaged in illicit activities, being the largest procurers in the area. Locating the Yakuza's enterprises for prosecution was not particularly challenging. But given that this was Hell's Kitchen, where Foggy and Matt had grown up, they were acutely aware of the immense wealth backing the Yakuza. Thus, winning such a case was virtually impossible. No amount of evidence would suffice. Foggy and Ward expressed their opinions. "Brian, your evidence is commendable, yet it falls short of being sufficient to defeat the Triad. They will corrupt judges and juries with their wealth. To truly dismantle the Triad, we require irrefutable evidence that can deliver a decisive verdict." Ward nodded knowingly, saying, "Just yesterday, upon my arrival, I encountered two individuals intent on robbing me. Had it not been for my combat training, I might have found myself with a few more holes in my body, lying in a hospital bed." With a hint of resentment, Ward continued, "Moreover, I sought the assistance of the vigilante Daredevil, who has recently emerged as a folk hero in New York. Yet he declined to aid me. I truly misjudged him, thinking him capable of lending a hand against the Triad. Who would have imagined that such a hero would cower before gangsters?" Foggy, now akin to an old friend, unconditionally believed Ward and began to join in the criticism of Daredevil. Meanwhile, Matt felt a surge of anger within him but restrained himself, not wanting Foggy to discover that he was indeed Daredevil. Consequently, he could only suppress his emotions. However, this led Matt to conclude that Ward was genuinely unaware of his identity, as Ward's remarks were entirely directed at the vigilante. With not a single glance cast in his direction, Matt found it hard to believe that one could lie so convincingly without revealing a single flaw, as if he were a machine. Of course, Ward was no machine. His ability to deceive without a hint of exposure stemmed from his identity. As a seasoned spy planted by Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had successfully deceived both Coulson and Agent Hand. What chance did Matt have? While Matt possessed remarkable skills, being able to discern lies through sound, his experience was still limited. Although he harbored some caution, Ward's prolonged pretense had begun to erode his vigilance. Afterward, Ward heeded Fuggy's advice and refrained from pursuing legal action against the Triad. Instead, he clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "I will unearth more evidence and, through my own efforts, bring down the Triad." As day turned to night, Ward returned to his hotel, donned all black attire, and masked himself to commence his operations in Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, over 20 meters away, Matt, too, concealed himself with a mask, utilizing his superhuman hearing to closely monitor Ward's actions. The two shared a similar appearance, differing only in that Ward's mask obscured his chin and forehead, revealing only his eyes, while Matt's covered everything above his nostrils, leaving his mouth exposed. Matt did not wish for Ward to meet a tragic end, so he aimed to secretly protect this impetuous youth, driven by passion, who aspired to become a hero. Matt was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. He could hear the rhythmic beating of a heart from over 20 meters away. Unless Ward possessed similar abilities, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious to Matt's presence. Indeed, Ward was unaware that the daredevil stood quietly just beyond his reach, yet he could surmise with a considerable degree of certainty that Matt was likely trailing closely behind him. Given Matt's character, he would not neglect the welfare of others, particularly after declaring his intent to confront the Hand through his own efforts, which clearly implied a resort to violence. Thus, under the impression that his identity remained concealed, Matt would undoubtedly take on the mantle of daredevil to discreetly safeguard himself. Ward had a certain fondness for individuals who demonstrated such covert concern for others. Shortly thereafter, Ward arrived at Paradise Alley within Hell's Kitchen. The scene was awash with vibrant colors, bustling with scantily clad workers, their attire ranging from lingerie to near nudity. Ward had seldom ventured into such places in his previous life, let alone one situated in Hell's Kitchen, causing him to cast a few lingering glances. However, he quickly dismissed the distractions. After all, excessive exposure diminished allure, and he preferred a touch of mystery and beauty. Ignoring the street's allure, he sought out a prominent bar that was likely a hideout for the Hand and stealthily infiltrated. Ward had limited knowledge of the gangs operating within Hell's Kitchen. Most of his insights stemmed from S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence. Excluding the locals, three primary factions reigned: the Japanese Hand, the Chinese Syndicate, and the Russian Mafia. The Syndicate monopolized the drug trade. The Mafia controlled the docks and engaged in gambling and trafficking, while the Hand was notorious for its illicit enterprises. Among these, the Syndicate wielded the most power and generated the highest revenue, followed by the Mafia, with the Hand at the rear. Ironically, the Syndicate also presented the most vulnerabilities, followed by the Mafia, with the Hand being the least susceptible. Initially, Ward's objective was the Syndicate, as he had the deepest understanding of their operations due to his past experiences. He was aware that the Syndicate would go to extreme lengths to ensure the safe packaging of their drugs, having blinded over 100 individuals to serve their purposes. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, having taken the lives of a 12-year-old girl and her mother, he felt a chill at the thought of the Syndicate's ruthlessness, particularly toward their fellow countrymen. Given the opportunity, Ward would not hesitate to confront the Syndicate. Yet, he recalled a crucial detail. The individual overseeing the Syndicate in Hell's Kitchen was an ancient being, over 400 years old, known as Madame Gao, who possessed formidable skills related to the mystical Kunlun. Although one can transform into air, encountering the indomitable Madame Gao would likely present a formidable challenge. Thus, Ward resolved to proceed methodically, first clearing out the Jidao gang to hone his own skills. Upon entering the rear of the Grand Hotel, he was greeted by the Japanese architectural style, affirming that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Inside, he casually picked up 2 gray bricks from the ground and stealthily approached the nearest Japanese soldier. The choice of bricks was deliberate. Ward discovered that such makeshift weapons were readily available, easy to wield, and possessed considerable damaging potential, earning them the moniker of the supreme weapon. With light-footedness, he successfully crept behind the soldier and delivered a swift blow with the brick. A soft thud echoed as the soldier crumpled to the ground. Drawing from his prior experience of striking 2 African Americans without incapacitating them, Ward applied greater force this time, efficiently neutralizing his target. Of course, he refrained from killing, as he was no mindless killer who sought to take lives indiscriminately. Thanks to the stealth of his attack, he managed to avoid alarming too many others. Continuing deeper into the establishment, he employed the same tactic to incapacitate 2 more Japanese soldiers before finally being discovered. Surrounded by 5 or 6 individuals, they charged at him without hesitation. Chapter 25. Combat. Since his arrival in this world, Ward found himself facing a situation of being besieged for the first time. Although he had engaged in battle before, having dispatched 2 superhumans on his second day here, he had been accompanied by many allies, equipped with an array of firearms including submachine guns and handguns, allowing him to feel secure against any threats. Now, however, the circumstances were markedly different. Armed only with 2 bricks, he faced 5 assailants converging upon him, leaving him with no option but to fight. Despite possessing the ability to transform into air, which ensured his survival, a slight tension gripped him. After all, having superpowers did not equate to invincibility. He had proven that by defeating the 2 superhumans. It was this very realization that motivated him to embrace the challenges posed by his current mission. With little time for contemplation, Ward instinctively devised the best course of action as the 5 assailants closed in. He targeted the nearest Japanese soldier, launching a brick directly at his face, while simultaneously raising his left hand to strike down upon the second soldier's head with remarkable speed. The resounding cracks of bricks meeting bone echoed in quick succession. The first soldier, struck by the flying brick, suffered a crushed nose and was left writhing on the ground, clutching his face in agony. The second soldier, significantly shorter, received a blow to the crown of his head, which did not draw blood, yet his vision blurred with stars, and he soon toppled backward, unable to utter a sound. Although the speed at which the 2 adversaries were dealt with was swift, the other 3 had already encroached upon Ward's vicinity. Perhaps it was due to his previous assaults targeting the head that these 2 individuals aimed their fists in the same manner. Ward could even perceive the gusts generated by their strikes. Fortunately, he reacted in time, ducking low to evade their punches. Before he could mount a counterattack, the third assailant unexpectedly brandished a dagger measuring about 20 to 30 centimeters, lunging towards his chest. The distance was less than half a meter, and within the blink of an eye, it could inflict harm. Aware that retaliating would only lead to injury, Ward instinctively collapsed to the ground, simultaneously driving his left foot upwards with force. Crack! His toes connected with the third assailant's elbow, bending it with a sickening sound of bone fracturing. The third man cried out in agony, losing his grip on the dagger, which fell to the ground. Ward seized the opportunity, snatching the weapon and thrusting it towards the calf of one of the remaining 2 assailants who were attacking him with their fists. The blade effortlessly penetrated flesh, and Ward could distinctly hear the smooth sound of the knife embedding itself. With a loud cry, the man crumpled to the ground, unable to mount further assault, clutching his leg in despair. At this moment, only the final assailant remained. He gazed at Ward, who was rising from the ground with the bloody dagger in hand, and instinctively took 2 steps back before attempting to flee. Ward was taken aback by this man's sudden cowardice, as he fled without hesitation. Realizing he could not pursue in time, Ward hurled the dagger at the fleeing figure. He did not hope for significant harm, merely to obstruct the man would suffice. To his astonishment, the dagger struck true, embedding itself in the nape of the man's neck, leaving only the hilt protruding. With his neck pierced, the man's movements ceased abruptly, his body stiffening before collapsing forward, trembling momentarily before falling still. Dead. Ward could hardly process this reality. Had he truly taken another life? His intention had merely been to teach a lesson to the Japanese Yakuza and drive them out of Hell's Kitchen, never to kill. Fortunately, having previously ended the lives of 2 female adversaries, Ward's psyche had fortified itself. He merely paused in shock before turning to flee. Meanwhile, over 20 meters away, Matt, having discerned the unfolding events through keen auditory observation, was astounded. He had initially perceived Ward as an impulsive novice, lacking understanding. But it now appeared that Ward was far from inferior in skill. Particularly concerning the ferocity of his strikes, he was even more ruthless. While the initial encounter with the brick was manageable, the subsequent confrontation with the dagger-wielding assailant, where Ward shattered the opponent's hand, followed by seizing the dagger to stab another, showcased a violent proficiency that was undeniable. In a desperate moment, he hurled the dagger, fatally striking an individual. Although Matt understood that this was not Ward's intention, the grim reality remained. A life had been taken, and that fact was immutable. To be candid, Matt began to experience pangs of regret, realizing that such a man was beyond his need for protection. Just as he contemplated departure, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from within the building. Unlike the previous Japanese individuals, these newcomers brandished an array of weapons, predominantly knives, with a smattering of firearms. A sense of foreboding washed over Matt. He too wished to flee. Yet, From a corner he had overlooked, an assailant emerged, leveling a gun at him. Then came the deafening report of a gunshot. Without a moment's hesitation, the assailant fired. Although Matt had anticipated the threat and attempted to evade, he was unable to completely dodge the bullet, which pierced his abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, the shot did not strike a vital area, granting him the ability to roll away and take cover behind a nearby wall. The figure in black was on his tail. Matt then heard a series of frantic shouts. He had not studied Japanese and could not comprehend their meaning, but he surmised that the assailant was calling for reinforcements. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand against his wound and rose, preparing to escape. Simultaneously, Ward, who had already made it outside, heard the gunfire followed by the Japanese shouts. It dawned on him that the assailants had identified the daredevil and mistakenly assumed he was one of their own. Given that Ward had observed their similar heights, within 3 centimeters of each other, and their comparable builds, it was entirely plausible that they would mistake Matt for him, especially since they were both clad in black attire with masks. Matt was in peril. What should he do? Ward's mind raced as he deliberated whether to return and rescue Matt. Although they had only recently met and their initial encounter had been less than cordial, Matt had come to protect him. Leaving him behind weighed heavily on Ward's conscience. Furthermore, Matt was his mission target. The one-eyed African-American director had a vested interest in him. If Ward neglected to assist Matt, the ramifications could be dire. Bound by both duty and morality, Ward resolved to act. Without further hesitation, he sprinted back, intent on rescuing Matt. Ward was not one to act recklessly. He discreetly activated his abilities, enveloping his body in a thin layer of metal to safeguard himself from gunfire. This technique had been developed after his return from space. While he could not transform his entire body into steel, he could fortify his skin. Admittedly, this metallic layer was thin and left certain areas, such as around his eyes and groin, unprotected, but it would suffice to shield most of his body. In his previous encounter with the dagger, he had refrained from using this ability, fearing exposure, given the multitude of witnesses present and Matt still being on the scene. However, the situation has changed. The Yakuza in Japan has resorted to firearms. If an unfortunate incident occurs and he is struck by a bullet, it could prove fatal. Ward is acutely aware that if he sustains any injury, S.H.I.E.L.D. might discover his abilities. Yet, those considerations are for another time. For now, preserving his life is paramount. Upon entering, Ward swiftly located the daredevil, who was making his escape. Without uttering a word, he grasped the vigilante and declared, "We shall leave together." Upon recognizing him, Matt did not resist. He rested his hand on Ward's shoulder and weakly instructed, "To the right." Without hesitation, Ward led Matt in that direction. Shortly after veering left, Matt spoke again. Ward, understanding the necessity, complied with his direction, for he knew that if Matt could utilize his superhuman hearing to track others, he could equally employ it to evade them. Indeed, moments later, the cacophony of their pursuers began to fade, indicating they had successfully eluded the enemy. Just as Ward exhaled in relief, intending to inquire about Matt's condition, he was suddenly shoved violently to the ground. Anger surged within him as he attempted to rise. He looked up to see a glinting blade descending towards his head without a moment's pause. Chapter 26. The Damned Blade. At the first sight of the descending sword, Ward instinctively tilted his head, bracing his shoulder to absorb the blow. Although his scalp was shielded by a layer of steel skin, it remained the most vulnerable part of his body. His instinctive reaction proved fortuitous. Clang! A harsh sound reverberated as metal met metal, yet the blade did not ricochet. Instead, it cleaved into Ward's armored shoulder, penetrating deeply. Thankfully, he crouched and rolled away, narrowly escaping further injury from the blade. The assailant, taken aback, uttered a hoarse, aged exclamation. A superhuman? The language was Japanese, incomprehensible to Matt, yet clear to Ward. Observing the man's slightly curved katana and his voluminous sleeves, it was evident he was Japanese. Ward even thought he resembled the legendary ninjas of lore, his head hidden beneath a hood, shunning exposure. Yet, he and Matt were not in a much better guise themselves. Regardless of whether this individual was indeed a ninja, his silent appearance beside them indicated he was no ordinary foe. Suddenly, Ward felt a searing pain radiate from his shoulder, prompting him to clutch it and let out a low growl. The Japanese man's blade had completely severed through his steel skin, reaching the flesh beneath. As dark blood began to seep forth, can one merely transform their skin into metal? If so, you shall meet your demise. Observing this spectacle, the Japanese man's tone turned dismissive. Without uttering a word, he charged forward once more. Ward could only perceive a fleeting shadow, and in the next moment, he once again beheld the glinting blade descending upon him. Unlike the previous strike aimed at his head, This one targeted the shoulder he had recently injured. Damn it! Ward cursed inwardly and swiftly rolled aside in a desperate attempt to evade the blow, but the Japanese man's sword slashed into his back, leaving yet another deep gash. Blood soon flowed from the wound, seeping into the fabric of his shirt. Unable to contain his agony any longer, Ward let out a piercing scream and began to roll frantically on the ground, striving to distance himself as much as possible before bolting upright to flee. He was terrified, fearing that despite his iron skin, this Japanese warrior could still slay him. He had tested the resilience of his transformed steel, discovering that ordinary tempered blades could not breach his defenses. Only conventional bullets, propelled by kinetic energy, could inflict harm, albeit not life-threatening. Yet this Japanese sword was different. It severed through his protective layer with ease, and Ward noted with horror that the blade bore not a single nick. Continuing this battle would surely lead to his demise. Ward urgently needed to find a secluded spot to shed his iron skin, transforming into vapor to escape safely. He could not shift forms immediately, as that required time, and he feared the Japanese man would seize the opportunity to cleave him in two during that vulnerable moment. Thus, he had no choice but to flee. However, he hardly managed to get a few meters away when he heard the unmistakable sound of steel clashing behind him, followed by a surge of pain. Just 3 strikes, and 3 wounds had already marred his body, blood flowing incessantly. There was no escaping. Ward realized the Japanese man was far too swift. He couldn't even discern the opponent's movements, let alone evade them. The raspy, aged whisper of 14 strikes echoed once more, and the assailant lunged at him again. Ward could scarcely perceive the man's attacks. He didn't even know how to dodge. And soon another blade found his back. Damn. Think of something. Ward's mind raced, but no plans materialized. As the Japanese man raised his sword once more, a voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. To your right front. Right front. Ward did not fully grasp the meaning, but instinctively rolled backward. A harsh scraping sound followed. And as he turned, he saw the Japanese man standing right before him, his blade embedded in the concrete ground. It was Matt. Using his remarkable auditory acuity, he had heard the Japanese man's heartbeat, forewarning Ward of the enemy's attack. However, Ward unleashed his inner thoughts directly at Matt with a furious outburst. How could you possibly know the actions of that Japanese man? Why didn't you say anything sooner? It's not that I didn't want to speak up earlier. Matt pouted slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet he recognized that this was not the moment for childish antics. So he quickly continued his explanation. I could only just hear the sound of his blood flowing and muscles vibrating, which is how I was able to inform you of his movements. What? Ward was taken aback. The mere notion that Matt could perceive such subtleties as the flow of blood and the quivering of muscles was astonishing. No, it was not just that. Matt had determined the Japanese man's location by listening to the sounds of his blood and muscles. But what about the man's heart? Furthermore, did the Japanese man not make any sound when he moved? Such sounds should be quite prominent. How could Matt not have heard them? Seemingly aware of Ward's unvoiced thoughts, Matt elaborated. I also wished to ascertain his position by listening to the sound of his heartbeat. But this Japanese man's heart does not beat at all. Or perhaps he simply has no heart. Ward had no time to be astonished and pressed on with his inquiries. What about the sounds he makes when he moves? Surely, those must be louder than the sound of blood flowing? Of course, they are louder, Matt clarified, but the sounds he makes while moving are far too numerous. It's as though they emanate from all directions, yet at the same time, they seem to vanish. Thus, I cannot utilize them to pinpoint his location. Is he truly that formidable? Ward mused, casting a wary glance at the still Japanese man. He had never anticipated encountering such an individual hidden within the ranks of the Japanese mafia in Hell's Kitchen. This was well beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, the Japanese man, having listened to Matt's explanation, slowly shifted his cold gaze from Ward to Matt, and once again emitted a voice that was both ancient and hoarse. I must deal with you first. In the next instant, the Japanese man's figure vanished, only to reappear beside Matt. Thanks to his superhuman hearing, Matt had anticipated the move and swiftly dodged, causing the man's blade to slice through nothing but air. Upon missing his strike, the Japanese man displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, his eyes narrowed, and the blade pivoted mid-air, striking horizontally towards Matt. Although this attack would have considerably less force than a downward slash, Matt was not endowed with Ward's steel-like skin. A horizontal cut would cleave him in two. Despite having sensed the sudden motion of the Japanese man's blood and muscles, the proximity of the attack left Matt with no time to evade. At a crucial moment, however, he suddenly heard the sound of an object slicing through the air, and with keen auditory perception, he discerned the situation. Something was hurtling towards the Japanese man before him. Upon listening intently, he realized it was a brick, still caked with dirt, freshly picked up from the ground. Chapter 27. A total of 99. The brick thrower was, of course, Ward, standing nearby. He witnessed the Japanese attacking Matt, and with no time to rush over and save him, he resorted to picking up a brick from the ground and throwing it. Drawing from his prior experiences, Ward's skill in throwing had improved, and he aimed for the spot where Matt had originally stood, inadvertently striking the Japanese assailant intent on continuing his assault on Matt. The sound of the impact was a dull thud as the brick hit the man squarely in the back, muffled by flesh and clothing. While it did not inflict significant harm, it successfully disrupted the assailant's balance, preventing the blade from reaching Matt. Seizing this moment of reprieve, Matt began to flee towards Ward. However, the Japanese were exceedingly swift. Despite being able to hear the rush of blood and the twitch of muscles to determine their position, Matt could not evade their relentless pursuit. His only chance of safety lay in joining Ward. As he ran, he clutched his abdomen, having sustained a gunshot wound, presumably inflicted by this heartless Japanese attacker. Once the Japanese regained his footing, he turned to glare at the brick that had fallen to the ground, his body trembling slightly, as if overwhelmed by a profound humiliation. The next moment, his gaze shifted back to Ward, icy and merciless. 77 cuts. The Japanese rasped, before charging towards Ward. Yet, halfway through his sprint, the attacker adjusted his trajectory. It became evident that his true target was not Ward, but still Matt, whose position he could discern. Upon seeing the Japanese rush forward, Ward no longer hesitated and sprinted towards Matt. Whether the Japanese had a heart was beyond Ward's knowledge, but he recognized the adversary's cunning. The assailant's intent to inflict further injury after wounding him, followed by redirecting his focus to Matt upon hearing his cries for help, indicated a formidable intelligence, particularly in combat. Coupled with his astonishing speed and the sharp blade in his grasp, if Ward did not act swiftly, Matt would soon be slain, and then it would be his turn. Thus, he had to take action. Only by doing so could he ensure his survival. As he ran, Ward shouted, "I'm here to protect you. You tell me where the Japanese is." To my right rear. Matt relayed the enemy's position based on his acute awareness of the blood and muscle movements, narrowly passing by Ward and taking refuge behind him. In the next moment, Ward beheld the glinting blade once more in the assailant's hand. It struck him then that in Japan, this type of sword was known as a tachi. There was but a single opportunity. Ward's physical capabilities surged to their utmost limits, bracing himself for the impending injury. As he enveloped himself in a protective layer akin to iron skin, it required considerable strength to support this added weight, resulting in a remarkable increase in his power, nearly 50% greater than usual. The transformation is akin to a weightlifter, whose lifting prowess escalates from nearly 180 kilograms to an impressive 200 kilograms, although the difference is merely around 20 kilograms. Such a disparity is sufficient to shatter countless world records. Ward himself possesses considerable strength among ordinary humans, and this nearly 50% increase in power becomes the pivotal factor in turning the tide. Having observed previous assaults by the Japanese, Ward recognized their penchant for downward strikes, as this method yields maximum force and inflicts significant damage. Thus, after misaligning with Matt, Ward transitioned into a two-handed palm strike directed upwards. In the next moment, he glimpsed the glinting blade once more, but this time, he was prepared to retaliate. The clash of metal reverberated, and feeling as though he grasped something thin yet substantial, Ward was invigorated, letting out a triumphant roar. Ignoring the pain in his hands, he fiercely pulled downward on the Japanese man's sword, followed by a vigorous tug backward. "Baka!" the Japanese exclaimed, overwhelmed by the immense force exerted upon the blade, a mix of fury and fear evident in his voice. As a samurai, the sword was his lifeblood. As long as the blade remained, so did he. He summoned all his strength, gripping the hilt tightly and pulling it toward himself, resolutely refusing to relinquish it. Caught in a stalemate, the sword hung suspended in the air. Ward was taken aback by the unexpected strength of the seemingly frail Japanese opponent. Although he was inherently more robust, the enhanced power he had gained only allowed him to contest evenly, and he felt an unsettling sensation of losing his grip on the blade. Sure enough, in the next instant, Ward sensed a surge of strength from the Japanese, who began to draw the sword closer to himself, despite Ward's desperate attempts to reclaim it. Damn it! Ward's palms throbbed painfully. The areas where he clutched the blade now stained with blood, dripping onto the ground. He realized he could not continue in this manner. Defeat was inevitable. Recalling the moment he transformed his hands and arms into steel, he understood that although this had reduced his overall defensive capabilities, the strength of his hands had surpassed what he possessed now. Without hesitation, Ward commenced his metamorphosis. Gradually, the steel skin began to shed, while the flesh, blood, and veins within his arms solidified into steel. Feeling an enhancement in his arm's power, Ward momentarily relaxed his grip to allow the sword to shift further toward the Japanese. Then, with a mighty shout, he seized the weapon once more and thrust it toward the man's neck. With scarcely any resistance, the sound of flesh being cleaved echoed, and the Japanese man's head fell to the ground, a fountain of blood erupting from the severed neck. Yet, even in death, he clung tightly to the sword, refusing to let go. Though it was quite extraordinary, the strength with which the Japanese man grasped the sword diminished upon his death. Ward exerted force once more, successfully wresting the blade from the lifeless fingers of the Japanese. Without an ounce of respect for the corpse, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the body, hacking mercilessly. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until he had delivered 4 or 5 dozen blows. It was only then that Ward began to comprehend the significance of the prior murmurs from his adversary, mentioning 14 and 77 strikes. The initial 14 strikes signified the Japanese man's belief that such a number would suffice to end his life and resolve the conflict. The subsequent 77 strikes appeared to be a calculation of how many times he wished to be cleaved after his demise. Ward was uncertain whether his interpretation was accurate, but he was resolute in his conviction that the Japanese man's body would endure precisely 98 strikes from him. There could be no miscalculation. 14 plus 77. Along with the 3 strikes he had already inflicted, the 3 misses, and the final blow he had just delivered, together they amounted to 98 strikes. Without pausing, Ward continued to hack at the Japanese man's remains, while Matt stood silently by, uttering not a word. Once the 98 strikes were completed, and the body had been reduced to numerous small fragments, Ward finally understood why Matt could not hear the man's heartbeat. It was not due to the absence of a heart, but rather because it was impaled by countless fine needles, which had stifled its rhythm. Yet astonishingly, although it lay still and had been dismembered, the heart retained an air of vigor, appearing far more robust than that of any ordinary individual. Gazing at this bizarre and eerie heart, Ward inhaled deeply and delivered one final strike, bringing an end to the suffering of the deceased. Ultimately, he had struck a total of 99 times. Chapter 28. The benefits of rain. As Ward continued his assault, Matt began to lose consciousness. The gunshot wound in his abdomen had caused him to bleed excessively, and with the sight of the Japanese man's demise, his willpower began to wane. Observing that Ward had finally ceased his relentless chopping, Matt seized the remnants of his strength and managed to utter, "Go to Corey Street and find Claire. She can help us." After speaking, he collapsed, losing consciousness and falling to the ground. In the midst of the scattered remains and the unconscious Matt, Ward weighed his options and decided to prioritize taking Matt for medical attention. Although his own injuries were alarming and he had lost considerable blood, they had begun to stabilize and did not worsen. As he rushed over, Ward glanced at the Japanese katana he had discarded on the ground and, after a moment's contemplation, chose to retrieve it. This sword had inflicted 3 wounds upon him and had subsequently carved into the Japanese man's body countless times, yet it bore not a single mark. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Thus, it became his spoils of war. Ward grasped a knife and severed a piece of the black fabric from Matt's clothing, binding it around his abdomen to temporarily staunch the flow of blood and prevent it from dripping onto the ground, which would betray their location. Having completed this task, he made his way towards Corey Street. Coincidentally, Ward had sustained his first injury to his left shoulder, and this time, it was the same, compounded by wounds to his back. The first time he was injured, he required a full month and a half for recuperation. He could only speculate how long this recovery would take. As Ward traversed the streets, he encountered very few people. This was a customary practice in Hell's Kitchen. One should avoid roaming the streets at night, except for those who had urgent matters to attend to. However, upon seeing the knife in Ward's hand and the blood staining both men's garments, these individuals wisely chose to avert their gazes. Before long, he located the Corey Street mentioned by Matt. Along the way, he successfully intimidated several unsavory characters, ultimately entering the designated location when no one was around, where he found a woman named Claire. "Who are you?" she exclaimed in shock upon seeing Matt and Ward, her face registering disbelief as she noticed the blood on their clothes. She promptly rushed over to assist Matt, urging, "Come inside quickly." Together, Ward and Claire heaved Matt onto the sofa. Then, holding the knife, Ward turned to leave, declaring, "I entrust him to you. You're injured as well." "I'm a nurse. I can help you bandage it," Claire insisted. She was a woman in her late 30s or early 40s, an African-American, and as she examined the blood on Ward's shoulder and back, it became evident that these injuries could not have been inflicted by Matt. Suddenly, Ward recalled who Claire was. She was the designated physician for Daredevil and the Defenders, a figure of trust. Thus, he offered a brief explanation, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Claire fell silent, uncertain of the nature of Ward's urgent business. Yet she could surmise it was of significant importance. Indeed, it was no trivial matter. Ward was determined to return despite his injuries because he needed to manage the scene. The 3 wounds he had sustained in the battle had bled profusely, and if they were not cleaned up, his identity could easily be uncovered. While the discovery by S.H.I.E.L.D. might not pose an immediate threat, he feared the repercussions from the organization behind the Japanese man. The numerous puncture wounds in the man's heart indicated that a powerful and enigmatic group was orchestrating these events. If Ward found it arduous to confront a manipulated individual, the thought of that organization tracing his blood and sending someone to exact vengeance was a harrowing prospect. Moreover, he dreaded the idea of this shadowy group using his blood for some nefarious ritual, akin to the dark arts he had often heard whispered about in his past life. Although this notion seemed far-fetched, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, he was compelled to hurry back to the scene and cleanse any trace of his blood. On his return, Ward noted an increase in the number of people on the streets. These individuals congregated in groups, most wielding weapons such as knives and clubs, with a few even brandishing firearms. Were they on a quest for that Japanese man? Ward concluded, recognizing the high likelihood of being discovered if he approached them, and thus resolved to adopt a method that guaranteed his safety. He found a secluded corner devoid of surveillance and deposited his prized katana there, subsequently shedding his black cloak and discarding it in the same spot. Beneath the cloak, he revealed a garment crafted from synthetic fibers. Ward had brought several outfits with him into space, each one possessing unique properties that could adapt alongside his abilities. Currently, he wore the sole form-fitting suit, which, once intact, now bore 3 significant gashes. Although this was the outfit he favored the least, and despite the pang of loss, Ward chose to find humor in his predicament, offering himself an unconventional consolation. Gradually, his form began to dissipate, blending into the air until he vanished from sight. Soon, Ward stealthily returned to the location where he had previously engaged the Japanese man in combat. As the place he and Matt had occupied was quite concealed, it remained undiscovered. Upon arrival, Ward reverted to his human shape and began searching for nearby water sources to cleanse the area. Suddenly, amidst his quest, he was startled by the sound of numerous crisp drops. It was raining. God bless. Ward felt a surge of excitement. Rain was fortuitous, as it would facilitate the removal of his blood from the scene. Although the infrastructure of Hell's Kitchen was lacking, its proximity to the Manhattan coast ensured adequate drainage. If the rain intensified and persisted, it would effortlessly wash away the traces of his blood. Even Matt's trail of blood, which had dripped along the way, might be completely eradicated. Ward patiently awaited the rain to cleanse the remnants of his presence before departing. The downpour was substantial, verging on a torrential rainstorm. As he observed his blood being swept into the storm drains, he gradually felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, followed by the sound of countless hurried footsteps, and Ward realized he was surrounded by a throng of people. With no viable escape routes in sight, he once again communicated with his body, instructing it to transform into air. However, he overlooked the fact that it was raining. During rainfall, as droplets descended, what would the air feel like? An ordinary person would remain oblivious, but Ward, having become air, experienced it firsthand. Each raindrop penetrated his form, leaving him utterly defenseless. Fearing that the raindrops would completely disperse him, he attempted to revert to his human state, but the crowd had already reached the scene, rendering his transformation impossible. With no other option, Ward could only endure the relentless assault of raindrops, intending to first fly to an uninhabited area. During the rain, his speed diminished significantly. However, as he soared through the downpour, he discovered that, although the droplets pierced his airy form, they did not inflict any pain. Quite the contrary, he felt an unexpected exhilaration. Ward firmly asserted that he harbored no inclination towards masochism. Rather, he had a robust propensity for inflicting pain, as evidenced by the numerous strikes he had delivered to the corpses of his adversaries. Yet, upon the rain cascading upon him, he found an unusual delight, akin to receiving a professional massage. Furthermore, he sensed that his ethereal self had become considerably more robust, as impurities within him were gradually being purged, rendering him more invigorated. Should anyone find themselves within the air he inhabited, they would undoubtedly feel as though they had returned to a primeval forest, teeming with vitality. Could it be that the raindrops possessed beneficial properties for him? In haste, Ward transformed back into his human form in a secluded area to examine his body, only to find that the 3 gashes he had previously sustained were nearly healed, leaving no trace of scabbing. Did the raindrops possess healing properties? No. It seemed that the injuries had improved significantly when he transformed from air back into human form. Perhaps he had merely been concerned about the unseen traces of blood. Now, it appeared that his near recovery was due to the nourishing qualities of the air-rich droplets, facilitating a quicker restoration. Ward felt a surge of joy. He should have realized that if his body could transform into air, it could also derive benefits from it. Contemplating this, he surmised that merging with the surrounding air should not pose a challenge. After absorbing sufficient air, if he transformed back into his human form, could he not restore his body to its former completeness? It was a flawless deduction. Eagerly, Ward once again assumed his airy guise, gliding through the rain, letting the myriad of droplets massage him. Chapter 29. The bonds of manhood. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once it ceased, Ward found that all his injuries had completely healed, and he even felt slightly stronger than before in terms of his physical prowess. While he may not rival the extraordinary abilities of the Fantastic Four or Dr. Doom, his enhancements were nonetheless impressive. Most importantly, his powers were steadily growing, a promising sign. He envisioned a future where his strength could rival that of the Thing, capable of grasping a substantial bus, or Spider-Man, able to halt a speeding subway train. Returning to his previous secluded nook, Ward retrieved his katana and clothing, donning the blood-stained black attire to conceal his injury. Given the severity of his wounds, an instantaneous recovery would surely alarm many. Upon entering the modest abode of the nurse, Claire, he was astonished to find that Matt had awakened, having removed the dark hood from his head, revealing his face. Ward witnessed this scene and, assuming the role of a dramatist once more, exclaimed in astonishment, "Matt, you are the Daredevil? This cannot be true. You are merely a blind man." "Brian, cease your pretense," Matt replied, a bitter smile creeping across his pale visage as he resignedly added, "You should have deduced my identity long ago. I even suspect that Brian George is not your true name." "Is it?" Ward felt a twinge of embarrassment. The two had just vanquished an adversary together, sharing a bond that transcended mere acquaintance. Continuing to feign ignorance at this juncture would be excessively theatrical. Thus, he mentally conceded that his plan had failed. However, Ward did not dwell on matters of strategy any longer. He removed the black scarf obscuring his face, pointed to himself, and sincerely stated for the first time, "Ward. That is my name." "Ward?" Matt echoed, uncertainly inquiring. "This time, it is genuine, is it not?" "Indeed," Ward responded in a flat tone. While he possessed another name, it belonged to a previous existence and bore no relevance to this life. Matt refrained from listening to Ward's heartbeat to ascertain the truth, realizing that sometimes intuition suffices to discern sincerity without the need for verification. At that moment, he felt assured that Ward was not deceiving him. "It seems I must withdraw for a moment." "Matt, remember not to move recklessly," Nurse Claire remarked as she observed the two engrossed in conversation. She turned and retreated to her room, feeling out of place in the living room, where her contributions seemed inconsequential. After Claire's departure, Matt adjusted his position, elevating his head slightly, and inquired, "I have a question. What drew the attention of your organization to me?" Ward shrugged and replied, "Perhaps it is because your presence was too conspicuous, lacking in stealth. The organization I am affiliated with is formidable. They can access a substantial portion of surveillance footage, and they possess their own monitoring systems capable of overseeing most areas of the Earth." "Such power? You seem quite knowledgeable about this surveillance system," Matt asked, intrigued. "I once utilized a subterfuge tactic to elude detection within that very system for over a fortnight." Ward thought to himself, but spoke naturally. "As a member, I am, of course, well acquainted with such matters." Matt chuckled. "It appears I have caught the attention of a formidable official organization, not one to be easily fooled." Matt analyzed Ward's words and actions, concluding that an exceptionally powerful entity had discovered him and dispatched Ward to locate and approach him. What perplexed Matt was the organization's intention. As Ward had not taken any overt actions upon getting close, such as apprehending him, Ward's behavior seemed more self-serving, and this ambiguity was the most confounding aspect for Matt. Matt lifted his body slightly, nearly settling onto the sofa before pausing to inquire, "I am quite curious about the intentions of the organization behind you in relation to me." Ward did not respond to this question directly, tactfully declining. "Such inquiries require authorization. Once I report back, I may be able to obtain a formal briefing to disclose all pertinent information." "What, then, is your purpose in seeking out the Yakuza?" Matt articulated his confusion. "Engaging with them does not seem to fall within the scope of your mission." Ward found a chair and seated himself across from Matt, establishing a sense of equality between them. He then masked the truth slightly, expressing a hint of regret. "There are two reasons. First, I genuinely seek vengeance for Quickster. Second, having just acquired my abilities, I desire to find worthy adversaries to hone my skills." I did not anticipate encountering that formidable Japanese individual. As he spoke, Ward picked up the katana resting beside him and placed it before Matt, only to remember he could not see it, and so he retrieved it, exclaiming, "This blade is remarkable. It struck me thrice, yet I managed to deliver 99 blows to that Japanese man, many of which struck the ground. Yet this sword remains utterly unscathed, a true treasure." Matt furrowed his brow and extended his hand. Sensing the moment, Ward loosened his grip slightly, allowing Matt to touch it. The peculiar bond between men was evident. Having shared a life-threatening experience, Ward felt no fear of Matt's intentions. He believed Matt shared the same sentiment. Matt's fingers accurately traced the blade, yet he found no traces of coagulated blood as he had anticipated, causing his frown to deepen as he voiced his concern. "Have you come to regard it as your trophy? It is perilously hot and may lead you into even more dangerous situations." "I am aware." Ward had contemplated this very issue, yet he felt an instinctual certainty that this sword would prove beneficial, enhancing the malleability and durability of his own form. In his understanding, vibranium was the most resilient material in the Marvel Universe, capable of withstanding alien laser weaponry without damage. Ward had once aspired to transform his body into vibranium, but such a feat eluded him. However, this sword was different. It imparted a sense of inexplicable utility, compelling him to keep it. The benefits were accompanied by risks, as Matt had pointed out, yet the advantage lay in the fact that if the Japanese man could wield this sword, so too could he. At the very least, with this blade, Ward would not find himself defenseless should he encounter such a peculiar adversary again. Seeing Ward's resolute demeanor, Matt realized his words would not sway him. Reflecting on Ward's recent outing and the torrential rain that had just passed, he remarked with a touch of fortune, "That downpour was remarkably timely. It has washed away our bloodstains. At least mine," he added. Ward yearned to respond affirmatively, yet upon recalling the throngs of people he had last encountered, he prudently articulated, "This time, I have stirred too much commotion. You were shot by the Yakuza, and they must have collected your blood. Although they are not an official organization, I believe that as long as they possess blood, they can trace us." Observing Matt's face, once radiant with fortune, now rendered expressionless by his words, Ward felt a twinge of guilt. It was he who had orchestrated this predicament, inadvertently dragging Matt into its depths. Contemplating this, Ward felt quite despicable. Previously, when he had transformed into air, he had discovered the healing properties of raindrops and had become absorbed in them, neglecting to eliminate the trail of blood leading from Matt. "I am truly sorry, Matt. This is my fault." Ward promptly offered his apology, then added, "I will cleanse every drop of your blood. Trust me, I can accomplish this task." However, Matt chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No need for that. I have endured too much. My blood has seeped into every corner of Hell's Kitchen. Even if the traces from the Yakuza are eradicated, the moment Matt Murdock is noticed, my identity will be exposed. Thus, this endeavor would be futile." At that moment, Ward also noted the multitude of wounds adorning Matt's body, feeling both admiration and a sense of incredulity at his luck. To have bled so profusely without detection, was that not a stroke of fortune? Yet, upon reflection, Ward rationalized this phenomenon. Being within S.H.I.E.L.D. had amplified his perception of the blood's significance. While Hell's Kitchen was chaotic, it was merely a hub of gang activity, making it inherently challenging to pinpoint an individual. Gazing at the grim determination etched on Matt's face, Ward inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, we must drive those gangs away. Only then will my identity remain concealed," Matt replied, his eyes devoid of any trace of hesitation, and he smiled. "Did you not think the same?" Ward paused, then joined in laughter. "Indeed, that is precisely my thought." Chapter 30. Arson. Following this exchange, Ward bid farewell to Matt and departed from the nurse's modest abode. He transformed into air once more, embarking on a secondary mission. This operation had two objectives. Firstly, he aimed to ascertain whether Matt's blood had been thoroughly washed away by the torrential rain. If the Yakuza had indeed collected a blood sample, he would seek to obliterate it, just in case they managed to trace Matt through the information. Secondly, Ward intended to meticulously investigate the Japanese Yakuza to uncover their true nature. The earlier encounter with the Japanese had served as a stark warning. Never act recklessly without understanding the enemy's background, for such folly could lead one into peril. Disregarding the sanctity of life itself, Ward believed that the Yakuza was merely an ordinary gang, and with his superpower rendering him virtually immortal, he became rather arrogant. This hubris nearly led him to disaster, almost meeting his demise at the hands of someone whose name was unknown. Had he transformed into air to ascertain the situation and taken preventive measures in advance, he would have evaded the perilous predicament he found himself in. One must possess a sense of reverence. Recognizing his own arrogance, Ward mentally cautioned himself once more, hoping to remember this lesson. After enduring a torrential downpour, Ward found himself moving through the air with greater swiftness than before. He calculated his speed to be akin to that of a mountain bike, ranging between 35 to 45 kilometers per hour. While it may not rival that of a car, it was nonetheless commendable. In his previous life, his electric bike seldom achieved such speeds. Along the way, Ward passed the site of the battle involving himself, Matt, and that Japanese individual. Discovering that the remnants of flesh had vanished, and the ground had been cleansed by the rain, leaving no trace of the conflict that had transpired. It was as if the world's malevolence was swept away, buried in the dark corners of time. Soon after, Ward re-entered the Yakuza's stronghold. This time, however, he attracted no attention, moving silently. Despite the numerous guards, none sensed the presence of a peculiar gust of air slipping inside. This left Ward in awe. He was originally a spy planted by Hydra within Hydra, and the powers he acquired were remarkably suited for espionage. What a serendipitous coincidence. The creator is truly wondrous. Ward delved deeper, wandering through the Yakuza's stronghold. In his air form, he could morph into a flat surface or a thread, infiltrating even the most concealed spaces. Even within a completely sealed military base, as long as there was airflow, he could breach the premises. He discovered a room filled with an assortment of chaotic items, likely a storage area. Upon entering, Ward noticed numerous bottles of various sizes and colors, some red, others murky yellow and white. One small bottle bore the inscription Black-Clad Man, presumably containing Matt's blood, while the other containers were labeled with the name of another individual. The inscriptions were numerous, totaling 6 characters. Though he lacked proficiency in Japanese, Ward recognized the meaning: slave of the sword and sword wielder. What sort of Japanese individual would bear such peculiar titles? Or were they merely code names? Ward furrowed his brow, feeling a tightening sensation in the air around his head, puzzled. What perplexed him further was the question of why the dismembered remains of the sword slave had been meticulously collected and preserved. Could it be that some sinister cult possessed the arcane ability to reconstitute flesh through blood or resurrect the dismembered? The more Ward pondered, the more he felt a chilling dread, especially upon discovering the severed head of the blade slave, a grim reminder that cultic rituals might indeed exist. He had already endured 3 slashes from this foe and had no desire to encounter him again. It was imperative to obliterate this place. The most effective method would be to incinerate it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ward began to scour for a lighter or matches, even gasoline or alcohol, anything that could serve as an accelerant. He feared that if the fire ignited, it would be swiftly extinguished. With gasoline or alcohol, there would be no time to quell the flames. Before long, he located a lighter, a common item easily found. However, he was disappointed to find no gasoline or alcohol, but instead discovered a plethora of cooking oil in the kitchen. Clinging to the notion that oil is still flammable, Ward stealthily extracted several barrels of cooking oil. If he spotted anyone, he would conceal the oil, blending into the shadows. If the coast was clear, he would continue transporting it. After approximately 10 minutes, he managed to haul the barrels into the room where the blood was stored. He doused the items with oil, ignited a piece of fabric with the lighter, and immediately transformed into air, soaring out of the room. Flames thrive on the combustion of air, and he had no desire to become fuel for the fire. Reduced to ash, this was his most significant vulnerability after becoming air, his fear of flames. The fire did not spread rapidly, as the flashpoint of cooking oil is considerably higher than that of gasoline or alcohol. Thus it failed to ignite immediately. It was only when the flames from the fabric surged into a roaring fire that the room erupted into a sea of flames. The blaze had ignited. Quick! Put it out! Put it out! A cacophony of frantic cries echoed from all around. Yet, Ward did not flee immediately. Instead, he lingered in the air, observing below, hoping to catch sight of any significant figures and glean more information about the blade slave. Ward believed such a formidable individual could not be merely confined to a small gang in Hell's Kitchen. It was inconceivable. However, after a prolonged watch, he discerned no noteworthy individuals, nor did he overhear any discussions about the blade slave. Everyone seemed solely focused on extinguishing the fire, as if oblivious to the earlier events. Finding this peculiar, Ward wished to remain longer, but as midnight approached, he reluctantly exited the Yakuza stronghold and returned to his hotel. The mission to observe Matt required him to report daily occurrences and changes to Hydra before the stroke of midnight. Once back, Ward contemplated for an extensive period, ultimately deciding against being perfunctory with Hydra. and resolved to report all that had transpired that day. Aside from his superpowers and the enigmatic Japanese blade slave, Ward was not a quintessential S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. His abilities remained a secret that must be concealed until they could no longer be hidden. Even if discovered, he could not brazenly reveal or employ his powers. Denial was essential. His situation was exceedingly precarious, straddling the line between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. If his dual identity were uncovered, it would spell trouble. Thus, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. There are individuals in the Marvel Universe, such as the Japanese sword enthusiast, of whom Ward had never heard. Until he clarified everything, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. After meticulously editing the content and reviewing it several times to ensure its accuracy, Ward finally pressed the confirm button to submit the report. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. responded. Chapter 31, Matt. The Avenger of Vengeance. The mission was modified from surveillance assessment to amicable engagement, granting Level 5 Agent Grant Ward the highest clearance to disclose information to the vigilante known as Daredevil, Matt Murdock, with the exception of classified details. The ultimate objective of the mission, to establish a cooperative relationship with Daredevil and provide him with a confidential contact number, thereby fulfilling the mission. Upon reading S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response, Ward was somewhat astonished. From the moment he received this task, he had surmised that the assignment came from either the one-eyed director or someone from his faction. The intention was undoubtedly to gather superheroes for the eventual formation of the Avengers, a plan that had been in motion for over a decade. Following the invasion of the Skrulls and Captain Marvel's arrival, the director recognized the extraterrestrial threat to Earth and devised this strategy. The directive to monitor and assess Daredevil was a means to incorporate him into their ranks. However, the details of the modified assignment revealed a different narrative. It appeared that the director did not regard Matt with great esteem, if he truly valued Matt's capabilities. The mission's objective would not have been as simplistic as establishing a friendly rapport and providing a secret phone number. This so-called secret line was merely a specific number to be given to Matt, allowing him the option to reach out should he wish to join the Avengers initiative. Whether or not he chose to call was entirely at his discretion. This approach clearly indicated a lack of concern regarding Matt's potential participation. Was it possible that the director deemed Matt's abilities inadequate? After all, Matt possessed remarkable superhuman hearing, along with commendable olfactory, gustatory, and tactile senses. How could he be overlooked? Or perhaps the director considered Matt's solitary demeanor unsuitable for the Avengers. Ward could not ascertain the truth. Although he was intrigued by the Avengers initiative, he understood that it was not his place to meddle excessively. It was wiser to observe and wait. Lastly, Ward found himself perplexed by the director's attitude towards him. He had explicitly stated in the mission report that, due to his disdain for Quicksilver's demise and the exigencies of the task, he had taken it upon himself to accompany Matt into the Japanese Yakuza to confront and eliminate adversaries, resulting in Matt sustaining grave injuries. Ward had anticipated some form of reprimand, at the very least a verbal rebuke, but the response contained no mention of this incident. Did the director consider the minor gang to be of no consequence? Or was there another reason? Ward harbored a suspicion that there were many layers to this situation. However, he was not a person of extraordinary intellect, and for a moment, he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Thus, he chose to temporarily set aside his confusion. That evening, Ward had a restful night, replenishing the energy he had previously expended. The following morning, he awoke invigorated and made his way to Matt and Foggy's law office. Upon entering, he found Matt absent. Instead, Foggy was pacing anxiously, his hands fidgeting, clearly agitated. Upon seeing Ward, Foggy hurried over to him, scrutinizing his physique before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Hey buddy, it's fantastic that you're unscathed. When you mentioned investigating the Yakuza, I feared that one of those daredevils was you. But since you're unharmed, it surely cannot be, for both of those daredevils sustained severe injuries, you know? I heard that the Yakuza's stronghold was raided by those two, resulting in multiple casualties before they fled. Thank goodness you are all right." Witnessing Foggy's evident concern, his hesitant speech brimming with worry, an unexpected warmth flowed through Ward's heart. Though they had only known each other for a day, Foggy's genuine care revealed him to be a truly good person. The realization that he had deceived and exploited such a good soul made Ward feel despicable. The thrill of being an agent, although exhilarating, felt increasingly disingenuous. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Of course it wasn't me. If I had charged in to eliminate them, a mere handful wouldn't suffice. I need to take out dozens of those wretched gangsters to truly vent my anger." "Keep dreaming," Foggy scoffed, glancing at his watch and then toward the entrance. Murmuring in confusion, Why hasn't Matt arrived yet? He has always been punctual. Perhaps he encountered a beautiful lady and engaged in a lengthy conversation? Ward shrugged, poised to further disparage Matt when suddenly, Matt's clear voice resonated from the entrance. Though I cannot see, I can certainly ascertain that it was indeed a stunning beauty. Brian, do you think I should introduce her to you? Matt emphasized the name Brian significantly, evidently still irked by Ward's earlier deception. Ward turned toward the entrance and beheld Matt clad in a well-fitted suit, wielding a cane, entirely devoid of any signs of the gunshot wound he had sustained the night before. It was unclear whether this was due to Matt's formidable willpower or his remarkable recuperative abilities. As Matt tucked away his cane, he walked to his seat with the poise of one who was not visually impaired, then feigned ignorance as he inquired, I overheard you discussing the gang. Has something significant transpired? Foggy's excitement reignited as he embellished the tale once more. It's the Japanese Yakuza. They were struck hard by two daredevils. After hearing Foggy's account, Matt inquired, so, does that mean the Yakuza's operations are all shut down for the day? Are they planning to suspend activities for a while? Indeed, Fogg eagerly remarked. I have also heard whispers suggesting that after being struck by the two daredevils, the Hand is preparing to withdraw from Hell's Kitchen. We cannot allow them to leave so easily. Matt furrowed his brow, recalling how he had been injured by members of the Hand just the previous night. It was inconceivable to let this nefarious group escape unscathed. Wobbline, intending to call Ward, quickly changed his mind upon noticing Fogg's presence, and continued, I have heard that during your investigation last night, while the two daredevils were enacting justice, you acquired a wealth of useful information, including evidence of the Hand's previous atrocities against Quicksilver. Present these findings. They shall serve as our most potent weapons to ensure the Hand is thoroughly vanquished, leaving not a single member to flee New York. Yes, let not a soul from the Hand escape New York. Ward found himself increasingly admiring Matt. He appreciated the notion of revenge, especially when it was pursued with such fervor. However, he recalled that he had left empty-handed during his encounter with the Hand the previous day. Matt, you mustn't conceal my name for the sake of your own pride and speak recklessly. Pondering this, Ward smiled and said, the situation yesterday was chaotic, and I felt it prudent to depart, leaving without obtaining anything. Yet, Matt, I distinctly saw you engaging in conversation with those alluring ladies at the Hand's establishments. I cannot believe you left without gathering evidence. Matt was taken aback, not expecting to be confronted so swiftly by Ward. He vehemently protested, who said that? I certainly did not visit such places, nor did I engage in discussions of life with any alluring ladies. You must not slander my name. After the bond forged through yesterday's trials, both men understood they were merely jesting and took no offense. However, Fogg, listening intently, wore a perplexed expression and inquired, what is an alluring lady? What on earth are you two discussing? Chapter 32. The arrest of the Daredevil and the arrival of the Fantastic for that morning, Ward, Matt, and Fogg sequentially visited the police station to file a report, urging the authorities to shut down the enterprises run by the Hand and apprehend this illicit organization involved in prostitution. Apart from Nevada in the West, prostitution is deemed a crime in most other states in the United States. However, it is a practice that can never be entirely eradicated, thus persisting in various forms. Particularly in Hell's Kitchen, where such activities are rampant, numerous connections exist, and the police generally turn a blind eye to the Hand, as the complexities of these affairs are fraught with conflicting interests. Upon observing this situation, the trio exaggerated the Hand's intent to leave New York when relaying the information to the police. Within 5 minutes, they witnessed a heavily armed contingent of officers boarding vehicles, hastily making their way to the Hand's operations on Paradise Street. Truly, it is a society rife with capital and vested interests. Upon witnessing the situation, Foggy let out a disdainful scoff, followed by a note of gratitude. It's all thanks to those two daredevils. Were it not for their efforts in dismantling the Hand, I dare say the organization would remain unscathed for another 5 years. Ward cast a teasing glance at Matt before addressing Foggy. You speak the truth. This world indeed requires heroes, and it is evident that the daredevils fit that role. Just as Matt was on the verge of asserting otherwise, he ultimately refrained and conceded, I share that sentiment. So do I, Foggy affirmed eagerly. Do you suppose the daredevils will next target other gangs, such as the Mafia or the Hand? Will they cleanse Hell's Kitchen entirely? Indeed, they will, Matt replied with a beaming smile, seemingly already strategizing the endeavor. It's not that simple, Ward interjected with a more pragmatic perspective. As long as there is light in this world, darkness will inevitably follow. Where there is good, there will also be evil. Even if the gangs of Hell's Kitchen are eradicated, new factions will rise to fill the void left by the Hand and the Yakuza. He continued, in the interim, Hell's Kitchen may descend into greater chaos and disorder. Unless the government intervenes substantially, the ordinary citizens within will only face increasing hardship. Upon hearing Ward's words, Matt and Foggy furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications. Having grown up in Hell's Kitchen, they recalled a time when it was not under the dominion of the current factions, but rather controlled by other gangs. Back then, Hell's Kitchen was not as notorious. Its reputation only deteriorated after the previous gangs vanished, making way for the current turmoil. This aligned with Ward's assertions. However, Matt remained somewhat unconvinced, believing that a thorough crackdown on all criminals would suffice to rectify the situation, instilling fear in the gangs through relentless action. Foggy, on the other hand, found merit in Ward's reasoning and curiously inquired, "So, Brian, do you possess any viable solutions to this predicament?" Ward shook his head, stating, "Complete resolution is unattainable. Our only recourse is to maintain the existing state of affairs and strive to improve it gradually." "Is that so?" Foggy fell silent, lowering his gaze, lost in contemplation. After departing from the police station, the trio proceeded to the courthouse, where they filed their lawsuit against the Hand before returning to Hell's Kitchen, arriving at Paradise Alley. Upon their arrival, they found a significant police presence, with officers escorting numerous Japanese individuals out of various bars and nightclubs, effectively clearing the area. However, most of the bystanders appeared less than pleased. They were either members of rival gangs or regular patrons of the alley, and the thought of no longer being able to frequent the place left them with a profound sense of emptiness. Only a small fraction of ordinary people are waving flags and loudly praising the efforts of the Daredevil, yet not a single soul offers commendation for the police. Those residing in Hell's Kitchen understand that had it not been for the intervention of the Daredevil, the New York police would scarcely have bothered with the Yakuza, content instead to linger in their precincts and collect their salaries. Consequently, no officer wears a cheerful countenance. They are all as grim as the depths of the sea, saying nothing as they silently escort the Yakuza away. After today, the fame of the Daredevil is bound to ascend. Yet the identities of these two Daredevils remain shrouded in mystery. Might they be brothers? Foggy, idly bored, begins to speculate on the identity of the Daredevil. Meanwhile, both Ward and Matt exchange silent smiles, refraining from addressing Foggy's queries. As the afternoon unfolds, Ward had already prepared a statement to divulge information about S.H.I.E.L.D. to Matt in Foggy's absence. However, just then, Foggy bursts through the door, panting heavily, and exclaims, "Guys, we have a problem." Ward pours a glass of water and hands it to Foggy, saying, "What is going on?" "Take your time, Foggy." After gulping down the water and catching his breath, Foggy anxiously continues, "The precinct has plastered arrest notices on every street, declaring that both Daredevils are murderers who must be apprehended. This bunch of complacent officers, who do nothing to capture real criminals, turn their ire towards those who can actually resolve the issues at hand. It's infuriating. What on earth is happening?" Matt, intrigued by Foggy's words, leans in closer to Ward, suspecting that Ward, being affiliated with a more official organization, might possess some insights. However, Ward wears a look of confusion as he meticulously reviews the events in his mind, considering a possibility. If the precinct, overseeing Hell's Kitchen, perceives the Daredevil as a threat to their interests, diminishing their income, then perhaps other forces have intervened, offering the precinct substantial incentives to target the Daredevil. Ward elaborates on his theory, proposing the most likely culprits. It's either the Mafia or the Hand, or perhaps they have allied to teach the Daredevil a lesson. "Damn those gangs," Foggy exclaims, filled with anger and concern. "I hope the Daredevil stays hidden for now. If they're caught, it would be disastrous." "Indeed," Ward nods in agreement, casting a glance at Matt. Matt, feeling Ward's gaze, remains silent, contemplating. Striking against the gangs of Hell's Kitchen and transforming it into a better place is Matt's dream, and he is resolute in not abandoning it, even if only for a few days. Ward senses Matt's determination and wishes to counsel him, yet with Foggy present, he hesitates to speak. Matt and Foggy have been friends for many years, yet Matt has refrained from revealing his true identity to Foggy, fearing that it might place him in peril. As an outsider, Ward should certainly refrain from disclosing the truth, for sometimes, ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Consequently, an air of silence enveloped the law firm, with the three of them exchanging few words. Foggy assumed that both Ward and Matt remained silent out of concern for Daredevil, resonating with his own feelings, completely unaware that the two were actually preoccupied with their own worries. As Ward contemplated whether to join Matt in eliminating the two gangsters and subsequently seek to lift the arrest warrant, Foggy suddenly erupted with exclamations, beckoning Ward and Matt to his position to witness a breaking news segment. Upon approaching, Matt could only listen intently, while Ward's expression transformed into one of relief upon seeing the news on Foggy's computer. The broadcast heralded the imminent debut of the illustrious Fantastic Four. Chapter 33. Methods of amplifying abilities to the average observer. The footage presented in the news resembled a scene from a science fiction film. A colossal creature composed entirely of stone was perilously close to plummeting into the sea, its descent thwarted by a large fire truck, approximately 20 meters in length, that was gradually pulling it back onto the bridge. A firefighter seated on the truck was thrown off balance by inertia, tumbling towards the ocean below. Everyone presumed that this firefighter was doomed, yet astonishingly, he was caught in the grip of a rubbery figure, approximately 30 feet in length, who safely rescued him. In the background, a truck transporting hazardous gas canisters collided with a smaller vehicle, causing the canisters to tumble and begin hissing ominously, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Panic ensued as people fled, but amidst the chaos, a small girl was left behind in the crowd. As flames began to erupt from the gas canisters, a young boy bravely rushed forward, scooping up the little girl and turning to flee. Observers were astonished to see that the boy bore a striking resemblance to the iconic superhero Captain America, Steve Rogers, albeit with a more youthful and rebellious demeanor. Cheers erupted for this modern-day Captain America. Yet just then, the gas canister detonated, engulfing the young boy before it began to consume the onlookers. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the edge of the explosion, enveloping the flames and shockwaves in a pale blue energy, gradually compressing the explosion until it vanished entirely, as if nothing had occurred. After performing this extraordinary feat, the enchanting woman could barely maintain her footing, collapsing backward. The crowd rushed to assist her, only to discover that the boy who resembled Captain America had emerged unscathed, having successfully rescued the little girl. As the anticipation unfolded without further incident, all present erupted into cheers for the four superheroes who had saved them, bestowing upon them affectionate nicknames. The Mighty Thing, the Elastic Mr. Fantastic, the suddenly appearing Invisible Woman, and the Fearless Human Torch were collectively hailed as the Fantastic Four. It appeared there was no longer a need to fret over the police's pursuit of Daredevil. The emergence of the Fantastic Four had effectively resolved that dilemma. Should the police continue to seek Daredevil, they would be opposing not only those saved by the Fantastic Four, but the entirety of New York itself. After watching the news, Foggy squinted his eyes, seemingly radiating a newfound fervor, embodying the essence of justice. Following the incidents involving the Hand, Foggy had become an ardent admirer of Daredevil, and the knowledge of his being wanted filled him with indignation. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. Fortunately, the arrival of the Fantastic Four reassured Foggy that the well-meaning Daredevil would also gain public admiration. With increased attention, the warrant would inevitably lose its significance. While there was some truth to this notion, Ward soon emerged to undermine Foggy's confidence. Indeed, Daredevil would find some respite. But one must not forget that the actions of the Fantastic Four were driven by a desire to rescue, whereas the two vigilantes, despite targeting the mob, had taken lives, an entirely different nature of conduct. The individual involved, Matt, nodded in agreement with Ward's assertion. The nature of his actions was indeed distinct from that of the Fantastic Four, imbued with a sense of vengeance, compelling him to don a mask under the cover of darkness, referred to as a grassroots hero and vigilante rather than a savior. This distinction was also the reason why the name Daredevil resonated only within a small locale, never basking in the limelight. Nevertheless, Matt harbored no regrets. His purpose as Daredevil had always been to cleanse Hell's Kitchen of its criminal elements. He would not leave until Hell's Kitchen was made better. "What's your deal? Why do you dislike Daredevil so much?" Foggy exclaimed, frustration evident as he gestured for Ward and Matt to vacate his desk. Matt could only manage a wry smile, longing to tell Foggy, "I am the Daredevil you admire," yet the countless scars on his body reminded him of the risks involved, leaving his words unspoken. Ward, on the other hand, remained indifferent. Upon returning, he opened his phone and repeatedly replayed the news footage of the Fantastic Four. He pondered why his own abilities were not as formidable as theirs. Whether it was the Thing's rock-like skin and immense strength, the Invisible Woman's capacity for invisibility and energy manipulation, or the Human Torch's flames and flight, their powers were undeniably impressive. Even Mr. Fantastic, possessing merely one ability, could stretch his body with such prowess that he seemed nearly impervious to all physical attacks, rendering his defenses unmatched. The abilities of the Fantastic Four are indeed remarkable, especially when one considers the formidable villain, Dr. Doom. Yet what of Ward? His power merely allows him to transform into air. Even the transformation into steel proves to be a cumbersome endeavor, as he can only change a fraction of himself. He must also contend with the peril of being scorched by flames or consumed by explosions. It is undeniably frustrating. Thus, Ward yearns to glean some inspiration from the Fantastic Four, hoping to enhance his own abilities. He recalls that in the Fantastic Four, Ben Grimm's superpower is the ability to turn into stone. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, believed that they were afflicted by an ailment and sought to cure it, ultimately succeeding. Mr. Fantastic constructed a machine capable of extracting the cosmic energy, altering their forms, thereby restoring the Thing back to humanity. Subsequently, this machine was discovered by Dr. Doom, who harnessed it to amplify his own powers, only for Ben to utilize it once more to revert to his stone form, regaining his abilities. Quite remarkable. Ward contemplates whether he might also employ this machine to strengthen his own powers. His abilities are rather feeble, suitable only for clandestine endeavors, lacking any formidable combat prowess. At this rate, he would be ill-equipped to confront the likes of the cosmic bureaucrat, the purple potato, let alone the Japanese sword slave he had never even heard of until yesterday. As a fellow superhuman, he cannot afford to remain so weak. Once again, Ward's mind plunges into strategizing how to amplify his strength, a state of thought that previously led him to discover a way to acquire superpowers. Surely, he can replicate that success this time. However, just then, a special notification from SHIELD appears on his phone, causing Ward to furrow his brow. He harbors a foreboding sense that this alert will disrupt his plans. Cautiously opening the message, his apprehension is confirmed. Emergency notification. All operations concerning Daredevil are hereby suspended. All resources are to assist Agent Phil Coulson in completing a new Level 8 classified mission involving friendly engagement with the Fantastic Four. Chapter 34. A coveted opportunity with the Fantastic Four. Upon receiving the assignment, Ward concocts a fabricated excuse to bid farewell to Matt Murdock and heads to the rendezvous point, where he finds the ever-dapper Agent Coulson clad in his signature suit and tie. The meeting place is a street corner in Midtown Manhattan. As Ward approaches, Coulson greets him with a warm smile. Once Ward stands before him, Coulson glances at Ward's left shoulder and inquires with genuine concern, "It has been nearly 2 months. How is your injured shoulder faring?" Ward clenches his right fist and lightly taps his left shoulder, responding with a grin. "It's completely healed. There are no lingering issues." "That's good to hear," Coulson replies with a nod of relief, his expression shifting to curiosity as he asks, "I heard you were previously engaged in a covert mission regarding Daredevil. How did it go?" "Not bad," thought Ward, harboring a hint of resentment as he listened to Coulson recount his mission. "Just as I was nearing completion, I received a notice to pause my task and assist you with a new one." With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "I see that the new mission is classified as Level 8. Has your status been elevated, Coulson?" "Not at all." Coulson promptly refuted Ward's speculation. "I have only recently been promoted to Level 7. There is no way I could have ascended to Level 8. He continued with a cheerful explanation. "I have merely been temporarily granted Level 8 clearance by Director Fury to undertake this classified mission." Ward chuckled, expressing a tinge of envy. "Even temporary clearance is quite impressive. I have no idea when I will be able to ascend to Level 6. He was not pretending. Genuine admiration colored his sentiments. However, after receiving clarification, he felt a sense of relief. In his recollection, Agent Coulson remained a Level 7 operative until his demise. If that were to change now, the unfolding narrative might veer drastically off course. Ward was not particularly keen on significant alterations to the storyline, as his own abilities were derived from foreknowledge of events. If future developments were to shift, he would lose the advantage he had come to rely upon. Naturally, it was impossible to prevent change, much like the task concerning the Fantastic Four, which was bound to initiate numerous transformations. Such occurrences were to be expected, otherwise, it would be rather unusual for SHIELD to remain indifferent to the emergence of the Fantastic Four. Coulson arrived in a SHIELD designated Chevrolet sedan. Given that Ward's rank was 2 levels lower, the responsibility of driving fell upon him. After handing the car keys to Ward, Coulson began to elaborate on the specifics of the mission. "Unlike your previous surveillance assignment, this time we will engage with the Fantastic Four in an official capacity to comprehend the origins of their powers and foster a positive relationship." Taking his place in the driver's seat and inserting the key into the ignition, Ward remarked, "It doesn't sound overly complicated." The procedure described by Coulson was largely familiar to Ward. It would resemble Coulson's future engagement with Tony Stark, who had just constructed the Iron Man suit, albeit with a more pronounced approach. This was unsurprising. As compared to Iron Man, the presence of the Fantastic Four was entirely unmasked. Their four figures were prominently featured in news broadcasts, and as coverage deepened, their names and backgrounds became widely known. Much like the first superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. The existence of the Fantastic Four was common knowledge, recognized as four valiant superheroes. This reality dictated that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance must be impeccably aligned. They could not afford to adopt the same approach as with Daredevil, merely dispatching an agent for surveillance. Buckling his seatbelt, Coulson earnestly stated, "This is a pivotal moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. must seize control of the situation and cultivate a strong rapport with the Fantastic Four to avert any unforeseen incidents." Ward fell silent, driving towards the Baxter Building, home of the Fantastic Four. In stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of his previous visit, the location now thrummed with energy, teeming with onlookers and journalists. Despite the fact that the Fantastic Four had long since entered the building, these spectators remained stationed at the entrance, eager to witness the unfolding events or gather tidbits of information to feature in their newspapers. Ward parked the vehicle and, alongside Coulson, approached the main entrance of the building. Presenting their credentials to the police officers stationed there for verification, successfully gaining entry. This marked Ward's second visit, yet it was an experience entirely different from his previous covert observation. This time, he strode in openly, unencumbered by concerns of surveillance, which elicited a sense of reflection. Having an official identity certainly had its advantages. The two ascended to the 35th floor via the elevator, and upon entering, they were promptly greeted by the four members of the Fantastic Four, as well as numerous others clad in suits, unmistakably representatives of some government agency. Two individuals approached them. With one of the Fantastic Four, the fiery Johnny Storm, smiling as he assessed the newcomers, playfully guessing their departmental affiliation. "Let me guess. You hail from the Department of Superhuman Affairs, or perhaps the World Security Defense Bureau," he remarked cheerfully. Noticing Coulson and Ward's entrance, he walked towards them. In response, both Coulson and Ward produced their credentials, after which Coulson smiled and said, "We are from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Security, an independent agency. I am Agent Phil Coulson, and this is Agent Grant Ward." After introducing themselves, Coulson gestured towards Ward. "Wow, that has quite the lengthy title," Johnny exclaimed, expressing his amusement. "We're working on that," Coulson shrugged, sharing a moment of camaraderie over the cumbersome name. However, it was essential as is. H.I.E.L.D. was merely an internal designation and not the official title they could use in the field. Yet, more than the title, Coulson found himself intrigued by Johnny's appearance. Scrutinizing him closely, sensing Coulson's intense gaze, Johnny raised a hand defensively, somewhat resigned, and said, "Don't stare. I'm really not Steve Rogers. I just happen to look a lot like him. If you've seen Captain America's images and wax figures, you should know we can't possibly be the same person." Clearly, he was accustomed to being mistaken for Captain America. Coulson nodded in acknowledgement, though excitement still danced in his demeanor. "I know you're not Steve Rogers. Compared to him, you seem much more youthful and not nearly as robust. Your personality is completely different. You resemble more of a child." "Stop." As Coulson had yet to finish speaking, Johnny interrupted him, saying, "All right, I am already aware of these characteristics. You need not enumerate them all. Come, there are seats over here. Let us have a drink of water. Once the crowd dissipates, I shall address all your inquiries, all right?" As Johnny spoke, he guided Coulson and Ward to a side, where they stood alongside other government agents. Coulson intended to say more, but, noticing Johnny's resolute demeanor, relented. He then engaged Ward in introducing the individuals surrounding them. "Those two are from the CIA, whom I recognize, and that one should be from the FBI. Oh, those few seem to be from the Department of Defense. What could their purpose be?" Listening to Coulson's introductions, Ward suddenly felt that his understanding of this world was rather superficial. He had assumed that matters concerning superheroes were solely tied to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet he was astonished to realize that it had attracted a veritable throng from nearly the entire U.S. government. In such a scenario, what actions would S.H.I.E.L.D. undertake? Chapter 35. The commanding presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is no one left? The counterfeit Captain America, Johnny, lingered by the elevator doors for quite some time, and upon discovering that no one else was ascending, he darted into a small room where Reed, Susan, and the others were hiding. Pointing at the throng outside, he exclaimed, "Reed, now is the perfect moment for you to send them away." But honestly, that crowd consists entirely of agents of the same caliber. We could not even catch a glimpse of them before, and now they are here in such droves. It's simply exhilarating. Observing Johnny's enthusiasm, his sister, the invisible woman, Susan, shot him a warning glare and said, Do not get too carried away, Johnny. Do you wish to have a horde of agents trailing you all day, even following you to the restroom? Upon hearing this, Johnny's excitement instantly waned, and he replied disdainfully, I certainly do not want a multitude of old men following me around. If they were all beautiful women, that would be another matter. Susan rolled her eyes, feeling helpless regarding her brother, whose mind seemed only occupied with thoughts of women. All right, let us go out and clarify matters with those agents. Reed gestured for Johnny and Susan to exit first. He then approached the Thing, who was seated on 2 stools, and cautiously inquired, Ben, how are you? Would you like to join us outside? Ben looked up at Reed, his gaze expressing refusal. I fear that once I step out, those agents will draw their guns on me, so I think I shall pass. Among the 4, only Ben had undergone a dramatic transformation, rendering him a creature. Even his fiancée had returned the engagement ring, leaving him once more a solitary man. Being single was not inherently dreadful. Yet the realization that even the most essential aspects of his masculinity had altered plunged Ben into despair. He was consumed by a desire for Reed to find a remedy for his condition swiftly. Observing Ben's demeanor, which seemed as if he had been forsaken by the world, Reed could only pat his shoulder and offer reassurance. Do not worry, Ben. I shall certainly find a way to restore you. Upon finishing his words, Reed turned and exited the small room, trailing behind Johnny and Susan towards a multitude of agents. Faced with a sea of sharply dressed individuals, Reed found himself at a loss for words. He opted for a different approach, stating, Feel free to ask me any questions, and I assure you that I will divulge the entire truth, provided that in the future, you refrain from appearing en masse at my residence. This declaration rendered the assembly of agents somewhat uncomfortable, as they had not anticipated encountering such an abundance of rivals, especially from the same national system. It was inevitable. Individuals with extraordinary abilities had long been a source of societal concern, with various departments keenly focused on them, particularly with the emergence of unexpected heroes like the Fantastic Four. With more agents than there were subjects, everyone sought to be the first to obtain information, resulting in a cacophony of inquiries akin to that of news reporters. We are from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, and the yet-to-arrive Ben Grimm must accompany us for questioning. We represent the National Health Agency. Your abilities are derived from outer space and may harbor unique viruses. You must come with us. We are from the Department of Defense, and your actions today are in violation of. As the various departments began to bicker, a verbal confrontation erupted. Stop. Everyone, cease this at once. Reed realized he had erred in allowing this group to speak freely. It was a calamity. After finally halting the squabble, he scanned the crowd and noticed 2 individuals who had remained silent. He quickly pointed them out, asking, Gentlemen, which department do you represent? Do you have any inquiries? These 2 were, of course, Ward and Coulson. From the outset, they had not pushed to the front, not due to a lack of desire to speak, but rather because they had not been afforded the opportunity. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Coulson promptly stepped forward and introduced himself and Ward. We hail from the Department of Homeland Security, specifically the Bureau of Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I am Agent Coulson, and this is Agent Ward. Before he could finish his introduction, the surrounding agents erupted in derision. What a ridiculous name, overly long and absurd. Never heard of it. I believe it's a secretive agency under the World Security Council. Those agents have snatched many of our cases. So have ours. As the chatter escalated once more, Coulson attempted to clarify, but his words fell on deaf ears. Observing the unfolding chaos, he turned to Ward, signaling him to employ that particular method. Ward nodded and swiftly drew his firearm, firing a shot into the air. Bang! The resounding gunshot immediately silenced the crowd, and those armed swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Ward and Coulson, shouting in panic, Put down your guns. Yes, lower your weapons, or I will fire. Ward, showing no resistance, dropped his firearm to the ground and raised his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender. Coulson also raised his hands and, finally finding a moment to speak, explained, I apologize for drawing your attention in this manner, but we had no choice. The Fantastic Four are under our jurisdiction, under the aegis of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are all free to go. We will handle everything. Why should we trust you? The agents did not lower their weapons, and one among them coldly asserted, I suspect you are spies sent by a foreign power. Reveal the country or organization backing you, or I am authorized to shoot you on the spot. Coulson shrugged, glancing at the discarded firearm, then smiled and replied, On the contrary, I believe it would be prudent for you to consult your own department to verify the truth of my words. Skepticism lingered until one of the agents picked up Ward's discarded gun and ejected the magazine, discovering it contained only blank rounds, harmless and incapable of inflicting any fatal harm. One by one, They began receiving messages from their respective departments, scrutinizing the information before casting doubtful glances at Coulson and Ward. Eventually, they lowered their weapons, their expressions dark as they muttered, "Damn S-H-I-E-L-D. We're leaving. Why on earth? Who knows what this S-H-I-E-L-D is, allowing us to depart like this?" Watching the disgruntled group disperse, Ward finally comprehended the significance of the blank rounds Coulson had handed him earlier. It was merely a tactic to intimidate other government agencies while S-H-I-E-L-D was still unable to assert full control over the situation, a means to attract attention. It seemed S-H-I-E-L-D possessed quite the formidable presence. Chapter 36. The Yakuza. Actually members of Hydra once all other departments had vacated, Ward retrieved his sidearm and secured it back in its holster. He then grabbed a chair, positioned it at the elevator to block access, and closed the stairwell door. Nodding to Coulson, he signaled that they were no longer to be disturbed. At that moment, Johnny approached, animated and slightly awestruck, exclaiming, "Oh, you two are truly impressive. I misjudged you before. That was really cool." Coulson, having grasped Johnny's personality, recognized him as someone who relished being the center of attention and appreciated compliments. Thus, he graciously responded, "You were incredibly brave when you shielded that little girl from the flames of the explosion. Your actions were far more impressive than ours just now." "Really?" Johnny, upon hearing this, despite his thick skin, felt a tinge of bashfulness, grinning sheepishly. Reed pushed aside the narcissistic Johnny and, with a curious demeanor, inquired of Coulson, "The one in charge, what exactly is your S-H-I-E-L-D department? I have never heard of it before." Coulson, somewhat exasperated, replied, "The lengthy name I mentioned earlier is indeed our department's title. S-H-I-E-L-D is merely an abbreviation, so it's no surprise you haven't come across it." "Oh, I see," Reed responded, his expression one of understanding. "To be honest, you ought to embrace the name S-H-I-E-L-D. The previous title concerning national defense. Apologies, but I simply could not retain your department's full name. It is too lengthy, neither memorable nor imposing." Coulson nodded in agreement, chuckling as he said, "In fact, we are already addressing this issue, though the approval process will likely take some time. You know, renaming can be rather cumbersome." "Agreed," Reed lamented. "I too am not fond of the title Mr. Fantastic. Rather, I believe Dr. Fantastic suits me better." "I concur." Coulson immediately affirmed Reed's sentiment, and the two soon joyously redirected their conversation to other matters, engaging in animated discussion. This was one of Coulson's attributes. He possessed an exceptional ability to converse and organize, coupled with a congenial nature, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to be angry with him or provoke his ire. Of course, one must exclude Ward from this observation. Before long, Coulson broached the subject of the Fantastic Four's acquisition of their powers and inquired skeptically, "A cosmic energy flow passed through, and all four of you gained abilities?" 100%. Reed nodded affirmatively, then shook his head. "There is one more individual, Victor Von Doom. He is the investor in this space research and accompanied us into space." Coulson wore a confident smile. "I am aware. We have dispatched personnel to engage with Victor Von Doom and expect results shortly." Recognizing that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, Coulson's expression turned serious as he stated, "I believe we can commence officially. I wish to understand precisely what transpired in space that enabled you to acquire such extraordinary abilities as reported in the news." Reed's countenance grew solemn. He understood this incident was his responsibility, and clarity was imperative. The initiative originated from an observation. Reed was not the most eloquent storyteller, yet the narrative was not overly complex. Essentially, Reed discovered a powerful energy flow in the cosmos that would pass near Earth, deeming it worthy of study. So he led his team into space. However, shortly after their ascent, they were rendered unconscious by the cosmic energy, and upon awakening days later, they found themselves endowed with superpowers. Despite this, Coulson listened intently, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary experience. I believe this could be immortalized in a novel or depicted in a comic, destined to endure through time." Reed chuckled and remarked, "I am already 36. Being depicted in a comic is rather far-fetched." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as everyone turned towards the source of the sound, discovering Ben Grimm emerging from a nearby room. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Ben paused momentarily, then gestured towards the water pitcher on the table, explaining, "I simply felt parched and came out for some water. Please, continue." After uttering these words, he approached the table, grasped the plastic water jug with his left hand, and reached for a glass with his right, intending to pour himself a drink. However, upon grasping the glass, it shattered with a resounding crack. Ben attempted to retrieve a second glass, but it too disintegrated upon contact, prompting him to slam his fist onto the table in frustration. Bang! The force of his blow shattered the table into countless fragments. "Damn it!" he exclaimed in anger, resorting to drinking directly from the mouth of the plastic jug before retreating into the small room alone, a picture of solitude. Witnessing this scene, Reed and Susan felt a pang of sympathy for their friend, while the carefree Johnny, resting his chin on his hands, curiously inquired, "Why does Ben, now turned to stone, still require water and food? And how does he manage to relieve himself? Are those bodily functions still operational?" As Johnny's musings spiraled further into absurdity, Susan could no longer bear it and sharply interjected to put a stop to his incessant questioning. Displeased by his sister's interruption, Johnny sulked away, visibly dissatisfied. Reed, feeling a sense of urgency after witnessing Ben's distress, turned to Coulson and Ward with an apologetic tone. "Agent Coulson, Agent Ward, if there are no further inquiries, I would like to commence my experiment. Ben's condition could deteriorate further if we delay." Coulson, recalling Ben's stony visage, expressed his sympathy. "I hope you succeed in finding a way to restore Ben, as well as clarifying the changes affecting you all. We shall return to check on your progress tomorrow, somewhat earlier than today." With that, Coulson and Ward took their leave from the Baxter building. Once outside, Ward, intrigued, inquired, "Coulson, aren't you solely responsible for this mission? Who is the individual investigating Victor Von Doom?" Coulson smiled confidently at Ward, stating, "The most exceptional field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is handling a significantly more extensive range of tasks for this mission. You shall meet her tomorrow, not the day after." Without hesitation, Ward immediately thought of someone and blurted out, "Natasha Romanoff?" Coulson remained silent, maintaining his smile, thereby confirming Ward's assumption. Upon realizing that it was indeed the future Avenger involved, Ward felt a complex mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that the Fantastic Four would attract such upheaval, even drawing in the Black Widow herself. However, as night descended, Ward realized he had underestimated the transformations brought by the Fantastic Four. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had a base in New York, neither Ward nor Coulson resided there. Coulson had returned directly to the headquarters in Washington, leaving Ward in his previous quarters to continue monitoring the situation concerning the Fantastic Four. In the deep hours of the night, as Ward prepared to retire for the evening, his phone unexpectedly received a peculiar notification. It was not from S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather a message that had never appeared before. At the moment it appeared, Ward instinctively recalled its significance, one of the clandestine methods by which his former guardian, John Garrett, had secretly contacted him under the guise of Hydra. Realizing it was Garrett seeking him, Ward had no choice but to follow the directive and proceed to the designated location in the most discreet manner. The meeting place was a bar, and upon entering, Ward immediately spotted John Garrett. At that moment, Garrett sat alone in a corner, sipping his drink. Hearing footsteps, he poured more liquor into a glass he had prepared in advance. Ward took a seat, raised his glass, emptied it, and then placed it before Garrett, signaling for a refill. Garrett, unfazed by Ward's actions, filled the glass, and after Ward finished the drink, he casually remarked, "The Yakuza gang from Hell's Kitchen is actually a faction of Hydra." Chapter 37. John Garrett's blinded affection. To be candid, upon hearing that the Yakuza gang was affiliated with Hydra, Ward was no longer feigning ignorance. He was genuinely bewildered. He had expended considerable effort and nearly lost his life at the hands of some wretched knife-wielding adversary, only to discover that he had been fighting his own comrades. The irony was almost theatrical. Observing Ward's stunned reaction, John Garrett's fleeting suspicion evaporated, and he reassured him, "It's all right. I have clarified your situation. Hydra will not pursue you. After all, we are within S.H.I.E.L.D., and when tasked, we must execute our duties." A careless mistake could lead to an encounter with one of Hydra's nameless leaders. Such occurrences have transpired before. As he spoke, Garrett maintained his gaze fixed upon Ward's eyes, unwavering. Only after a considerable pause did he blink and inquire, "The Yakuza gang matter is trivial. What I am more concerned about is the changes you have experienced recently." Ward felt an unsettling sense of danger in Garrett's question, yet curiously, he sensed that Garrett bore no resentment towards him, not even a hint of suspicion. On the contrary, it appeared Garrett was more pleased. He yearned to adopt the persona of his former self and elucidate the reasons to Garrett. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, no matter how convincingly he might feign his former demeanor, it would be entirely inappropriate. Given the magnitude of the changes he had undergone, How could he possibly remain the same? People do change. Thus, Ward, with a gesture of resignation, infused his inherently stoic demeanor with a touch of philosophical depth, proclaiming, "During my time spent languishing in bed, I perused a plethora of sensational news stories while pondering various matters, namely, U.S., H-I-E-L-D, and Hydra. For 17 days, these thoughts consumed me, and I ultimately realized that I had forgotten myself. Consequently, I devised a travel itinerary, intending to indulge in well-deserved relaxation. Along my journey, I encountered flowers, grass, roads, men, women, families, and dogs." Garrett, resting his chin on his hand, listened intently. Upon hearing Ward mention families and dogs, he chuckled, patting Ward's shoulder reassuringly, and said, "You have changed, yet you have not forgotten these things, nor have you forgotten me. That is sufficient." Of course, he could not forget, regardless of circumstances. That past was an indelible part of him, a memory he would cherish eternally. By this point, Ward's mindset had shifted to a place of ease. He discerned that John Garrett had never truly doubted whether he was still the original Ward. Rather, Garrett had long since regarded Grant Ward as a son, ensnared in a web of affectionate thoughts. This dynamic elucidated why the two had maintained mutual trust in agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Ward had consistently viewed Garrett as his unwavering faith, willing to go to great lengths for him. Had it been in a previous life, he might have exhibited a similar reckless devotion towards his own father. However, regrettably, this was not his past life. He had not inherited Ward's soul memories and thus harbored no feelings for Garrett, remaining emotionally unperturbed. Subsequently, Garrett regained a semblance of normalcy, his affectionate musings significantly diminished, and remarked, "The knife-wielding individual you killed was known as the Blade Slave, a member of the Japanese Heart Eaters. The Heart Eater is a rather peculiar faction within Hydra, one that is not particularly esteemed, and I share your disdain for them." Garrett's expression shifted from disgust to curiosity as he inquired, "Every Blade Slave from the Heart Eaters is formidable, Ward. I have heard that the one you vanquished had multiplied into hundreds. How did you accomplish such a feat?" Upon hearing this question, Ward felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he understood that John Garrett's blind affection would ensure his safety, he could not be certain of the absence of other Hydra operatives nearby. For instance, regarding the Heart Eaters that Garrett had just mentioned, Ward felt compelled to exercise caution. Just as there were Hydra agents concealed within S-H-I-E-L-D, not all members of Hydra were united. Internal strife was commonplace. Having just slain one of the Heart Eaters, Ward found it hard to believe that Garrett's mere words of praise would suffice to dissuade the Heart Eaters from seeking retribution. Ward pondered carefully before articulating his thoughts. Daredevil's extraordinary auditory perception enables him to anticipate the movements of the knife slave through the rhythmic flow of blood and the pulsation of muscles. Thus, we could seize stones from the ground and strike the knife slave preemptively, allowing us to wrest the weapon from his grasp and achieve a fortunate victory over him. Garrett's expression shifted to one of profound concern as he scrutinized Ward's physique, inquiring, "That sounds exceedingly perilous. Have you sustained any injuries?" Ward, not wishing to be scrutinized by an elder, hastily replied, "Yes, but it matters not, for I remain standing while that knife slave has been rendered into hundreds of pieces." "Excellent," Garrett exclaimed, visibly satisfied with the boldness of his response. Following their discussion regarding the extremist gang and the knife slave, Garrett finally divulged the true purpose of his visit to Ward. Hydra has developed a keen interest in the Fantastic Four and seeks to capture them. This represents a significant undertaking, and you must exercise utmost caution. Garrett's gaze was laden with worry. Compared to Hydra's operations, he was far more concerned about Ward's safety. After all, if Hydra's endeavor were to fail, it would be of little consequence, but should Ward perish, it would drive him to madness. Ward was taken aback that Garrett's visit was merely a warning to be vigilant. Initially, he had presumed that Hydra intended to collaborate with him in their attempt to seize the Fantastic Four. Perceiving Ward's bewilderment, Garrett elucidated, "The time has not yet arrived. We cannot reveal ourselves. Even in death, we remain agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, which explains why Hydra has chosen not to pursue this matter further." Garrett exhaled slowly, then continued with a mix of excitement and resignation. "However, the emergence of the Fantastic Four has disrupted the status quo. They do not possess powers derived from Inhumans or mutants, but rather have acquired their abilities through alternative means. Capturing the Fantastic Four could potentially yield miraculous results. Hydra is poised to act while minimizing exposure, leading to a brutal confrontation. You, Ward, and I are at the eye of this storm." Ward furrowed his brow. The rapid and astonishing developments exceeded his expectations. The mere intention of Hydra to capture the Fantastic Four was already unfathomable. Yet the prospect of them seeking to derive methods for replicating superpowers from the Fantastic Four was even more astonishing. Was this not akin to his own desire to leverage the Fantastic Four to acquire superhuman abilities? The coincidence was striking, just as Ward contemplated inquiring further. He received a phone call from Coulson. He glanced at the caller ID and, after parting ways with Garrett, retreated to a secluded area outside the bar to answer. Upon connecting, Coulson's familiar voice emerged, yet it was tinged with urgency unlike his usual calm demeanor. Ward, hasten to the Doom Corporation building and assist Natasha Romanoff. She is in grave danger. Chapter 38. Natasha's mission. As the afternoon unfolded, while Ward and Coulson were visiting the Fantastic Four at the Baxter Building, Natasha Romanoff was engaged in a covert operation at the Latvian embassy. However, unlike her counterparts, Natasha's mission was fraught with challenges. She struggled even to gain access to the offices within the embassy itself, let alone investigate Victor Von Doom. Although Victor's company is known as the Doom Corporation, it is not solely his endeavor. In the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, Doom was not affluent. He had to secure a loan from the bank to establish his company. Yet merely starting the business was insufficient. He needed to develop products, promote them, and ultimately sell them. Consequently, Doom found himself compelled to procure additional loans and solicit investments from Wall Street financiers. Doom achieved success, garnering investments that allowed his company to operate officially and gradually expand. To this day, the Doom Corporation remains under the financial influence of Wall Street moguls. If the company continues to thrive, all stakeholders stand to profit. However, should it encounter difficulties, these investors would swiftly push Doom towards ruin to safeguard their own interests. Prior to Reed's space research, the Doom Corporation had already begun to show signs of decline. Though subtle, it left Doom in a state of considerable anxiety. It was during this tumultuous period that he noticed Reed aggressively seeking investments, and his keen instincts sensed an opportunity. He sought to ascertain whether Reed's research could potentially yield substantial financial gains for the Doom Corporation. Reed, having faced numerous rejections, was left with no choice but to divulge the specifics of his research to Doom. He explained that a cosmic current, soon to traverse near Earth, contained unique nutrient molecules capable of advancing current medical technologies to the point of enabling limb regeneration and significantly delaying the aging process. Should the endeavor succeed, the profits could revolutionize the world. Blinded by the prospect of profit, Doom harbored no doubts and readily committed substantial funding to Reed's research initiative. In truth, Doom was not entirely irrational. He and Reed were university classmates, well aware of each other's intellect. However, Reed's misfortunes post-graduation, compounded by some of Doom's subtle undermining, had led to Reed's current state of struggle. At that time, some within the Doom Corporation advised against backing the ill-fated Reed's research. Yet Doom resolutely dismissed their concerns and chose to support Reed wholeheartedly. In pursuit of the project's success, Doom even accompanied Reed into space to oversee the operation. Little did he anticipate that Reed's bad luck would manifest once more. Not only did they fail to collect the cosmic current, but all 5 of them succumbed to unconsciousness, rendering their efforts futile, and they had to be returned, subsequently hospitalized for thorough examinations. Upon the dissemination of this news, the stocks of the Doom Group plummeted to such an extent that they were deemed undesirable even for gifting. The capitalists of Wall Street exhibited no semblance of mercy, issuing an ultimatum to Doom, prepared to withdraw their investments within a week. This day marked the eve of that withdrawal. Although the fateful date had yet to arrive, trepidation gripped the employees of Doom Group as they faced the specter of unemployment. They were acutely aware that should they lose the support of these investors, under the current circumstances, the inevitable outcome for Doom Group would be the liquidation of all its technological enterprises, leading to a dismal downfall or even outright bankruptcy. Thus, when Natasha Romanoff arrived at the Doom Tower that afternoon, the majority of the significant departments had shuttered their doors, denying entry to anyone. Unfazed by a mere door, she swiftly commanded the personnel of Doom Group to grant her access, initiating an inquiry into the recent space research initiative. While Natasha uncovered a plethora of information, she failed to acquire detailed data regarding the research and physical examinations, and she did not even catch a glimpse of Victor Doom. After scouring the entirety of Doom Tower without encountering Doom himself, Natasha was left with no choice but to depart and report her findings to SHIELD. Soon after, Natasha received a new directive to infiltrate Doom Tower directly, bypassing bureaucratic protocols, and to procure all detailed information pertaining to the space program. The approach taken by Coulson and Ward regarding the Fantastic Four stood in stark contrast to this situation. This discrepancy stemmed primarily from the actions of the Fantastic Four earlier that afternoon, which precluded S.H.I.E.L.D. from adopting a similar stance. Although their heroic deeds had led to the revelation of their extraordinary abilities, their public and media exposure had garnered them immense acclaim, with countless individuals singing their praises. A clandestine approach could not only result in unforeseen complications, but also provoke unfavorable public sentiment. In contrast, Victor Doom was a different matter entirely. He was the owner of a company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, devoid of any superhero reputation, and perhaps even lacking superhuman abilities, thus inviting a different treatment. At precisely 9:30 p.m., Natasha commenced her operation. She approached the main entrance of Doom Tower, having no intention of covertly infiltrating. Instead, she signaled to her colleagues via her earpiece and casually walked through the front door. Prior incursions by S.H.I.E.L.D. into Doom's network servers had not yielded the desired intelligence, yet commandeering the surveillance cameras proved rather simple, alleviating concerns of detection. Upon entering the building, Natasha promptly made her way to the server room, her objective being those computers and servers that were not connected to the internet, as well as any potentially existing written materials. Upon entering the server room, Natasha discovered several computers and servers indeed disconnected from the network. She quickly retrieved a multifunctional drive, plugged it into the port, and initiated an automatic search of the hard drives in pursuit of classified documents. The Scientific Research Division of S.H.I.E.L.D. was replete with many scientists, making the creation of such specialized equipment a relatively straightforward endeavor. Regrettably, Natasha was unable to uncover anything of value, not even the commonplace films typically found on the hard drives of ordinary individuals. With no fruitful discoveries, she resolved to pursue her next target, however, one after another. She remained empty-handed. Was the answer concealed within Victor Doom's office? This appeared to be the most probable location. Without delay, Natasha gathered her belongings and set off towards Doom's office, equipping herself with various small devices. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization had encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities and had even imprisoned some for the purpose of apprehending others. To aid in this endeavor, they had developed an array of devices designed specifically for dealing with such superhumans. While these gadgets may not have been cutting-edge, like the thermal imaging device Natasha held, which had long been a part of technological advancements, it could effortlessly detect the Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four. Additionally, Natasha's form-fitting suit was equipped with a multitude of devices serving various functions. Even if Victor Doom possessed superhuman abilities, she remained confident in her chances of prevailing. Before long, Natasha arrived at the entrance to Victor Doom's office. Observing through the thermal imaging display that the room was unoccupied, she promptly pushed open the door, prepared to enter. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the entire Doom Tower was plunged into darkness. Chapter 39. Black Widow Doom. The abrupt power outage caught Natasha off guard. She quickly pressed her back against the wall, adopting a defensive stance while straining her ears to assess her surroundings. Hearing nothing, and seeing no anomalies on the thermal imager, Natasha cautiously ventured into the office. The Doom Tower boasted 55 floors, with Victor Doom's office situated on the 53rd. Though it was not the tallest building, it still offered a panoramic view of New York through its windows. As Natasha approached the window, she beheld a sea of neon lights outside, confirming that only Doom Tower had succumbed to the blackout. Despite the peculiar circumstances surrounding the sudden outage, Natasha chose to remain focused on her mission. She was there to seek detailed research data, and even an alien invasion would not deter her from completing her task. The faint illumination from outside allowed her to discern her surroundings, albeit not with complete clarity. To enhance her visibility, Natasha retrieved a flashlight from her tactical belt and began to search the interior. She hoped to find a laptop, but it seemed Doom had taken it with him. Although a desktop computer was present, it was rendered useless without power, thus her primary objective became the paper documents. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, Natasha only managed to locate a few sheets of paper with no discernible purpose. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the office, and the lights flickered back to life, indicating the restoration of power. Natasha swiftly removed her night vision goggles and activated Doom's desktop computer, commencing her examination. Regrettably, the outcome mirrored her earlier findings. Nothing of significance was discovered. It appeared that her only recourse was to confront Victor Doom directly for clarification. Natasha's lips curved into a subtle smile. She did not perceive her mission as a failure. Quite the opposite. The absence of any tangible acquisition only served to affirm the peculiarities surrounding Victor Doom. She powered down her computer and approached the door, poised to exit. when an instinctive sensation compelled her to roll aside. A peculiar sound pierced the air, prompting Natasha to swiftly draw her firearm, aiming toward the entryway, only to discover that the previously solid wooden door had been breached. A gaping hole of over 30 centimeters now marred its surface, the edges still ablaze. Bang, bang, bang. Natasha remained unfazed by the door's destruction, eschewing any verbal exchange as she fired 3 warning shots into the threshold, cautioning those outside. Seizing the moment, she deftly rolled behind a sofa designated for guests and immediately reported the situation via her earpiece. Doom Tower houses individuals with extraordinary abilities. The known capacity is energy projection. Requesting backup. The report was succinct yet conveyed the gravity of her predicament. A sudden crackle reverberated as another surge of energy collided with the wooden barrier. Unlike before, this time a silver bolt of electricity erupted, obliterating the door and shattering it into fragments that plummeted through the window. Natasha, gun raised, cautiously scrutinized the doorway and beheld a figure clad in a hooded garment emerge. Without a moment's hesitation, she squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The projectiles struck the figure with precision, yet instead of the anticipated thud of flesh, an array of metallic clinks echoed as the bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. Astonishingly, the individual possessed a defensive superpower. A wave of concern washed over Natasha. While energy projection appeared formidable, as long as the wielder remained corporeal, the threat was manageable. From an offensive standpoint, bullets were not significantly inferior to high-intensity energy, though their lethality was considerably diminished. However, if the superhuman could withstand bullets, the odds shifted dramatically against her. Should one possess the ability to repel bullets while simultaneously unleashing powerful energy, they would undoubtedly be a catastrophic force. The person before her was unmistakably of that caliber. Despite not having glimpsed the adversary's visage, Natasha was certain this individual was none other than Victor Doom. Though the bullets had struck him multiple times without inflicting harm, Doom's fury was palpable as he released another surge of high-voltage energy directed at her position. Fortunately, Natasha was acutely aware of the peril in remaining stationary. She executed a tactical roll beneath a nearby table and held her breath, striving to make not a sound. Weighing less than 50 kilograms, her exceptional combat skills enabled her to overcome opponents several times her weight. Even when encircled, she remained untroubled about her safety, confident in her ability to break free. Yet now she finds herself confronting not ordinary humans, but rather formidable beings. No matter how exceptional her combat prowess may be, she stands no chance against steel-like bodies and energy capable of piercing flesh in an instant. The only recourse is to flee. In a swift motion, Natasha vanished behind a desk, momentarily startling Doom, who recognized that this intruder was no ordinary foe. He retreated to the doorway, laughing with audacious confidence, declaring, "You cannot escape." His voice was brash, and after speaking, Doom demonstratively unleashed a surge of electricity, obliterating a nearby sofa, thereby illustrating that his arrogance was not mere bravado. As Natasha noticed the sofa igniting beside her and saw Doom blocking the exit, she was compelled to abandon her plan of diverting his attention and escaping through the door. With a crackle, Doom unleashed another blast of electricity, striking a sofa and sending it flying. Though the office was spacious, it was still merely an office, furnished only with limited items for receiving guests. If this continued, she would inevitably be discovered. Recognizing the urgency of her situation, Natasha glanced at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, conceiving a perilous plan. Yet, no danger could compare to facing Victor Doom, who could unleash energy at will. Natasha unfastened her tactical belt, timing her movements carefully. As Doom fired another bolt of electricity, she rolled towards the window, using the belt's hook to latch onto a lower column. Gripping the end of the belt, she leapt out of the window. Though the belt was not long, it measured nearly a meter, sufficient to bridge the distance between the floors. With both hands firmly clutching the belt, Natasha soared outward. Once the belt was taut and she could exert force, she bent her knees slightly and kicked forcefully towards the glass ahead. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and she released the belt, rolling to dissipate her momentum before sprinting towards the door. Upon witnessing Natasha's leap, Doom dashed to the window, only to hear the sound of shattering glass. This revelation struck him profoundly. Under such circumstances, she had managed to escape, and in a manner he had never anticipated. Aware that allowing Natasha to flee would be detrimental, Doom resumed his energy absorption. Countless volts surged into him from an outlet, coalescing into a bolt of lightning that empowered him further. The building's electricity flickered erratically, hinting at an imminent blackout. However, the power ultimately remained intact, for Doom had amassed sufficient energy. Then, he began to release this energy, but this time not as electricity. Instead, he unleashed the high-intensity energy he had initially condensed, capable of penetrating solid objects. With his hands directed towards the ground, two streams of fiery red energy erupted from his palms, instantly perforating the floor and creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Doom leaped down and caught sight of Natasha opening the door to the lower chamber, sprinting towards the outside. Chapter 40. Transforming Natasha into air. Observing Natasha's retreating figure, Doom smiled confidently and pursued her. His body had nearly entirely transformed into metal. In addition to his vastly enhanced strength, he also possessed remarkable speed. Moreover, having just destroyed the power supply of several elevators, Natasha had no choice but to rely on the stairs, where she could not possibly outrun him. Natasha, however, did not even consider using the electrically powered elevators. She headed straight for the stairs, racing downwards. Yet, after only a few flights, she heard Doom's footsteps drawing ever closer, now directly above her. Realizing that continuing down the stairs would soon lead to capture, Natasha dashed into the floor, seeking cover for protection. With a crackle, Doom, upon witnessing Natasha enter the building, unleashed a surge of electrical energy without hesitation. Fortunately, he was a fair distance away, and the blast missed its mark. Frustrated, Doom lamented the demise of his company and the discrimination he faced. Now, he could not even eliminate an ordinary woman. How could he hope to dominate the earth with his superpowers under such circumstances? Yet, Natasha was about to impart a lesson to Doom. As a seasoned agent, Natasha adeptly utilized cover and evasive maneuvers to dodge Doom's assaults. Aside from sustaining some superficial injuries from the electrical blasts, she had not incurred any life-threatening damage. Thus, the chase continued downward, eventually bringing them to the lower levels. Although Natasha was still alive, she was beginning to tire. Breathing heavily as she glanced out at the street below, hesitant to rush outside. The open expanse posed a greater danger. If she were to run out, Doom could easily strike her down. Most importantly, her mission remained unfulfilled. She needed to await Hydra's rescue. Until now, Natasha had been preoccupied with the mission, as it was of utmost significance to an agent. Hearing the footsteps behind her growing nearer, Natasha pressed on, arriving at the underground parking lot. However, the basement proved to be equally perilous. Upon entering the parking area, Doom accelerated his pursuit and soon laid eyes on her once more. He did not continue the chase. Instead, he began to absorb the surrounding energy, augmenting his own power. Countless bolts of lightning swirled around him, growing ever more numerous until he nearly formed a spherical electric orb, which he finally unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of numerous explosions reverberated through the air as the lightning, like serpentine dragons, obliterated more than half of the vehicles in the underground parking lot. Doom's area of effect attack had taken its toll. Natasha was struck by a bolt of lightning and hurled away. Although she did not perish, she sustained severe injuries, her consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as Natasha believed her end was near, a shadow suddenly appeared beside her, dragging her body to safety behind a nearby corner. Though her strength had been entirely depleted, Natasha gritted her teeth and, after being dragged closer by her assailant, summoned her final reserves of energy to constrict the intruder's neck. In a tone laced with menace, she demanded, "You still haven't finished." However, before she could complete her thought, the intruder's hand clamped over her mouth. And at last, they stood face to face. After a brief moment of mutual astonishment, the newcomer hastily whispered an explanation. "I am Grant Ward, a level 5 agent working alongside Coulson, here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Natasha regarded him for a fleeting second before succumbing to unconsciousness, her grip slackening. Ward promptly removed the constricting arm from his neck, but as he gazed at the fainted Natasha, a sense of exasperation washed over him. He had finally arrived at the Baxter building, biding his time to save Natasha, only for her to lose consciousness at this critical moment. What was he to do? Charge out and confront Doom? That was preposterous. While he too could transform into metal, his abilities paled in comparison to Doom, whose primary power lay in his mastery of metal. Moreover, the resilience and hardness of Doom's metallic form surpassed his own, augmented by the immense strength granted by his metamorphosis. To complicate matters further, Doom possessed the capability to harness and unleash electrical energy, condensing it into devastating blasts capable of piercing through solid objects. Ward was certainly not inclined to engage in combat with such a formidable foe. The most prudent course of action would be to flee. Escaping alone would be relatively simple for Ward. He could simply transform into air. However, he now had to consider the weight of the Black Widow. Though she was light, she was still a person, and Doom was no fool. He would not allow them to escape easily. What infuriated him was the sheer potency of Doom's powers. Absorbing and releasing electrical energy, transforming into high-density metal, and acquiring tremendous strength and speed rendered Ward's abilities utterly insignificant by comparison. After all, what good was the ability to become air if he could not transform others into air and make his escape? Suddenly, a spark of curiosity ignited within Ward. He had never tested the limits of his power. Why did he assume that he could not transform others as well? What if his ability allowed for some form of assimilation? After all, the powers of the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom were immensely formidable. He shouldn't be as weak as he perceived himself to be. Meanwhile, Doom was assessing his surroundings, confirming whether Natasha had indeed been eliminated. The devastation from his earlier attack was extensive, and given the scant cover in the underground parking lot, there was no doubt Natasha had been struck. Hearing Doom's footsteps drawing nearer, Ward resolved to take a chance. It was preferable to inaction. Grasping Natasha's arm, he spoke to his own body as he would in any other situation. "You can become air now," he added silently. "Remember to take this woman with you." In the next instant, Ward began to disintegrate, transforming into air and drifting away. Ward grasped Natasha's arm until the very moment he began to fade away. Yet a miraculous scene unfolded. Natasha's arm began to vanish alongside his, gradually dissipating into the air. Could this truly be possible? Ward was astonished. Although Natasha's transformation into air was somewhat sluggish, she was undeniably disappearing, much like himself. He had no time to ponder what Natasha would look like as air. All he could perceive was a peculiar sensation from the air in contact with his hand. If there were no surprises, this was indeed Natasha. Ultimately, Natasha completely transformed into air, vanishing from the ground. However, all her clothing, including the earbuds nestled in her ears, the fine pins entwined in her hair, and the blade affixed to her thigh, fell to the ground, not sharing in her transformation into air. Unlike Ward, who had removed his non-transformable clothing upon entering Doom's tower, leaving only those garments altered by the cosmic currents, nothing remained behind. Ward felt a tinge of regret. Had Natasha's essence not morphed into an odd mass of air, he could have feasted his eyes upon her. At that moment, Doom finally discovered Ward in Natasha's hiding place and unleashed a powerful burst of energy, incinerating all the clothing Natasha had left behind. Prior to this, Ward had already seized the peculiar mass of air and fled toward the upper reaches of Doom's tower. Chapter 41. The method of healing through rending. The reason for ascending toward the apex of Doom's tower was not merely the notion that the most perilous location might also be the safest. The rationale was straightforward. Ward wished to conceal his abilities, and remaining in the completely powerless Doom tower was the optimal choice. However, one issue loomed large. How could he explain the items that had fallen from Black Widow Natasha? Moreover, Natasha was left in a state of undress. What would he do when she awakened? To be honest, while Natasha was undeniably beautiful and possessed an alluring physique, Ward harbored no particular thoughts about her. Setting aside the narratives he had learned in his past life, Natasha's experiences as a spy were extensive. After all, such matters were skills that agents needed to master. Regardless of gender, the distinction lay merely in the fact that male agents had fewer opportunities to employ these skills. Upon arriving at the 12th floor of Doom's tower, Ward discovered an employee lounge, where he restored both himself and Natasha to human form. While reverting Natasha, Ward found a set of Doom Corporation employee attire in the lounge, and he prepared for potential scenarios. Ideally, Natasha would remain unconscious, allowing him to drape her in clothing. However, should she awaken during the transformation, having a garment at hand would help mitigate any awkwardness. As for what to do next, Ward entertained a rather dark notion: to eliminate Natasha outright, ensuring that his abilities would remain undiscovered. However, this predicament poses a significant challenge for Hydra. The assassination of a level 7 agent would undoubtedly place him in the crosshairs of the organization. Ward does not believe that Hydra would risk exposure to assist him in such a scenario. Were he the leader of Hydra, he might, in fact, consider aiding Hydra. Under these circumstances, John Garrett might lend him assistance. Yet Garrett holds merely a subordinate position within Hydra, wielding limited influence. Furthermore, should Ward contemplate eliminating Natasha, he finds himself hesitant. They share no prior animosity, and his mission was to save rather than to take lives. This leads him to ponder whether he would ultimately transform into a ruthless killer. Ward has never taken pleasure in killing. When he first ended the life of that young inhuman girl, it was with a heart full of remorse, as he abhors the sensation of life fading away. He must proceed cautiously, taking each step as it comes. After all, possessing the ability to become air grants him a safety net in any given situation. Just as he had vanished before, His reemergence would precede Natasha's gradual return. Fortunately, she remains unconscious. The transformation back into human form is a slow process. And as Natasha's bare body gradually materializes, it would be disingenuous to claim he feels no stirrings of emotion. Instinctively, Ward's gaze lingers a moment longer. Yet aside from her overall form and certain private areas, the rest is rather unappealing. As an agent, it is impossible to ensure one's body is free from wounds. Moreover, Natasha has just endured a prolonged pursuit by Doom, leaving her with countless injuries. The most severe damage is on her back, which appears charred, reminiscent of a burnt chicken wing. Once Natasha's entire body is fully revealed, Ward quickly drapes the clothing he retrieved from the lounge over her, shielding her from excessive exposure. Curiously, however, her complexion seems somewhat pallid. Ward brings his hand to her nose, stunned to find no breath. Has Natasha succumbed? What is this madness? I never intended to kill her. He immediately presses his ear to her chest, listening intently. There is a heartbeat, albeit faint, pulsing every 2 to 3 seconds. Thank goodness. She is not yet dead. But what should he do now? Given the circumstances, it is evident Natasha cannot hold on for long. Should he allow her to perish? Or seek a way to save her? After transforming into air, Ward can gradually heal his own wounds. And if he can turn Natasha into air as well, she might also recover. If it were to rain, the healing process would undoubtedly accelerate. Through his experiments, Ward has discerned that it is not the rain itself that hastens his recovery, but rather the raindrops passing through the air he has become, which reorganize that portion of air, facilitating his healing upon returning to his corporeal form. In a similar vein, it is conceivable that after transforming Natasha into air, one could manually reconstruct her essence. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages of Natasha being alive versus dead, Ward ultimately resolved that aiding her recovery was the preferable choice. After all, with Natasha alive, he would merely risk exposing his abilities without the apprehension of becoming a fugitive of S.H.I.E.L.D. Grasping Natasha's hand once more, Ward transformed into air again, instructing his form to carry her along. Compared to the previous occasion, this time the duration of Natasha's transformation into air was slightly shorter. It appeared that with familiarity came swiftness. Ward pondered the implications of his power. If he could transform a person into air, surely objects could be transformed as well? Structurally speaking, humans are far more intricate than mere objects. Moreover, the inability to transform objects posed significant complications. For instance, in his endeavor to rescue Natasha, he would need to discard other items, such as mobile phones and communication headsets. Such anomalous behavior, if witnessed even once, would certainly raise suspicion. Prolonged occurrences would inevitably lead to the revelation of his abilities. Thus, the act of saving Natasha did not seem as convoluted as it initially appeared. Since discovery was inevitable, rescuing her would evidently be more advantageous for him. Observing Natasha once again transformed into a mass of air, Ward donned a rather unsettling smile. Subsequently, his airy hand grasped the nebulous form of Natasha and began to tear at it, akin to the act of shredding a chicken. Piece by piece, the air was rent apart, a sight that appeared rather cruel. Yet, Ward could swear that his intentions were noble. After several minutes of this dismemberment, he deemed it sufficient to cease. Gazing at the peculiar shape of the air before him, Ward felt a twinge of concern. Such an odd form might yield equally bizarre results upon her return to corporeal existence. Imagining limbs sprouting from unconventional regions sent shivers down his spine, even in his formless state. Fortunately, the ensuing events allowed Ward to breathe easier. The peculiar mass he had torn began to absorb the surrounding air until it gradually resumed its original, orderly form, eventually coming to a halt. It appeared to be assimilating sustenance before autonomously reconstructing itself. Observing this revitalized air, which seemed considerably fresher than before, Ward could hardly contain his eagerness to revert it back. This time, the transformation occurred at nearly double the speed, and upon Natasha's full emergence, he noted a marked improvement. Not only had her ability to breathe returned, but her heartbeat had also normalized. However, her wounds had not completely healed, judging by the transformation of her scorched skin to a less severe state. It appeared she had recovered less than half. At the very least, it ensured that she would not perish immediately. Just as Ward retrieved the employee uniform from Doom Corporation to drape over Natasha, a cough escaped her lips. Chapter 42. The Hydra strikes upon hearing a cough. Ward hastily tossed a uniform from the Doom Group towards Natasha, retreating immediately to avoid any potential complications in his explanations. However, he was caught off guard. Natasha, having completed her coughing fit, opened her eyes, swiftly rose, and seized Ward by the throat, threatening, "What do you intend to do to me?" Though somewhat vexed by the two instances of being choked, Ward managed to maintain his composure as he explained, "Agent Romanoff, could you please don some clothing before we converse?" Only then did Natasha realize her utter nudity, and as she gripped Ward's throat, her chest inadvertently pressed against his head, causing her to pause for a heartbeat. She promptly released her hold on Ward's neck, hastily retrieving the discarded uniform and adorning herself. Once clad, she lunged at Ward again, intent on regaining control. However, this time, having been choked twice, Ward showed no mercy. He seized Natasha's wrists, executed a swift move, and forcefully slammed her to the ground. The impact was jarring, and Natasha could feel the strain on her bones, involuntarily releasing a cry of pain. Meanwhile, Ward had already retreated several paces, distancing himself from Natasha, reiterating, "I am Agent Grant Ward, here to rescue you. Can you please regain your senses and refrain from attacking me?" Gritting her teeth, Natasha braced herself, pushing her upper body off the ground, fixing a cold gaze on Ward as she replied, "I am fully aware, and I do not require your guidance." After uttering this, she felt her body, discovering that all the concealed items she had hidden were now absent, and glared at Ward, demanding, "Speak, what have you done to me?" Ward shrugged, adopting an attitude of fatalism, and replied with a fabricated tale, "If I were to say I transported you to another location to save you, and those items merely fell where you had previously fainted, would you believe me?" Natasha was skeptical, yet upon reflection, considering the existence of individuals with capabilities to emit electrical energy and transform their bodies into metal, the notion of teleportation did not seem entirely implausible. "I believe you." Afterward, Natasha observed Ward's intact attire in silence for a few moments, then suddenly chuckled, her curiosity piqued. "But can you enlighten me as to why your clothing remained unaffected by the teleportation?" Ward waved his hand dismissively, responding, "My teleportation ability only transfers individuals. I cannot transport objects attached to them." At this, Natasha scoffed, her gaze turning icy once more, and her smile faded. Prior to accepting this mission, Natasha was not well acquainted with Grant Ward. She had only heard of his valor in a prior assignment, where he had slain 2 Inhumans, heroically saving everyone and ascending to the rank of level 5 agent. Beyond that, she had paid little attention to his character or background, which in hindsight, was perhaps fortuitous. From his demeanor just moments ago, it was evident that he was nothing more than a deceitful rogue, utterly unworthy of attention. "I shall report today's events with utmost fidelity, for as an agent, it is my duty." Natasha, initially delivering a fierce retort, was abruptly interrupted by a sound resembling that of a missile, followed by a tremendous shockwave that surged into the building from outside, causing her to fall once more onto the ground after she had painstakingly managed to rise. The resounding thud of the collision elicited a pang of sympathy from Ward. However, he harbored no intentions of assisting Natasha. Instead, he allowed her to suffer in silence while he approached the window to gaze outside. The recent explosion had occurred not far off, and it was imperative for him to ascertain the situation and respond accordingly. Otherwise, even if he sheltered within the building, he could still be in peril. Ward occupied the 12th floor, nearly 40 meters above ground. At such a height, individuals below appeared akin to ants. Indeed, this was the case, yet the so-called ants displayed remarkable prowess. Some were enveloped in countless bolts of lightning, others were ablaze, and some could elongate their forms. After observing for a moment, Ward deduced the nature of the unfolding scene. The figure crackling with electricity was none other than Dr. Doom. The one engulfed in flames was the counterfeit Captain America, Johnny, and the one stretching his body was Mr. Fantastic, Reed. It seemed that when Coulson summoned him for assistance, he had also brought along the Fantastic Four. The recent explosion must have originated from Doom unleashing lightning to bombard the airborne Johnny. It remained uncertain whether the Fantastic Four could ultimately triumph over Dr. Doom. Ward had no intention of intervening. He was merely focused on escaping, not on courting death. As he continued to observe, Ward suddenly noticed a multitude of individuals clad in black emerging in the deserted streets, advancing towards the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. Who were these people, daring to intrude upon such a confrontation among superpowered beings? The distance and their dark attire rendered them somewhat indistinct to Ward. However, the ensuing events widened his eyes in astonishment. He witnessed one cloaked figure launch something at Reed, causing him to collapse to the ground, his rubbery form beginning to retract and revert to its normal state. Subsequently, these black-clad individuals approached Doom. Yet their efforts proved futile as they were swiftly incapacitated by bolts of lightning hurled by Doom, failing to rise again. Even as one black-clad figure fell, numerous others remained active. Soon, 2 more black-clad figures charged at Doom, wielding what appeared to be nets akin to fishing gear, attempting to ensnare him. Initially, Doom was indeed subdued by this apparatus, rendered immobile, with even his electrical powers proving ineffective against it. Yet, in short order, two highly concentrated energy blasts erupted from Doom's hands, piercing through the two assailants before coming to a halt. However, the agents clad in black surged towards Doom, seemingly unperturbed by fear, and even the Thing and Johnny were within their sights. Soon, the Thing found himself ensnared by their web, rendered immobile upon the ground. Ward recalled John Garrett's earlier words that Hydra would act against the Fantastic Four that very night. Observing the coordinated and unyielding spirit of the black-clad figures below, it was evident that Hydra was indeed at work. Ward couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Hydra was formidable, having orchestrated such a comprehensive operation against the Fantastic Four in just a few hours. It was no wonder that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated so deeply. Gradually, several agents produced a mist reminiscent of ice, extinguishing the flames engulfing Johnny and subsequently capturing him. Finally, there was Invisible Woman, Susan, who was discovered by the black-clad agents due to some hidden traps laid on the ground, leading to her swift downfall. Only Dr. Doom remained, relentlessly fighting and evading capture. Though Ward himself was a member of Hydra, witnessing the prowess of these agents dampened his hopes for their success. After all, their existence posed a dire threat to someone like Ward, whose powers were acquired alongside Dr. Doom of the Fantastic Four. Should they succeed in capturing all of them, he too could find himself in peril. Ward couldn't help but feel anxious for the last hope, Lord Doom, hoping he would evade Hydra's grasp. Chapter 43. The second examination. The subsequent developments offered Ward a measure of reassurance. A Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived on the scene, opening fire upon the black-clad agents without so much as a warning. Realizing the peril, the agents immediately ceased their assault on Doom and began to retreat with the subdued Fantastic Four in tow. At this juncture, it seemed that matters were drawing to a close, save for the shocking fact that the Fantastic Four had been captured. However, the unfolding changes soon widened Ward's eyes in astonishment. He distinctly observed that after the agents halted their attack, Doom, without hesitation, charged after them, occasionally employing electric shock therapy, exuding the determination that the matter would not conclude until every last one of them was vanquished. Ward felt a surge of respect. Truly, Doom was the arch-nemesis of the Fantastic Four, one of the most formidable villains in the Marvel Universe, demonstrating remarkable audacity. Unlike him, who, due to the nature of his abilities being somewhat weaker, had never contemplated confronting agents capable of capturing even the Fantastic Four. Although it was the most prudent choice, it still felt somewhat cowardly. At that moment, Natasha finally managed to rise once more from the ground, albeit unsteadily, and leaned against the wall for support. Noticing Ward gazing out the window, she weakly inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Ward cast a glance at her before turning back to monitor the situation below. Succinctly summarizing the events, Dr. Doom had engaged in combat with the Fantastic Four, who were subsequently subdued by a group of shadowy figures. Yet they managed to hold their ground against Doom. Meanwhile, a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived, pursuing the assailants, and Doom was also contending with them. Natasha's face was clouded with confusion. Despite the simplicity and clarity of Ward's words, she found herself unable to comprehend them. Leaning against the wall, she gritted her teeth and slowly made her way toward the window. However, her previous injuries had taken a heavy toll, and compounded by further harm. Even her formidable will could not overcome her weakened body. After barely taking 2 steps, she stumbled and collapsed onto the floor. Thud! The sound of her body hitting the ground resonated, prompting Natasha to abandon her previous thoughts. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and commanded in a firm tone, "Agent Ward, assist me in getting up. I need to observe the situation outside and document it in my mission report." Ward glanced at Natasha, then at the view outside. Before turning back and waving his hand dismissively, his expression one of resignation. "You're too late. They've already reached 51st Avenue and are out of sight." Natasha seethed with frustration. Not only had Ward previously slammed her to the ground with a throw, but now she was also subjected to an unknown attack and felt unjustly targeted by him. Was it possible that their astrological signs were incompatible? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Natasha succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Seeing her fall into a state of oblivion, Ward heaved a sigh of relief. He had no desire to engage in prolonged conversation with the Black Widow, the most exceptional agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., fearing that extended dialogue might expose him further. In contrast, Agent Coulson, who always maintained a smile, was much easier to interact with. Once Natasha was unconscious, Ward promptly retrieved his phone and communication headset from where he had discarded them. He also ventured to the underground parking lot, intending to collect any belongings Natasha may have dropped, only to find a deep hole remaining on the ground, realizing he had arrived too late. Upon returning upstairs, Ward dialed Coulson's number, clearly stating his and Natasha's location. 10 minutes later, he encountered the ever-smiling Agent Coulson. Subsequently, Coulson produced a pair of S.H.I.E.L.D. issued handcuffs and secured Ward, warning him, "Agent Ward, due to your loss of communication tools, which severely hindered mission progress, you have been designated as a subject of close observation. Furthermore, your actions raise suspicions of espionage. Therefore, you are under formal arrest. Do you have anything to say, Agent Ward?" Ward shook his head and candidly replied, "No, I am willing to undergo any scrutiny and provide a detailed explanation for my aberrant behavior." Coulson remained silent. His smile vanished, and his demeanor turned serious as he maintained his silence. Ward remained silent, for he found it exceedingly difficult to elucidate Natasha's predicament. Subsequently, he entered the Quinjet alongside Natasha, who had been placed on a stretcher, and they commenced their journey to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. The Quinjet, renowned as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most versatile fighter aircraft, boasts a speed of approximately 12 times that of sound, allowing for a swift transit from New York to Washington in about 14 minutes, excluding ascent and descent. Upon their return to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha was promptly conveyed to a specialized hospital, while Ward found himself once again in the interrogation room he had visited just days prior. Unlike his previous solitary encounter, this time he was met by two individuals, the same interrogator, Victoria Hand, and Agent Phil Coulson, with whom he had collaborated on 2 occasions previously. Notably, this time Ward was unshackled, a significant distinction. What had once been a mere inquiry tinged with suspicion had now escalated to an interrogation befitting a suspect. Fortunately, Ward had mentally prepared himself. After all, possessing superhuman abilities was hardly an anomaly in the Marvel Universe. However, the ensuing events took an unexpected turn. Coulson and Victoria Hand refrained from inquiring about his supernatural powers or the circumstances surrounding Natasha's rescue. Instead, Coulson directed a laptop towards him, displaying footage captured by satellites of the Fantastic Four, Dr. Doom, and the enigmatic figures clad in black, and earnestly posed the question, "Agent Ward, what is your perspective on the sudden emergence of these black-clad individuals?" Ward gazed at the images on the screen, raising his brow innocently as he replied, "What do these individuals have to do with me?" Coulson then pivoted the laptop back, pulling up surveillance footage and various data from other locations. Continuing his inquiry, "This is all the surveillance from near Doom Tower. Apart from the primary feeds, none captured the black-clad figures. Furthermore, aside from a young girl who posted about these individuals on Facebook, no camera has recorded them." Following this, S.H.I.E.L.D. reached out to every government agency in the United States, and indeed, most governments worldwide, yet no one is aware of the existence of these figures. A flicker of trepidation crossed Coulson's face, as if his worldview had encountered an unfathomable truth that he dared not believe. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again. "This implies the existence of an organization capable of eluding S.H.I.E.L.D. and all global governments, concealed somewhere on Earth, previously undetected by anyone. It is conceivable that we are all under the surveillance of this organization. Ward, as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, you must comprehend the sheer terror of this revelation." Ward nodded gravely, acknowledging the horror of the situation, while inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle. S.H.I.E.L.D. remained blissfully unaware, but he was acutely conscious of the reality. The men in black, none of whom escaped, were all members of Hydra, an organization that was eradicated last century yet continues to exist and grow stronger to this day. Chapter 44. Investigating Hydra. Had Ward not been aware that these individuals were Hydra operatives, he would have certainly been concerned about their identities and intentions. After all, the emergence of such a clandestine organization, potentially surveilling every individual, evokes a profound sense of terror. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is formidable, it remains largely unknown to the general populace, existing merely as a mysterious department within the government. However, an organization that eludes the awareness of both the public and any government entity is undeniably the most perilous organization in the world, without exception. Fortunately, he was cognizant of this reality. While Ward maintained an outward demeanor of concern, He inwardly felt at ease and inquired, "What about the Fantastic Four and Victor Von Doom? What has happened to them at the hands of these men in black? All the black-clad figures encountered have perished, and the Fantastic Four, who were captured, have been rescued. However, Victor Von Doom has vanished." The response came from Victoria Hand, who had remained silent until now. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Coulson, signaling him to unshackle Ward. Coulson nodded and rose to release Ward from his restraints, apologetically stating, "I was merely following orders and never truly suspected you were allied with the men in black." Ward chuckled dismissively. "It's quite all right. I understand." He recognized that Coulson was simply executing his directives, while the individual who had truly restrained him was Victoria Hand, or perhaps even the director himself. The intent was clear, to intimidate him. "All right, Agent Ward, you have once again passed the scrutiny. However, this matter is far from resolved." Victoria Hand clapped her hands and inquisitively asked, "We are all quite curious about the details of how you rescued Natasha Romanoff, particularly why you stripped our most exceptional agent bare, leaving no trace of her clothing intact." The main event was unfolding, yet Ward hesitated to reveal his superhuman abilities. From Victoria Hand's demeanor, it was evident that her interest lay not in the method of Natasha's rescue, but rather in the reason behind her disrobing. This was understandable, for Natasha was SHIELD's finest field agent, and the fact that he had left her completely exposed would pique anyone's curiosity. For instance, Coulson regarded Ward with a mix of intrigue and admiration, as accomplishing the feat of disrobing Natasha was no small achievement. Naturally, SHIELD would not cease its investigation into Ward solely based on this incident. The reasons behind his disposal of his phone and earpiece, as well as the process of Natasha's rescue, remained focal points of inquiry. To conceal the truth would be utterly futile. Ward contemplated for a moment and ultimately concluded that revealing his superpower would be more advantageous. By doing so, he could openly derive benefits from both SHIELD and Hydra. After all, relying solely on personal strength proved to be exceedingly arduous. With the resources provided by SHIELD and Hydra, he might be able to expedite his growth. He stated, "In order to rescue Agent Romanoff, I must discard the mobile headset I possess, along with everything else that does not belong to her." Victoria Hand and Coulson furrowed their brows, perplexed by his meaning. "Why?" Ward chuckled nonchalantly, "Because my superpower prohibits me from taking such items." "Do you truly possess superhuman abilities?" The two were simultaneously taken aback, their vigilance heightened. Over half of SHIELD's missions pertained to individuals with superpowers, yet no one had realized that one of their own agents was among them. Victoria Hand's attention shifted from why Natasha had been stripped to a more pressing inquiry. "What is your superpower?" Ward extended his hand, transforming it into air, while explaining casually, "Gaseous form, disappearance. What happened to your hand?" The two recoiled slightly, frightened by the terrifying spectacle. Ward reverted his hand back to its original form, smiling, "No worries. It can return." Witnessing a hand vanish and then gradually reappear left both of them momentarily speechless, as the visual impact of such an event was overwhelming. After a brief silence, they ceased their inquiries regarding his superpower and opted to report the matter to their superiors. Soon, a tall, bald, one-eyed African-American clad in black leather entered the interrogation room. Without a doubt, this was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Upon his arrival, Victoria Hand and Coulson rose, ceding their positions to their superior. Ward also stood respectfully, addressing him, "Director Fury." Fury nodded, took a seat, and instructed, "Sit down. And you too as well." He then turned his gaze towards Victoria Hand and Coulson, who nodded and seated themselves nearby. Fury fixed his intense gaze upon Ward, stating, "You have caused my finest agent to lose face, Grant Ward. How do you intend to compensate me?" "Compensate?" Ward found himself puzzled by Nick Fury's implication. Shouldn't the focus be on further inquiries regarding his superpower's specific capabilities? Yet, this seemed consistent with the director's enigmatic demeanor and his constant preoccupation with profit. Fury continued with a solemn expression, "To put it simply, your actions may inflict irreparable psychological harm on my top agent, potentially leading her to lose confidence and cease being an operative, and all of this is due to you. Therefore, Agent Ward, I require you to provide a reasonable compensation to make amends for the imminent loss of the finest field agent of SHIELD, an agent who has completed countless missions and has resorted to any means necessary for the sake of duty. Would suffer irreversible psychological trauma simply for being stripped of his dignity? As the director, even you must acknowledge the absurdity of such a claim. It is a statement so ludicrous that even a child would recognize its impossibility. However, authority can indeed overshadow truth. Ward, with a forced smile, feigned flattery, saying, "You are absolutely right. I should indeed offer appropriate compensation." Nick Fury, indifferent to the authenticity of Ward's demeanor as long as he achieved his objective, turned the notebook on the table towards himself. He accessed the SHIELD system using his director privileges, retrieving Ward's profile and elevating his agent rank from level 5 to level 6. Once completed, Fury, with an assertive gaze, declared, "Congratulations, level 6 agent Grant Ward. I now have a critically important mission for you that you must fulfill." "What mission?" Ward inquired, his expression finally shifting. Fury, with a subtle smile, responded, "You just mentioned that your ability is to become air, which is remarkable. With such a power, you shall become the most exceptional agent in the world, bar none. Now, I need you to utilize this ability to infiltrate the organization of the Black Order and procure all relevant information for SHIELD. Wait, what?" Ward was genuinely taken aback. "As a member of Hydra, I am to become the finest agent of SHIELD to investigate my own organization?" Chapter 45. Nick Fury's vision regardless of Ward's thoughts. Nick Fury had already considered this a foregone conclusion. The moment he heard Ward acknowledge his superpower and its capacity to vaporize and disappear, it was set in stone. Just imagine the possibilities of an agent who can transform into air. He could infiltrate any location in the world without triggering alarms, drawing attention, or being detected. For no one would ever conceive that someone could hide within the air. This surpassed Fury's previous imaginings of an agent capable of instantaneous movement or invisibility. After all, while teleportation sounds swift and impressive, it is easily detectable once a person is present, and it cannot be employed for surveillance tasks. Invisibility is even less effective. With today's myriad technological detection methods, infrared, ultraviolet, and thermal sensors can identify concealed objects. In most scenarios, it proves to be of little utility. However, the ability to vaporize, especially for an agent like Ward who can also vaporize others, would undoubtedly evade all scrutiny. He could vanish into thin air, retrieve what is necessary, and observe everything within his reach. Such a capability is perfectly suited for an agent. As he contemplated the myriad of possibilities, Fury felt as though a radiant beam of light had emerged in his life, a light that could guide SHIELD towards a brighter future. Thus, he promptly severed all surveillance cameras, listening devices, and any equipment within the interrogation room, ensuring that Ward's abilities were known solely to himself, Victoria Hand, Coulson, and Ward himself. Moreover, Fury harbored a desire to possess a memory management device that could erase all memories related to this interrogation from Victoria Hand's and Coulson's minds, leaving only himself and Ward privy to the knowledge. The fewer who were aware of Ward's abilities, the more clandestine he could remain, transforming into an unparalleled sword of efficacy. Unfortunately, despite SHIELD's advanced technological prowess, such a memory management device was not yet available and remained in the early stages of development. Fortunately, both Victoria Hand and Coulson were agents in whom he held great trust. As long as the knowledge remained confined to the four of them, no significant issues would arise. Fury stood and faced the three individuals, adopting a tone laced with menace as he proclaimed, "I hope that today's events remain known only to us four, with no other parties involved." He then turned to Ward, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Have you disclosed your abilities to anyone else? Perhaps Daredevil or Romanoff? Must even Black Widow be kept in the dark?" Ward realized he had underestimated the director's concern for him. After all, Black Widow was also one of his most trusted agents, and the need for such secrecy indeed indicated a level of caution. After reflecting on any potential oversights, Ward recounted the facts. "Daredevil knows of my superpower, but he believes it to be the ability to transform into metal. Natasha is aware as well, but I told her my power is teleportation. I am uncertain whether she believed me." Transforming into metal? Teleportation? Fury felt a surge of astonishment. Yet he feigned a frown and asked, "Why didn't you mention your abilities to transform into metal and teleportation earlier?" Ward vehemently denied. The transformation into metal is true, but it merely manifests as a layer of metallic skin, offering limited protection. Specialized armor-piercing rounds could penetrate it. I do not possess teleportation. I fabricated that claim to conceal from Agent Romanoff an item she had dropped. Fury nodded, though he remained skeptical of Ward's words, opting not to voice his doubts and instead employing a strategy of emotional trust. After establishing trust, one must not forget their inherent disposition. Thus, Fury adopted a warning tone and stated, "This mission holds a level 10 clearance. You are accountable solely to me. The mission report is to be submitted exclusively to me. And should you have any requests, feel free to bring them forth, and I shall accommodate your needs. However, should you divulge any details to anyone, including them." Fury gestured towards Victoria Hand and Coulson, then turned back to Ward, his tone chilling. "Even if you could turn to air, I would still find a way to apprehend you." Ward gazed at Fury with a resolute expression, affirming that he would encounter no difficulties. He genuinely believed Fury's words. Moreover, he anticipated that soon Fury would address the matter of how to handle his airy form. This was inevitable. If Hydra were to become aware of his abilities, the outcome would be no different. Although Ward felt a sense of security in his gaseous state, one could not be too cautious. For technology often proves to be as unpredictable as superpowers. Seeing Ward's demeanor, Fury was pleased, confident that they had both the sweet and the savory in their grasp, and believed there would be no complications. "Let us step back," Fury commanded, directing Victoria Hand and Coulson to retreat to the wall alongside him. He then addressed Ward. "Now, Agent Ward, you may officially demonstrate your abilities to us. I trust you shall not disappoint." Ward smiled faintly as he removed his mobile headset. Yet he refrained from shedding his suit. This was a standard suit issued by SHIELD, not the stolen synthetic attire he had once possessed. Once his powers were revealed, Ward's situation became even more precarious. Those synthetic garments were pilfered from the Doom Corporation. And should his connection to the Fantastic Four and Victor Von Doom become known, the likelihood of his abilities being countered by errant technologies would increase significantly. From his previous experience of transforming Black Widow into air, he understood that his powers allowed for the assimilation of other materials. The results did not disappoint. Though the ordinary suit impeded his transformation speed considerably, he was still able to change form. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have gone to such lengths to procure those synthetic garments. As Ward completely vanished from sight, Fury and the others, despite their mental preparations, were struck with astonishment. Indeed, with such an ability, Ward would undoubtedly become one of the most exceptional agents in the world. Perhaps fearing that Ward might escape upon becoming heir, Fury contentedly remarked, "That will suffice. Ward, return to us." As a figure gradually materialized from the air, the trio once again experienced a profound visual impact. Finally, Fury approached Ward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and passionately declared, "On the surface, your task remains to assist Coulson in establishing a cordial engagement with the Fantastic Four. Judging by the fearless demeanor of those dark-clad figures, they will certainly not concede easily. When they re-emerge, Ward, it will be your moment to reveal the truth to the entire world." Chapter 46. Apologies, I am a Hydra spy that night. Ward returned safely to his residence in New York, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, matters are never so straightforward. It appears that Nick Fury, upon discovering his own abilities, devised a plan to investigate the enigmatic agents in black. However, in truth, Fury initiated a challenge against the Hydra organization that he leads. This challenge tests Hydra's tolerance towards his authority as director. It is essential to recognize that although Hydra operates globally, the most significant faction has remained concealed within SHIELD itself, undetected thus far. From another perspective, SHIELD embodies Hydra. It is merely that Fury, in his capacity as director, remains oblivious to this reality. While Fury has concealed his newfound superpowers, only 4 individuals are privy to this secret. Yet, it won't be long before Hydra within SHIELD uncovers this information. If we ponder who the most clandestine member of Hydra within SHIELD is, it is neither Fury nor John Garrett, nor the bald man who was later severely beaten by Captain America, nor Agent Rumlow. Rather, it is the head of the organization managing SHIELD, Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council. With such a formidable Hydra operative surpassing Fury's rank, no action he takes can escape Hydra's scrutiny. Thus, Ward retrieved his phone and sent a message to John Garrett through a secure channel, arranging to meet later at a designated location in New York Bay. The purpose, of course, was to inform Garrett of the recent developments. He was unconcerned about the possibility of being discovered while contacting Garrett. Since Garrett had previously communicated with him via this channel, it was evidently secure and would not expose them to SHIELD. Little did Nick Fury realize that although he was not one of the agents in black, he was, in fact, a member of the Hydra lurking behind them. Ward 2. felt no allegiance to Hydra, nor to Garrett. He was merely seeking ways to improve his own precarious situation. After all, the fact that he was a Hydra operative was undeniable. Should Hydra uncover Fury's plan and learn of his superpowers, he would not only become an adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also a target for Hydra's pursuit. Viewed from a long-term perspective, aligning with Hydra remains Ward's most advantageous option. Transforming into air, Ward drifted toward the predetermined meeting place. He was aware that Nick Fury likely had someone monitoring him and would soon realize his disappearance. However, this posed no concern. Even if Fury became aware of his absence, what of it? In the absence of instruments capable of detecting unusual air activity in a city, no one would discern his whereabouts. Before long, Ward arrived at the meeting point, where John Garrett had been waiting, concealed beneath a large tree to evade satellite detection. He was pleased with the meeting location. There were virtually no people around at night, and the absence of cameras provided ample opportunities to avoid satellite surveillance, an ideal setting. Ward had indeed matured significantly. Garrett was lost in thought when he suddenly noticed something emerging from the air before him. Bones, flesh, organs, and hair. Was this a human body? Without a moment's hesitation, Garrett swiftly drew his Walther P-99 and aimed it at the air, poised to fire, only to be greeted by a familiar face materializing in the atmosphere. "It's me, Ward," the visage spoke with a smile. Garrett's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Ward slowly take form, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was only when Ward had fully manifested, appearing identical to the last time they met, that Garrett incredulously questioned, "You are Ward? How is this possible?" With the gun still trained on Ward, Garrett clung to the principles of a seasoned agent. However, Ward approached without an ounce of trepidation, gently grasping the Walther from Garrett's hands, lowering it, and discarding the magazine onto the ground. After this, he spoke in a tone brimming with trust. "It's me, just with a few additional, albeit unimpressive, abilities." At this moment, Garrett was utterly perplexed, at a loss for words. He had been the one to rescue Ward from the juvenile detention center, training him in combat and guiding him to become an agent over the past 9 years. Yet he never anticipated that Ward would possess supernatural powers, let alone such a visually striking ability. How could this be? John Garrett felt his composure unraveling. Why? After all these years, had Ward never truly trusted him? Were the bonds they had forged over the years merely illusory? Though Ward did not trust Garrett, he needed him to convey messages to Hydra. He candidly remarked, "I had information from the Bahrain mission that I intended to share sooner, but I never found you. When I finally saw you, I wanted to speak, but Coulson's call interrupted me." A hint of regret crossed Ward's face, as if seeking Garrett's forgiveness. As Garrett observed Ward's earnest expression, his previous doubts evaporated, replaced by a flicker of emotion. Yet more than that, he felt a profound helplessness at the thought of no longer being able to protect Ward. Garrett's feelings for Ward were genuine, albeit somewhat extreme. He desired to shield Ward perpetually, but often fell short. And now, with Ward possessing superpowers, that longing intensified. With a sigh, Garrett gradually came to terms with the situation, refraining from inquiring about the origin of Ward's abilities or their implications. Instead, he offered a somewhat reassuring response. "All right, since you've now confided your powers in me, it signifies that you still trust me. We remain a formidable team." Ward understood that, despite the absence of suspicion, a certain distance lingered in Garrett's heart, one rooted in their differing identities. They had once been ordinary men, and that simplicity had been comforting. However, now that Ward possesses extraordinary abilities, Garrett naturally feels that their relationship will no longer remain as it once was, and it is only natural for him to harbor a sense of estrangement. With this thought in mind, Ward finds himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Garrett. Once a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was forsaken by the organization's relentless pursuit of its mission, leading him to abandon his former life. In a twist of love turned to hatred, he resolutely aligned himself with Hydra. Now, as a guardian to an adopted son, both had the potential to sacrifice anything for one another, bound by profound trust. Yet Garrett finds himself merely a pawn in Ward's machinations, which is indeed quite tragic. Yet, Ward feels no familial affection toward Garrett. He can only offer an empty apology. In the ensuing moments, he recounted all that had transpired to Garrett, urging him to inform Hydra. Then, amidst the sorrowful gaze of his companion, he vanished from sight. They both understood that henceforth, the opportunities for their paths to cross would diminish significantly, all due to the emergence of extraordinary powers. Garrett seethed with anger, cursing the very existence of these abilities that seemed to erode the bond he shared with Ward. "No, I too must acquire such powers to restore the trust we once held." Garrett silently vowed to himself,